Hello everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the second round of the 2014 Gibraltar Chess Festival. My name is Irina Crush, and joining me is my co-host Simon Williams from England. And today we're going to be guiding you through the top 15 games of the day here in Gibraltar. Already as early as round 2, we have some very competitive matchups. 6 of the 15 boards are going to feature intra-grandmaster matchups, and we're also going to see the top boards featuring 6 females in the lineup. What do you think of the games today, Simon?
Yeah, it's very exciting today already. Round 2, and we have all these really tough encounters at such an early stage in the tournament, which is very exciting. I mean, okay, yesterday there was a number of mismatches, really, to be fair, but today, I mean, I know a number of these players playing on the top boards. For example, Glenn Fleer playing on board 2 is originally from England, now lives in France. Very talented grandmaster. He actually once had one of the best results in all tournaments that I think English grandmasters ever had. He came in as a reserve and he ended up winning this all-play against some of the best players in the world. So he's a very experienced grandmaster, and he's got the white pieces against Maxime. So I think that's going to be a really tough clash. On board 3, we have Ivanchuk, always a character, playing against David Lorano from Spain. And Ivanchuk's opponent, David, is very young. He's born in 1989, so that's going to be a very interesting encounter. And then someone I know very well on board 4 is the Portuguese player Luis Galego. And Luis Galego has been Portuguese #1 for a number of years now. And he doesn't really know so much theory, I think it's fair to say. He kind of doesn't really work his chess, but he's a very, very natural player. And I know he's had some great results in the past. So personally, I'm going to be looking forward to his game against the reigning champion Vichigov on board 4. And that's a game I'd kind of like to start with quite soon. So Irina, what about the ladies' matches we got here? Some of the top female players. So I can see a number of names here already, which is, yeah.
Well, I think some of the most interesting ones for me personally are, for example, on board 7, Gadakomsky, an American player and also a friend of mine. He's playing the young Chinese player Guo Qi. Well, you know, China is always producing lots of new names, so perhaps some of you guys are not familiar with her, although she's already represented China in World Team Championships and even in the Women's World Championship in 2012. You know, she's a well-prepared, sharp player. She tends to play pretty quickly. So I think that's just going to be a good matchup. She's definitely capable of beating strong grandmasters. I don't think, you know, Gata is going to have an easy game unless he gets it into his type of game, you know, unless he gets the sort of positional bind that he's so good at exploiting. I also am interested to see the game Natalia Zhukova versus David Navarro. David Navarro is just one of my personal favorites in this tournament, just because he's such a nice guy, has such an attractive playing style. And Natalia Zhukova, she's a former European women's champion, also a grandmaster. And in the last Women's World Championship, she took down one of the top seeds in the world, Humpy Koneru. So she's also, with her vast experience, I think she's going to prove to be a good challenge for David Navarro. And finally, I just want to mention that there is also interesting matchup between Richard Rapport and Tanya Sachdev. And we did watch a lot of Richard's game yesterday, which did not take him that long to complete. From his side, you know, he played very quickly. And
so Irina, sorry to interrupt. Do you think he's going to play at the same pace today that he did yesterday?
Well, I think it'll be good for Tanya if he plays at the same pace that he played yesterday, because I think his game yesterday was one of the least convincing, you know, grandmaster victories that we saw. And in fact, you know, I heard that his opponent, who was having the white pieces, actually had like a 1-point advantage at some points, and really basically lost just at the very end with that decision to trade rooks that we saw. It wasn't the best decision. So if he plays instantly, I think that's only going to increase his opponent's chances, because of course Tanya, she's not a 2200 player.
Yeah, of course, and it's strange. I think he finished the game, Richard Rapport, maybe with more time than he started the game. Well, okay, he finished with
2 hours and 25 minutes or something.
Something crazy, yeah. So very strange he played so quickly yesterday. But yeah, there's just a fascinating encounters going on. I mean, other boards that we could mention as well. We've gone the top couple of boards, but on board 5, we have, Eljanov versus Elizabeth Patz, which is going to be very interesting. Board 6, we have Stefan Dox from Belgium, who's playing Tomaszewski, and going to be another interesting game. There's so many interesting encounters. I mean, we're going to basically try to keep in touch with the top 15 games and jump around from game to game and spend more time in the most interesting games. So we will be on Twitter. So if you want to leave your Twitter comments, can you just log on to the website and you'll see that. And also we'll try to keep an eye on the live stream comments as well. So if we could do that, that'd be good. This Peter Doggers, who's just fixing the mic, but we're going to keep going.
He's not actually here.
He's not here.
You see him, but he's not here.
He's not there really. He's just imagination. Okay, but let's jump into some of the games now.
Oh, Simon, I think you forgot to mention. Actually, we have an international matchup on board 8. We have two Spaniards facing each other.
We do, yeah, and this is David Pardo, Spanish player, and I
a
believe
young player. He's only around 24 years old, right? No,
I think
he's
even
even younger.
yeah.
He's not even 20.
That's right, yeah. He's born in 1995, and he's playing one of his fellow countrymen, so Paco, and he has the white pieces. So obviously he's very talented. He's already
so two different generations already.
Yeah, which is strange when you say that Paco's an old player because he's not really that old, or maybe
he's
we're just getting old.
He's 1 year older than me.
Exactly. So yeah, it's just odd.
Yeah, it's my generation.
Yeah, and my generation as well. It's so strange how time goes so quick. But and there were some upsets yesterday we should just quickly mention. One of the upsets I heard about was a Norwegian player, Odin, who plays in Gibraltar every single year. So he's been here from the start, and he normally actually plays in just the morning section, the challenger section, but this year he's also playing in the master section, and he managed to draw with the white pieces against a strong Indian player, Ganguly. So that's really nice to see a regular player at Gibraltar manage to get a draw, and he's also playing in the morning as well, so he's really quite busy, tied up.
It's nice when one of those players who gets a draw against is not like one of your friends. You know, I was going to dinner last night, and we were having dinner in a very special place in St. Michael's Cave, which is one of the sites to see in Gibraltar. So indeed, you know, we were actually having dinner within a cave, and hopefully you guys are able to hear me now. And see me as I move closer.
Yeah, I mean, the cave sounded like a great venue.
Right, so
it was an amazing venue.
As I was walking into the caves with Surya, he said, everything is so great, it would have been even better if I would have won today.
Yeah, indeed.
And I was like, what, you didn't win? Yeah. I mean, of course I was disappointed for my friend, you know, to start off. And then he told me it's going to be at least 3 more rounds before he's going to climb up so that we can see his games. Right.
Well, I'm very happy for Odin, my friend, so that worked out okay.
Yeah, so we
have
a draw. We have a draw in that segment.
That's okay. We'll take the draw. I remember last year we had some pound bets.
Right. I think we should reinstate that.
Let's have some bets today. All right. Okay. I'm going to go for my friends today. So I'm going to say Luis Galego playing on board 4 against the reigning champion will get a result. So I'm going to say he's going to get a result. I'm not going to say he wins because he's got very solid style, but I think he's going to get a result against Vichikov. So would you like to take that bet?
I will take that bet. I saw Vichikov having fish.
You saw him have fish today?
Having fish today in his favorite restaurant for lunch, and you know, he just strikes me as a very motivated, focused player. That, you know, even if you play solid against him, he's going to do his best to eke out the win.
I would say the same about Luis Galego, but I think I'd be lying. So we call him the Fonzie in England.
Oh, really?
Because I don't know if you've seen Happy Days or anyone out there who's seen Happy Days. Like, this is his character. I'm sure you know the Fonzie, and Luis Galego is the chess Fonzie. So he's very relaxed.
So he's kind of like you, Simon.
Well, sometimes, yeah, sometimes.
That's why you're friends.
So he's a good friend. Yeah, he's a nice guy. So very interesting. Anyway, so what was the other? We had Georgiev also lost, I believe. Is that right?
And he lost to one of the female players in this event. Someone I've known for a long time, a very nice girl from Venezuela, Sarai Castillo Sanchez.
Right, yeah.
Carolina, I'm sorry, there's so many names, I'm just not sure which one to start off with when you start reading the Spanish names.
Yeah.
And yes, apart from Ganguly's draw against Odin, there were also a couple of draws down there. For example,
Okay. So we're just trying to get the mic sorted out. We'll be, hopefully you can hear us. I think what we'll do now, if you can't hear us too well, We'll come back to that a bit later. We'll just dive into some games, so at least then you can look at the position. So we haven't actually mentioned the top board clash. So on top board, we have Mickey Adams, so the top seed, English player, very strong player, and he's playing Mohammed Al Sayed, another strong player from Qatar, only 32 years old, so this is going to be interesting. And I'm quite surprised actually with the way the opening's gone here. Generally, Mickey can play every type of position because he's just an amazing player. Normally, when he's playing players who are lower rated than him, he will generally play quite a safe system, maybe an early bishop b5 check against the Sicilian. But in this game, as we can see,
it definitely looks like he's playing a lot more aggressive than he usually does.
Yeah, because in this position, after knight to c3, a6. I've seen him. Okay, already he's avoided bishop b5 check, but often I've seen him play
g3, right?
G3, bishop e2, some very very solid moves. But here he picks quite an aggressive line actually, because he goes bishop to e3, which is very sharp.
Can lead to the English attack.
It can, so it's quite thematic for Mickey, I'd say, the English attack. And now knight on b d7. Okay, bishop e2, which I don't think is the sharpest line. I think you normally go f3, queen d2, castles queenside.
Yeah, I don't really know the intricacies of this move, knight d7. In fact, I have to admit that I've never even seen it.
No, it's quite a strange move actually, I think.
Right, because after bishop e3, a lot of things are possible. Of course, knight g4, which Kasparov popularized in the late 90s. The move e5. I think maybe one of Black's most solid systems, where Anand won a very famous game against Karyakin, Weikanze some years ago. And an e6, the Scheveningen approach.
Yeah, I've actually played e6 on a number of occasions, and this is what Topalov has played in Cheparinov, and they've really had some great results with this line. Generally with e6 you keep things very flexible and you play b5 quite early, and white often castles on the queen side, and then you just go for a sort of queenside attack. You get a very sharp position. So the line actually, what you should play.
97, it's just a little bit unusual.
It is cute.
It's a flexible move, but it does stand out a little bit.
Yeah. So bishop to e2, and now e6, so going for this quite flexible structure. And now, rather than play something like castles kingside or queen d2, which would be quite normal in this position, Mickey often plays something with castles kingside, f4. Mickey now plays g4, which is very interesting. I mean, this is a common idea in the Keres attack against similar kind of setups. Just try to start a pawn storm on the kingside and probably castle queenside. But it's a very aggressive setup, because obviously once you've gone g4, you can no longer really castle kingside. We can do, but it's a bit more risky. So, okay, let's just see a couple more moves. h6 and now f4. So really going for it on the king side there. So very interesting play. And now another interesting move, g5. So I'm sure this is theory. This is a typical idea of this type of structure. And I know in the Kasparov Short World Championships, Kasparov played a similar idea a number of times. And okay, I mean, the idea is, let's just say...
Black is trying to wrest control of the dark squares from white.
That's right. So if white takes...
Especially the e5 square.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the theory here, but I guess if white takes on g5...
You gotta take.
Black takes back.
Yeah, it's a good question, why white cannot take the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a pawn, and what's the problem with this? I don't see any initial problem just grabbing this pawn.
I would assume... what do you think? There are a couple of moves here that make sense for black. Queen a5 is one. Getting out of the pin.
Yeah, okay. So
attacking the bishop.
Sure, queen a5, threatening knight takes e4.
Right, you don't have bishop e3. So maybe queen d2.
Queen d2 looks like the most natural move here. Bishop d2 is another option, but queen d2 looks very obvious.
Right. And then, what, bishop g7 or something?
Doesn't look that good to me, does it? I mean,
I know. It looks like white has won a pawn, and that's why it would be helpful to know the theory here.
Yeah, sure. I'll be missing something after g5. Let's just go back to the position after g5 and what possibly happened if white takes on g5.
I don't think we're missing anything, Simon. I think we're just going to be in that type of position.
Yeah, okay.
Pawn takes, bishop takes, and then black is looking for a move. And we can try...
I'd be very happy in that position with white. I think. king is just as weak as white's king. Okay, you do have this big square on e5,
E5.
but it doesn't look like the end of the
maybe,
world. So,
well,
unless there's no
B5.
B5,
B5,
yeah, maybe. Still, I mean, there's nothing immediate anyway. I can't see anything quite.
You know what's an interesting idea? I don't know why I thought of it, but like rook h3, with the idea of rook takes c3 and queen a5.
It's kind of, interesting move I like.
Right. As a dragon player, you should appreciate this move.
Yeah. Interesting rook swing move there.
It looks a little bit, like, could this possibly work? But the idea of sacking on c3 makes some sense. I mean, getting the knight to e4 would be very good for black.
How many times, Irene, on the dragon do you sacrifice the h8 rook on c3?
It's not the h8
rare.
rook, is it? No.
Well, you do. Sometimes you do, but it's normally you move the rook on a8 to c8 and then rook takes c3. But this is a very peculiar way of maybe preparing the sacrifice of c3, but it may be some sense to it. So, I mean, Mickey...
Yeah, because if you take and you play queen a5 or queen c7 and you capture back like a central pawn on e4, you probably will have decent compensation.
Yeah, and also now, where does white put the king? Because obviously now castle's king side is a bit open on the king side, so not entirely clear where the...
I mean, moves like bishop f3 look a bit awkward. It's not really where you want to put the bishop, although it supports e4.
I guess it'll be hit by something with knight to e5 at some point.
At some point,
I don't know if immediately or bishop to e7 first. Okay, but I mean, Mickey obviously has seen this idea before, because in the game after pawn to g5, Mickey just pushed on with pawn to f5, and okay, well, black responds with knight to e5. And rather than being a pawn up, which would have been the case after capturing on g5, Mickey keeps his pawn on the f5 square and keeps pressure on e6. But black does have this lovely knight on e5. So it's kind of...
Do you want to try to evaluate this position, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just very unbalanced. I think that's fair to say. I mean, normally, you know, when authors say that they leave a line in a book and they say, this position is unclear, you know what that means? I know for myself.
It means I just don't have the time to analyze this all day with the computer to reach a firm conclusion.
It means I'm lazy, I want to go to bed, and I'm not going to analyze this, it's unclear. That's what they do. So if you ever see unclear in a book, then that means they've been lazy, basically, because there's no such
But there is no such thing as unclear, but there is such a thing like it's just unwise to spend all my time analyzing this position to the end. It's just,
Sure, I think unbalanced is fine. Unbalanced is different to unclear. And now with computers, I think it's, you can normally assess most positions, but you could get a position like this which the computer assesses as basically equal, and this would just be an basically unclear, well, balanced position. I wouldn't say unclear, but balanced. Okay, black's probably going to start charging.
I like black's position, actually.
Yeah,
I think the bishop is going to be well placed on g7.
Yeah,
on that diagonal. Although actually, that diagonal might not open up for the bishop for a while.
Yeah.
Because the two knights are so well placed there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen Mickey play in a similar way with the white pieces against Anand, actually. And he's got a lot of practice and experience in this type of structure with white. He's always going to have pressure on the f-file, so this is always going to be quite dangerous. And, this pawn formation of e4, f5, g4 is... it's quite a strong pawn formation. So I think
it's strong, but
black's got no worries either.
I like black. I mean,
I agree. I mean, if you want to play this opening of black, then you've got to be kind of happy with this position, I guess. But I'd imagine. Yeah,
because it's not clear what white does with their king either. If they castle queenside, black already has counterplay over there.
Yeah, sure. So interesting position there. And okay, well, if you want to leave any comments as we go on, as I mentioned before, if you can leave them on Twitter or the live stream, that would be great. And okay, well, let's move on to another game.
Did you notice that Odin is here again?
I did. Hello, Odin.
Hey.
Have you already finished the day?
No, I'm still playing.
Oh, you're still playing again. Okay, you're looking for inspiration.
Yeah.
So Odin had this great result against Ganguly yesterday. So really good result for Odin. I am Norm. We're hoping Odin. Yeah, okay, maybe. All right, well, let's move on to another game. So
how about I pick the next one?
Go for it. We'll take it in turns.
All right, let's go Kamsky versus Guoqi.
Okay, so we now dive into this position. I know a bit about this,
I know a little bit.
Stuff,
Queen's Gambit declines, bishop f4 line.
So we'll go through the opening moves very quickly, and Kamsky is white here. So this is all very standard stuff.
castles, knight to f3.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only decision that white has to make really is whether you put the dark square bishop on f4 or g5.
Right.
That's the two decisions that white has.
Well,
anyway.
yeah, it leads to
So
completely different play.
it's completely different games. I guess f4 is a bit more aggressive sometimes. It can be.
Yes, if
So-
white castles queenside,
Yeah.
although it doesn't look like that's what Gata is planning in this
No.
game.
Guess where I always castle in this position, Irina?
You castle queenside,
Good guess.
of course.
Yeah. So knight c6, and now the normal move here
It's
is
queen c2.
That's right. So queen c2, and again there's a fair bit of theory. Black's main response to queen c2.
It's queen a5, right?
Yep. And then this is where you can actually castle queenside
Yeah.
if you want to play like a caveman. And I have been asked what a caveman, what that means, but it basically means like a bit of Neanderthal, and you're just going crazy. So yeah. So this is kind of a caveman approach. And then you start throwing
One-sided,
G4 and-
one-sided approach.
One-sided approach, that's a better explanation.
But actually,
yeah.
no, Kasparov played some games in this line in the 90s, I think.
Yeah.
So it suited his aggressive and
Yeah.
well-prepared style.
And also, I think Spielman is probably
And the
first
question
person.
here, I think, was, is the move h4 best for white or g4?
G4
Both of those
H4, yeah.
lines were possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was first played in a candidates match between Spielman with the white pieces and Short with the black pieces. And actually, this is actually when Spielman beat Nigel Short in the candidates, when Spielman was ranked in the top 5, I think, in the world. And he actually played castle queenside in this position, and it completely took Nigel by surprise, because I don't think it's been seen hardly ever before. So Spielman used this move to very good effect against Nigel, and he won a great game. I think he won the game anyway in this line. Okay, Gata's gone bishop to e2, and that is the current position we have in the game. So no more moves there at the moment. Okay, that was a quick game, so I'll let you pick another game. How about
Right.
that? So,
Well,
yeah,
bishop e2, what can we say? Just a more quiet move. Obviously, white is trying to castle kingside. And I wonder if we're going to see an isolated queen pawn in this game, because, of course, in this structure, white often takes on d5 and black plays ed5.
Yeah, and
So
I guess often black will consider taking on c4.
c4, yeah, that's
This is,
actually, especially now that white has developed the bishop and would have to waste a move to recapture. I think that is a good question. What happens even if black plays d takes c4 here?
But is there even some crazy possibility, which I don't think it works in this position because the queen's on d8, but
Of playing d4? No.
I was thinking knight e4.
Knight e4.
But I think knight e4 is just a mistake here because
Positionally.
positionally white captures on e4, black recaptures back, and then something, I guess, like knight b2. But
It's not completely clear because after
No.
knight d2, you play e5,
Yeah.
e5, e5.
Sorry, e5, yeah.
Yeah, bishop
Yeah.
g3, and then f5.
Then f5.
Who has the advantage here? It looks like black.
Yeah, it does.
It looks
with
like
f4.
black, first of
Yeah,
all, is
actually,
threatening
it's
to
quite
win a
interesting.
piece. Yes.
So,
Knight e4 is interesting. Maybe that's why actually white is often playing queen c2 in these lines. What do you think,
yeah,
Simon?
maybe I'm just trying to think why bishop to e2 is not played as often. Maybe it's
Yeah,
the stock
I've never
style
seen
where-
it.
Yeah, it's quite strange. So maybe knight to e4 is a possibility. I don't know the theory. We'll have to come back to that later on. Okay, so what about? Can we have a look at Luis Gallego's game?
Okay.
Let's go for Luis
Since
Gallego.
he's your good friend, let's see.
He's a good friend. So we're diving now to Luis Gallego on board 4, and as we mentioned previously, he's playing Vichkov, and Lewis doesn't really care too much about theory because he does other things with his life often. So what should I say? I don't know if that's right. But okay, in this game he's picked quite a quiet system to start with. Okay, knight to c6, and now d4 is obviously very sensible. I recently played b4 in this position against a very strong player, but I lost horribly, so I won't be playing it again.
Who was that strong player?
I knew you were going to ask me that question. So,
No.
so
Against a very strong player.
a strong player, 2600 plus. So
Okay.
I can't recall the name of. But
Oh, okay.
I recently was a while back, so I'm sure it'll come to me soon. But
Where's he from, Simon? Maybe I can help you figure it out.
You can. Okay, my brain will click into gear soon. So, okay, I could be thinking for a while now. It's one of those pronunciation names.
What country?
He's a very strong player, actually. Give me 2 minutes and it'll come to me.
Okay.
Okay, I'll come back to that.
We'll
So,
come back to that.
And, okay, after bishop g2, bishop e7.
Let's make a bet about that, Simon. We come back in 2 minutes. Will you have the
Will
name
I have
or
the name in my
not?
head? Okay, I think he's from Bulgaria. And he's over 2600. Oh, this is really bad. I feel really terrible now. I should remember the names of all my opponents. So I obviously don't have a memory like Fischer, more like a fish. So, which is a pity. But anyway, okay. So my fish
So
memory just
can we
comes from
can we make that bet, Simon?
maybe not.
No, you don't want to.
Okay. Knight takes d4, castles, and
Delchev.
that's the one. Delchev. Yeah. Okay. You
Okay.
can make the bet now if you want. So. And now pawn to a4. So this is well, this is a very solid setup from white, but it's just sort of this is kind of Luis Gallego's position. He's not going to go for anything too sharp. He's happy to avoid mainline theory, and he just wants to play on and on. So you know, I would say just fairly standard position, and not much is going.
Yeah, black will probably play like bishop d7 next.
Bishop d7 and yeah, rook c8, knight e5, this kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe there will be a trade on d4 if white allows, and bishop c6.
Yeah.
I mean, in general,
Let's say d5, do you think he will go to c2 or d3?
Okay.
Knight e2, h3, d4, knight
Sure.
d3 line.
Okay, so Odin's asked a question: if black does play e5 here, I'd be a bit shocked about that move because also white might have the possibility.
knight f5.
Knight f5.
Yeah, here knight
Yeah.
f5 maybe. You take knight d4. You cannot play knight d4 without losing b7, I think, in an unfortunate way.
And also g4 might just be
Right.
quite a solid option to play first with g5. Yeah, the problem here is white's lights away bishop is just so strong. Control of
I
the
mean,
e4 and
d5 maybe.
d5.
Can we look at that? There's maybe bishop, unless you have bishop e3.
Or
It's a little
g5.
bit.
G5
g5, your g pawn is going to hang
Yeah.
maybe after knight e4.
It's going to go g5 then f6.
F6?
Yeah, just
Yeah,
try
I
to
don't know whose king is going to
messy,
suffer
isn't it?
more.
Gets messy, yeah.
Yeah, but e5, it's unlikely that we're going to see this move.
I think so, yeah.
It's not very typical for this line. It weakens the d5 square a
Yeah.
lot. So what would you play in e5, Simon?
If
Your
E5
knight
is
f5?
played
Well,
there,
yeah, what do you
I'd
think
be
you
very
have?
tempted to play knight f5. I mean, Odin also mentioned that white can possibly consider playing.
Knight e2
Knight
actually.
e2.
Knight e2 makes sense, and then
Yeah.
putting the, controlling d4, and then putting the knight into d5 next.
Yeah, and we can also maybe even consider like bishop g5 and swapping off the knight on f6 to
Right.
gain control of d5. h3, g4 might be an idea, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
sometimes.
Sometimes knight g3, maybe. I don't know.
But knight d5, it seems that like the first thing you would start with is
Sure,
to
yeah,
flop
okay,
in on
yeah.
that square with the knight.
Then go c4, maybe, or some later pawn.
Maybe not
possibly.
c4.
Okay, maybe not.
Don't
Maybe.
weaken d4 too much.
Yeah. Got knight on e2 to worry about that square. Maybe, yeah. But knight d5, yeah, looks like a good plan actually. So, definitely.
I predict we'll see bishop d7.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised.
Or
if,
even
e5 's played.
knight takes d4 and bishop d7.
I just checked we haven't got any more moves in that game. If not, we'll move on to another game. And Irina, it's your turn to pick a game. So we haven't got any more moves here. This is the board 4 encounter with Gallego. So Irina, which game would you like to look at now?
Let's not look at the game Zhukova Navarra because I see there are very few pieces on that board, even though white is up a pawn. Looks a little bit dry. So let's take a look at Eljanov versus Elizabeth Patz.
Okay, so this is, which board? This is going to be board 5. And okay, looks like a very solid game.
Yeah, Elizabeth Patz, she's a few months younger than me. I think she's born in April 1984. And, I've known her for a long time. We, grew up playing in the same World Youth Championships, although usually in different sections because of that few months age difference. And I was her roommate once in Bermuda. We played a tournament there in 2002. So she's a very nice girl, has an attacking style. I think maybe her positional play has always been like the relatively weaker part of her play, but she's got a very nice attacking style.
We have a comment from Mike Klein that your hair looks very nice. So
Thank you,
have
Mike.
Some,
Thank you.
You have some admirers.
Mike, well,
Okay.
Mike is a friend of mine, I got to tell you.
Okay.
And I've actually often done commentary with him.
Yeah.
And it's nice. It's nice to hear from Mike. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. Okay, good stuff. And we're trying to keep the comments coming in and reply to most of them when we get a chance. Okay, so let's go on with this game. So we have a very standard sort of opening, a very solid approach from both sides, I think it's fair to say. And
So this
okay.
is the G6 Slav,
And Kamsky, your fellow sort of
American.
plays this quite often, doesn't he? He's one of the experts,
Yes,
I think. In
Gata
G6
has
live.
played this type of line a lot as black. It's not an easy position to play as black. I'm not sure I would go for something like this against Eljanov, giving up the bishop pair to suffer in a slightly worse position, you know, for the rest of the game, because that's what it is, and you have to have, you know, just a very good positional sense, like Gata, to enjoy playing long positions, long maneuvering games, in order to play this line for black. So I'm not sure, I mean, of course it is very solid for black, but I'm not sure that that's what I would do against such a good positional player like Eljanov.
No, because this is.
So
I'd be
I
very
mean,
happy with this position. I
yeah,
imagine.
definitely this game is going to continue for a while, but
Yeah.
I'm just not sure about the opening choice, whether it's the correct strategy.
Sure. So if you can hear us, the sound will be corrected soon. So okay, e6, b3, and rook e8, bishop b2, knight bd7. So yeah, this is just very solid setup. But white's always going to have some kind of.
Yeah, eventually
small
their queen
advantage.
might come back to e2. I don't know. It's a lot of maneuvering usually takes place before the game opens up.
Yep. Bishop to f1.
Yeah, I think the point of that move of a bishop f1 is black is looking for a good moment to play the move e5.
Yep. Okay.
So actually, if we just look at that one moment's kind of critical. Queen e7. Why is white choosing this particular moment to retreat the bishop, Simon? Because e5 is already a threat.
Yep.
Because when the queen is on e7, black has extra support for the move e4. So if we just make some random move here for white, Simon, let's say a3,
Okay.
then black can already play e5. And when white takes on d5, they can continue with the move e4. So that seems to win a piece, unless you can try d6. But I play queen e6.
e6, yeah.
And I do win a piece.
Looks
Some,
good.
you know, maybe a pawn or so. But
Sure.
So that's the black's typical idea, this move e5, and obviously you don't want to take on e5 and fall into the knight takes e5 fork, so that explains the move bishop f1. So basically, like, the beginning of this game is going to be these sort of slow maneuvering moves. White is taking care to make sure black does not get any counterplay. Now black can't play e5 because white will capture on d5. Actually, we can take a look at that, Simon. Can black play e5?
Okay, so e5 is always kind of the critical move, isn't it, in this position?
Right.
I mean, c5 rarely works, and otherwise black's going to be very passive. So e5, I mean, the only danger of a move like e5 as well, when the position opens up, white does have the two bishops, and this is going to benefit the side with the two bishops. But let's have a look. Can black play e5? Well, I guess it's critical if you take on d5. That's got to be one critical try. And now, do you go e4? Is this a possibility?
Right, you have to go on e4 unless you want to lose a pawn.
So e4 is the move we're going to look at now. And now what do we play with whites? Well, number of decent
now
options.
we can play d6.
Okay. And if I take this, is this so bad? So d6.
You can play queen d6, right?
Yeah, queen d6.
Queen d6, and you're still having the e4 pawn protected, so I have to go queen e2.
Yeah, but now maybe just sort of knight b6 to d5 doesn't look too bad for black. I mean, this is
It looks like a reasonable position for black.
looks perfectly playable. So
You've got the d5 square and the bishop on b2 can't be activated that easily.
So after e4, we can play queen to b5. Maybe this is the plan. So something like queen to e2, and now let's say black captures back on.
Maybe with the knight.
Okay, so knight takes. So you can go knight
Because if you take
b6.
back with the pawn, why do you need those knights? I'm not sure. So
Okay.
maybe, right.
So now I'm going to go
Like
knight
this,
takes,
like
pawn
this.
takes, and queen b5.
Knight b6.
And now maybe something like queen a5, with the idea of going bishop a3, and
also
also
not that easy for black to defend the a7
Yeah.
pawn. The knight on b6 is, you know, that knight just needs to remaneuver itself to c6, and I think black would be okay.
totally fine.
The
Yeah,
problem is,
yeah.
where's the knight?
It's going to take a
Not
while.
a good square.
Definitely. So this looks very good for white, doesn't it? I think this position
I think
very, very pleasant.
This is a concrete problem
Yeah.
for black. Yeah.
So I'm assuming then e5 is not playable.
Yeah, e5, yeah, positionally I think doesn't work out
No.
that well.
So actually, that's why
Black
knight
played
b6 was
b6.
played.
And what's the idea of this move?
Well, it looks very strange square for the knight. I mean,
It's a pretty strange square in these lines, right?
Yeah.
What is black trying to do exactly?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what black's trying to do with knight b6. I mean, generally knights are very bad. It's quite a good tip
Do you
on
think
these
maybe-
squares.
Well, yeah, the other knight can't be going to d7, I don't think.
No, I mean the knights are generally bad on these squares if you're playing against a pawn on b3, or if you've got a knight on g6 playing against a pawn on g3 as well.
Yeah.
They just don't make sense because they haven't really got much potential. So,
Well, one thing we're not going to see in this position, we're not going to see white making a trade on d5.
no. So if we did capture on d5, this would relieve a lot of tension and only
Help black.
help black, yeah.
Because black would recapture ed.
Yeah,
And they have knight e4.
sure. It's knight jumping in here.
And the knight on b6 is
Oops.
no longer so bad. What we have here is a Carlsbad structure. So white's typical plan would be a queenside pawn storm with like b4, a4, b5. The knight on b6 is not so bad, not only because sometimes it can come into c4, but sometimes even by the c8 square it can come to d6. That's actually the ideal square for black's knight in this position on d6.
But I guess, I mean,
we're not going
white's...
to see that. We're just trying to explain that, like,
Yeah.
you know, what white wants to avoid. I'm also not sure that white wants to play the move e4.
No, I was just thinking about e4, but e4 is maybe a little bit quick. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's a reason for white to rush anything here either, because
Right.
if black's playing a move like knight b6, black's basically saying, well, I'm not entirely sure what I'm playing here. I don't have a plan. It's
Or
more...
maybe we're just not sure, Simon.
Maybe we're not sure. That's probably quite likely as well, so yeah. But I don't know, it just seems like a strange square, the b6 square.
Yeah, e4, I don't think white needs to trade any pieces, first of all, because white has some kind of advantage in space, right?
Yeah.
So black would obviously, you know, capture on e4 here, trade a pair of knights. Did you know that the bishop pair is much better in combination with a knight than it is on its own?
Right, I didn't know.
So that's why the trade of knights, I'm sorry to be teaching you such basic
Yeah, thanks.
Simon.
It's all right. I don't know these things. I learn something every day.
Yeah,
so.
no, it's really true. I mean, I learned this kind of,
Oh.
you know, recently. I mean, okay, I was always happy with the bishop pair in itself, right?
But-
It's
but-
strong in itself.
but Irene,
even with a knight, it's even stronger.
But you know, I prefer knights anyway.
Right.
So I don't care
Right,
about
that wouldn't-
bishops.
That wouldn't be relevant to you.
I've
but
got no love for bishops. Well, I do sometimes, but okay. I was
this type of position, maybe c5 is also
Yeah, I was-
concrete.
a bit worried about bishop a3 here. This is just a little tactical point of c5.
okay.
Otherwise, c5 would be a very good plan, but bishop a3, yeah, is
That
not
pins
so
the queen. That's a little
Yeah.
bit problematic.
not so
Knight
easy.
d7,
So.
but you have queen
Yeah.
d7. So you can't play c5.
But again,
right?
Irina, even in this position, I'd rather have my knight on b6 on d7.
Right.
What's the knight doing on b6 here? It just looks
Sure.
very odd. Because if it's on d7, then c5 is a much better move because it controls c5. I might even consider e5 at some point.
Maybe queen
but-
c7 for black here. Just getting out of
queen
the pin.
c7.
Maybe. It's not an awful score for the queen.
It's quite a,
You know
quite a
what's
solid
interesting?
setup.
Maybe white should be actually. What move would you play here for white?
Um,
I have an idea. I was thinking it's time to improve the bishop on f1.
okay.
So if you do something like g3, bishop g2, it also, I mean, at least it stops the idea c5. Makes it more difficult for black to carry out. Of course, the problem here is that c5 is not black's only idea. You know, there's also the e5 idea.
I also quite like h4 in these type of positions. Is that so crazy? h4, h5? Just to try to start probing on the king side? Maybe that's
No, I
not
think
so
it's
ridiculous.
a good idea. I think that the question, though, is if you play h4, black plays c5.
Yeah.
You know, responds to the attack on the flank, you know, by playing in the center.
But then you kind of want your bishop on f3 here or g2, don't
Yeah,
you?
the
As you
bishop
say.
on f1 right now is a little bit misplaced, so that's why I thought
Yeah.
maybe that diagonal would be
Sure.
better
Yeah.
for it.
So g3, bishop g2 looks very sensible.
But actually, I don't think we're going to see any of these moves for
I don't
white.
think so. No, I mean,
I don't think he's going to hurry with the move e4, even though it could be an idea at some point. I think actually it'd be interesting to try to see what move he'd make. It's a little hard to predict the slow maneuvering moves, because for those
Yeah.
who tend to need to think more.
I mean, I kind of like the idea. I know it's probably not playable in this position, but I'd like to. Well, I was considering playing a4 here, but I think positionally a4 is maybe a mistake for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
But if I can get a5 in, then it's very useful. But queen b4 is very annoying here,
Or even a5.
and even a5 could be a problem. So maybe a4 is a bit premature.
Is g3 here so silly? Because as we mentioned before, on a number of these lines you want your bishop on g2. You don't have to rush to play bishop g2, but maybe it's just a useful move to improve the position. I think the move c5, which I guess a lot of beginners might be tempted to play c5, because I played a similar kind of idea when I started out in chess. Just, you know, you move a pawn, you attack a piece, looks like a good move. I think this is worth pointing out, this is probably a positional mistake, because when the knight drops back to d7, you might think, okay, white's gained time. I mean, it might not be so bad for white, but now black's plan of e5 becomes much stronger.
Yeah, because you no longer have pressure on black's center. You've released pressure on the d5 pawn, and you've given black a free hand to play e5. So even though you've gained a tempo on the knight, and you can play b4 here to support your c5 pawn, you know, after e5, it looks like black is getting decent counterplay. Black doesn't have any bad pieces, and he can fight in the center now.
Yeah, this looks perfectly okay for black. Let's move on to another game, shall we, Irina?
Okay.
So, sorry?
Do we have a question?
Adams, we looked at Adams already briefly, so we'll come back to that. It looks very interesting, board one game, Mickey Adams versus outside, but we probably come back to that, shall we say?
Let's
it's,
look at Richard Rapport versus Tanya Sajda, because that looks
that's going to be very interesting games.
There's already something unusual there going on with the pawn structure.
There's always something unusual going on in Richard's
with
games.
Richard's pawn structures.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, knight c3. So
Well,
I think that
typical Richard move.
Yeah,
is that fair to
takes
say?
Tanya out of any preparation she might.
Do you know
have
the
made.
name of this opener? It's got a Dutch name, hasn't it? Anyone here remember the name?
Well, if we saw e4, e5, then we can call it the Vienna.
The Vienna. Okay, yeah, okay. So, but anyone know the name of this opening? The Van der.
Van Geet.
Excuse me, did you have something in your throat there? So yeah, okay. How do you pronounce it?
Van Geet.
Okay, I better be careful how I pronounce that, otherwise it might come out horribly wrong. So, okay, but yeah, it's definitely got a Dutch name. Definitely got a Dutch name. And knight to c3. Well, it's just typical Richard playing a move like this. I mean, he just doesn't seem to care what openings he plays.
Reverse Chigorin. That's what we get into very soon, Simon.
Oh, he plays d4.
Right.
Yeah,
so it's
okay.
like white is playing a Chigorin up a tempo.
Because I know e4 is obviously the other way you can play his position,
Right.
but okay, so d4, knight to a6, and didn't we see a number of games recently in Wake and Z with this opening? I think
Jobava was playing this. Yes.
Jobava, who also plays lots of interesting
I would
openings.
like to see a match, Jobava Rapport.
Oh, that'd be brilliant.
I don't think we would see a single name
No,
opening.
I know. I think we'd be out of the theory books on move 5 in every single game. 227 players, and predicting their games would be impossible. Absolutely impossible, because they're both just maniacs. Absolute maniacs is the only way to describe them. Very strong maniacs, but still maniacs, and they're fascinating to watch because they just come up with new ideas. But also, Najdic then tried to follow Jobava and this opening, and I think he played this against Harry Krishna with white, and he lost in 19 moves. So it's not always good. And I think in that game, black did something bishop f5. Okay, but c6 is played. Oh, well, black does play bishop f5. And I can't. So Richard Rapport is actually following Najdic's game when Najdic lost in 19 moves. Do you reckon he's going to bang out those 19 moves and then resign? Probably not. No. So.
No. What's his time situation?
Okay. Yeah.
So he has a pretty big advantage on the clock, but not playing as quickly as yesterday.
Okay. Yeah. So Richard Rapport has 1 hour 32 minutes, and Tanya has spent about 32 minutes on the game so far. Okay, so let's get to the current position, e6, and now one of Richard's favourite moves, g4. No messing about on the king side, he plays that often. And h4, and exchange of bishops. Pawn takes, very interesting decision. Very interesting decision, pawn takes d3. I mean, I'm pretty convinced that...
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with pawn takes d3.
I'm pretty convinced that most players would always go queen takes here. The only slight concern with pawn takes is if you go e4 at some stage, does d4 become weak?
I don't think you need to play e4.
Okay.
Do we ever need to play e4? I mean, you're either going to play on the king side or play on the queen side if black's king tries to go there.
Yep. So very solid pawn formation. I mean, these pawns in the centre do cover a lot of squares. Okay, a number of pieces are getting exchanged here.
Maybe if the queen would have... What happens if the queen would have taken out? Is c5 still too early for black to play here because of knight b5?
Let's have a look. So queen takes d3 looks more natural because now a standard idea would also be castles queenside
Right.
e4.
Yeah, it allows white to castle faster.
Yeah. So then c5, and you've got something going on b5 possibly.
Knight b5.
Like b5. Okay, can I go knight a6, or is this a little bit? Maybe I can try knight to a6 just to try to stop this knight jumping
Yeah, but then
in.
it's not clear. I mean, first of all, the knight on a6 is not very good, and it's not easy for us to get rid of the knight on b5, right?
I'm going to go queen a5 check, I think, and you
And
might have
c4.
to, yeah, queen a5 check c4, and after queen a5 check, you might have to go knight to c3.
Maybe king f2.
King f2.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe even now I still go queen to a5. It's interesting. You have knight d6 check then
Yeah,
as well.
that's the idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's crafty. Okay, yeah, maybe this is quite an unbalanced position still.
Queen d3 was possible. I don't know if c5 was correct for black.
Sure,
Giving up the b5 score, probably not.
but okay, Richard did decide to take the pawn, which is an interesting decision. And now, okay, more pieces get simplified, and after knight on b to d7, Richard plays king to f2. I suppose one of the benefits of having two pawns on the d file is that it kind of stops black's play, because when black either tries to break with c5 or e5, white can
Have
also...
a ready-made replacement.
That's right,
for
yeah.
that pawn. Whose
Yeah.
position do you like more, Simon?
I think white has some kind of small edge here. Probably some kind of small edge for white. So, for example, if e5, then you can go pawn takes e5, knight takes, and then d4. So,
Knight c4?
knight c4, and something like queen e2. Is that solid? Seems like white's got a bit more space on
That's
the king
very
side.
solid, Simon. How about g5?
G5?
Instead of queen e2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm interested
That's
in
more
seeing
fun.
what happens if we follow up. Maybe just knight d7.
Knight d7. Do I keep pushing my g pawn up the board? g6? Maybe.
Right? g6.
Looks interesting.
Actually, that looks like a nice initiative for white.
Some kind of edge, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's basically white's main idea, this move g5, and that's why I think it's harder for black to play this position.
Yeah, I agree, totally agree. I mean, here, actually, I don't know if g6 is right, because black could castle, and I'm
Castle.
a little bit concerned about white's king on the f file. But maybe, I don't know. I think white has got an edge, even if white doesn't go g6. I mean, g6 was not necessary.
g6 we were trying to protect the g5 pawn, I think. It was not even only
Yeah, okay.
attacking, it was more like I don't want to just
Protect
lose
her.
that pawn for free.
Okay, yeah. But white should have an edge here in the position of the game.
So
I
king
think
f2.
definitely.
Let's just see, I'm just curious to see what black should do after king f2.
Okay, so king f2. Do we have any more moves? I think this is currently the position, king f2. And
Black should try to castle queenside, it's not.
I mean, I really wouldn't enjoy. I would not enjoy playing this position as black. I have to say, because I think white has some kind of small edge just because of space advantage, and it's very hard to find an active plan here. And I think Tanya's quite an active player. There's some of the games I've seen Tanya play. She seems to play in a very active style, and I've seen her play, sharp tactical games. And this kind of position doesn't seem to really suit her style. And
No.
I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't suit my style. I wouldn't like this position.
It wouldn't suit pretty much anyone's style.
No, exactly.
because
Yeah,
It's just worse.
it's just worse. Yeah. So maybe Ulf Anderson. Could it suit Ulf's style? I mean, he likes defending slightly worse positions. Well, I don't know if he enjoys it, but he seems to defend them very well.
The problem is that, actually, more and more I like this capture with the pawn on d3, because imagine black tries to castle queenside. Obviously, white's going to play b4, right?
Sure.
So when they play b4, if their pawn was on c2, their c4 square would be weaker. It'd be harder for them
Yeah.
to attack.
Yeah, this pawn takes d3 could be a very clever move here, actually. And okay, so interesting position, but I think white's slightly better in the game, so Richard's going to be very happy with the way the opening has gone. And now we're going to move on to another game. So
Let's take a look at the game of Movsesian versus Javahishvili.
okay, so this is, which board's this one then? This is, I think, board a bit lower down.
It's around board 15, I think.
Board 15.
Yeah.
Okay, so board 15, and
So we had a tweet, Simon, from Daniel Foley at DWA D Foley.
Yep.
who said that Movsesian appears to be in trouble against Javahishvili.
Okay, let's have a look at this game. So,
Let's go to the current position and see
sure.
if we agree with that assessment.
Okay, just so similar to Galego's opening.
Yes,
just wanted to
Javahishvili likes to play the e6
right.
Sicilian.
Just want to see it very quickly because it looks quite an interesting kind of way Black's play. We will go through the moves very quick. And okay, so some tactics have happened. Queen g3, Queen f6, King h2. So this is current position, and it's equal on points here. I mean, I quite like White's position here. I think just initially looking at the position, this dark square bishop on e3.
Extremely powerful.
And you can always go f4, so I don't think I've got too much to worry about with the knight on e5. Maybe Black should play g5 here, but then it's where his king could become very weak.
Is there a problem with Black playing knight takes d3 and queen takes c3?
Well, d6 looks very weak there. I mean, that's how it looks. Queen takes c3.
Yes, you're going to take on
I'm
d6
probably going to take on d6. I might
stop me from castling.
some other options as well. I think I had. I could also play rook c1 as well as taking on d6. But queen takes d6 just looks very logical.
Right. No, White looks better here.
Yeah.
Also, bishop c5 might be coming with a
Bishop.
mate on e7.
Right. Sure. In this position, bishop d4 is another concern in some positions.
Yeah,
So.
dark squares are very weak in Black's camp. So, no,
Yeah.
Black cannot do that. Let's try to see why our viewer thinks this position is better for Black.
I'm not sure. King
King
h2, and I mean, White's simple plan here is to play pawn to f4 at some stage, kick the knight away on e5, maybe prepare this move with bishop d4 first. So let's just say, I mean, Black is not going to castle here. I really think castle would be nearly suicide here, but we'll have a quick look at this possibility. And now maybe something like bishop to d4, extremely strong square for the bishop.
Yeah, you would have to hurry to play something like queen g5 here.
Queen g5, and even here I think I mean, I could go f4 maybe is nothing too much for White, some kind of small edge.
Yeah. The endgame should be okay for
The endgame's
Black.
probably okay, so maybe not bishop d4.
Bishop d4 runs into queen g5, so f4 right away.
f4, but
C6.
then maybe now I'm dropping this pawn on c3, so I don't know. Could I even play bishop e2 here first? Maybe bishop e2 with the idea of playing f4 and just keeping my bishops on the board. You'll probably have to go back to c6 for your knight covering, so let's say something like rook to e8, and now if I go f4, you probably play knight to c6. Okay, I mean it's...
Knight to g6 could also be possible. Not a bad square for... Oh, knight to g6, there's bishop d4.
Yeah, I was just trying to stop this bishop to d4 move. So after f4, I don't know if f4 is correct to play here, but knight to c6 in some position like this. Bishop to d3, I expect Black will then grab this pawn. I mean, it just looks like there's going to be some danger to the Black king if he castles kingside. I would be very uncomfortable having my king on ga. What about you, Irina, here? I mean, you might be okay,
I prefer White's position.
Yeah.
It's not clear what Black is going to have to counter that bishop on e3 with.
No, so
I like Movsesian's game.
Yeah, looks like it's slightly better there. So we'll go to another game now, and let's go to a game we haven't looked at yet. So we go to this all Spanish clash, Pardo versus Paco, and this is very sort of clash of generations. I think we said before, because Pardo is only not even, I think he's 19, yeah, not even 20. So, and he has the white pieces. Could even be 18.
He might not have turned 19 yet. It's still the beginning of the
scary.
year.
So, and he's 24.50 already. When did you become an IM, Irina, if you don't mind me asking?
I was 16.
16? Wow, okay. That's young. Yeah. Following in the footsteps of Bobby Fischer.
I was playing chess from an early age.
Wow. Impressive. And, okay, so we'll go through the games here. So, the younger Spanish guy, Davids, has the white pieces. Paco, who had a little break from chess, so had a break and now has just come back to chess. I think he got sick of some results and he wasn't too happy, which is a real pity because extremely talented player, Paco, who plays very imaginative, interesting chess and has had a number of great victories. I think he beat one of the games I can remember he played. I don't know if you remember this game, Irina, when he beat Kramnik with the black pieces in a Sicilian, but he played
very weird Sicilian. He played an early sort of Srezhnikov kind of thing, but he allowed his opponent to come into d6 with his knight. And he beat Kramnik in something like 30 moves with black.
That must have been a long time ago.
It's a while back, yeah, but you still never see...
That was back when Kramnik was playing e4, and he hasn't been playing e4
for a long time,
so it must have been about 10 years ago.
It was a long time ago, definitely, but still very impressive even then.
Yeah.
Kramnik's obviously a very strong player. I think this is after his match against Kasparov, so he's already been world champion. So again, we've
got a pretty typical Nimzo-Indian type of position here.
Very standard, I think, this position. Black's very solid. White's
often in these positions, Black's knight is on c6. Paco has played it a little bit unusually and has managed to get his knight to d7. Might be better on d7.
Quite possibly, yeah. I guess on c6 it can come to a5 quite often, which is sometimes a useful square to pressurise the queen side. I mean, okay, after bishop d3, White must be intending to play e4 at the correct moment, and he's got two bishops.
They can also try to play c4, bishop b2,
okay.
In which case maybe then Black would like to make the move bishop e4 and trade off the bishop pair, even though we know bishops are not as valuable as knights.
Okay, yeah, I mean bishop takes f3 would be my choice there. It wouldn't actually, it would be a pretty horrible move, bishop takes f3, but well, yesterday
so we want to show that variation.
Sure.
Let's say, what move could Black make instead?
Bishop, I like bishop e4. Bishop e4 looks like a really good line. I mean, let's say...
Well, I meant if White tries to play c4, then bishop e4 is logical.
I mean, rook c8 looks very natural to me, but I mean, another plan of Black is e5, yeah. And now, if c4, now you're thinking bishop to e4 as well.
Yeah.
The move, okay.
Just typical, trading off that bishop and...
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean, it looks fairly even, this position. I don't think there's much going on here at the moment. Ideally, I think White would like to play some idea with e4 and maybe e5, and then he could start an attack against Black's king. But I've had sort of a number of games where I've actually managed to do this e4, e5 plan, and even then it's very double-edged, because Black's bishop on b7 becomes a very strong piece. Right, so
it does seem like e4 is, I mean, definitely White's idea here. Let's just take a look at that. So it's Black's move, and he needs to find a way to meet that idea.
I mean, I guess Black will play something like rook c8, because then even after e4, you can just go e5. And
but then d5. Don't you have a problem there? I don't think it's the position you want.
No, unless I get my knight to d6, and even then it's not so clear.
You might get your knight to d6.
Okay, let's try rook c8, because then I have some ideas.
e4.
e4. Yeah, and even now this is
Actually, I don't know. I think Black needs a good antidote to this e4 idea.
So what about bishop to e4 immediately? Is this so silly? After bishop d3, bishop to e4?
No, maybe not so silly. Of course, we're going to avoid the trade of bishops, and we'll play bishop a6. That's the problem. White's never going to give up his light squared bishop. And then he'll try to get rid of this bishop with knight d2.
Yeah, okay, so maybe...
Actually, yeah, exactly.
You like White's position?
Well, there's no reason not to like White's position. White has the bishop pair and strong center, and he has a clear idea that Black needs to find something to do against. So
it's easier to play, isn't it, White's position?
Right.
Definitely. I mean, Black has to play a lot more accurately here.
Yeah,
White can just play natural moves, so
more comfortable with the bishop pair, and this is the kind of position you're much more likely to see me get as White than as Black.
Okay, so we'll have a move on to another game now. And so...
Are we able to see our live stream, Simon?
It doesn't seem to be coming up at the moment, but I'll have another go and get the live stream up in a second. I think, should we go to board one? Because this is very interesting. We started having a look at Adams versus outside, and Adams is playing quite an aggressive setup for Mickey. And we haven't looked at Glenn Fear's game yet, but we'll just come back to Mickey's game, because this is very interesting. Mickey has played very aggressively by lunging his pawns up the board on the king side, and he's played like this a number of times before. I remember, against Anand he's played in this way, but it is a very aggressive way to play, and we kind of thought Black should be quite happy as well, because Black stabilised a strong knight on the e5 square, but White does have pressure on the f file. This is a good move, knight to f3. I like this move. I've seen him play this move before against, I think he's played a very similar move against and just to try to get rid of this knight on e5. It's kind of really Mickey move. I mean, if I was playing this position here, I'd be thinking, right, how could I sacrifice something on e6, you know, get my rooks on the f-file, castle queen side. I wouldn't be thinking, oh, let's just go knight to f3, swap off this powerful knight, put my bishop on d4, and I've got a nice position. I'm not saying...
I don't know if white has a nice position. let's see a few more moves, Simon.
Okay, so let's see how it goes. Knight.
Yes, black reacted very naturally with knight fd7.
And the bishop on g7 is going to look very good. Knight takes knight,
Right.
knight takes, queen d2.
I mean, the knight on f6 was not super impressive either, so I think it was a decent trade for black. He took the knight from f6 and brought it to e5.
Okay.
Right, and actually, I did think that he might want to use the e7 square for the queen when we saw this position earlier, so I'm not that surprised to see it on the square, because it needed to be protecting the e6 pawn so that the bishop could be developed to b7. So castle's long, rook d8. So I guess black decided here that it was just too dangerous for him to try to castle queenside as well. That's an interesting decision. I mean, how bad was it to try to castle queenside?
Can I try to come in with queen d4, queen a7? That's one idea.
We saw that idea not work in Eljanov's game,
right, yeah.
where the Fianchetto bishop on b7 does a pretty good job.
Also, I mean, I'd like a4 in this position as well.
He'll try to weaken me on the queen side with that move.
I think a4 is a useful move to flick in.
Yes. Well, actually, b4.
b4.
Knight a2.
Knight a2.
Right, and you can afford, to.
Yeah, I think if you go a5, it looks very weak on the.
Yes. The king does not belong on the queen side. That's clear.
Bishop b6 here immediately actually is very strong. Just winning a pawn, I think.
All right, let's not look at this position anymore.
Looks horrible, yeah. So
it upsets me to look at that. Okay, so
it's pretty disgusting. So where's black going to put the king?
I think actually he has a decent chance of taking it to the king side. Although maybe that's why we're going to see a rook on f1 soon.
Yeah. Do we have any more moves here? I mean, this is the current position. So after rook to d8. Yeah, I mean, I think black will probably have to leave the king in the centre here because white's going to quickly put a rook on f1. Black's just going to have to leave the king in the centre and play around that. The problem with leaving the king on e8 is it's very hard for black to get active because the rooks are going to never be able to connect. You've got a king in the way of the rook on h8, the rook on d8, and if you're going rook to d8, you have to come up with some active plan. You kind of want your rook on. If you can move your other rook on h8 in this position to c8, just imagine you can do that. Black would have a very nice position, I think. But a rook on h8 could well be out of the game for a long time. White's got ideas of h4. I'm not saying white's necessarily better here. I think his position is a lot easier to play, white's position. I think Gelfand has played like this, yeah. I mean, sometimes as black.
It's interesting because black has no bad pieces here, but the problem is his king. His minor pieces are just excellent. So it's like very rarely that you're going to be worse with such excellent minor pieces, which are actually better than white's. Like, I mean, the knight on e5 is better than the knight on c3.
Yeah.
I think the bishop pair is more active.
I've seen a very interesting move here, actually. I mean, something logical would be rook to f1. But could you play h4 here? This is a kind of a hacky move I'd consider. And then I think black has to capture this pawn. And then I go g5. And just try to go bishop h5, try to take on h4 with my rook, and play like this. I mean, there's this possibility.
Let me take on g5, Simon. No, you're supposed to follow my trick.
I've just seen the trick. Okay, Irina, I'll play white. I'll go bishop takes g5.
Just follow up with your idea. That's what you wanted to do. Okay, queen g5.
Queen g5.
Oh, giving up the queen for the bishop.
Queen takes queen.
Yes, and then using the standard Sicilian
bishop
trick
h6.
to take it back.
I fell for a standard Sicilian trick. And bishop h5 doesn't get me anywhere here. I don't think so.
Thankfully not.
Yeah, I know.
Missed that, but I should have seen that.
King d7, I think, and I think you're safe. So.
King is very safe on.
Yeah, and all of a sudden black's better here because the knight's on e5. So maybe not h4.
But your idea was very good. Maybe that's why I think we'll see Adams making a prophylactic move like king b1. King
b1 first, maybe, yeah. And then bishop g7. Let's just say potentially then maybe we can try h4.
Right, pawn takes.
It's a bit different now because maybe you can capture on g5 and go bishop f6.
Right. Yes, I think I can do that.
Which is the kind of thing I wanted to stop before. So bishop takes. Now this move was not possible previously, but you had a much stronger idea. And
I mean, I guess black's okay here. There's a good pawn sort of covered to the king, and
Yeah, no, it's
pawn up.
interesting. It might still be balanced, you know, because the fact that black's pieces are good is balanced out by the fact that his king is not so good.
Yeah.
We'll see what's
see,
more
yeah.
important.
So I mean, probably Mickey will just go like rook f1 and just play some moves.
Bishop g7 and you mean like rook f1?
Maybe rook f1 here.
Bishop g7, king b1.
You know, I'm
like
even
that.
considering, what about sort of moving this rook to f1? Is that so silly? Just so I can keep h4 as a possibility? I don't know if that's a good idea. I mean, it doesn't look like the most logical move, rook on d to f1, but
Bishop g7.
bishop g7, and my h4 is not working again, is it? Because you do the same trick about...
So king b1.
I don't think it's working. King b1,
Right.
and now h4 is definitely my idea.
Right. So this is the question: how black plays here. Now,
I'll be tempted to try to swap off my rook on
you know what's
h8.
interesting? A move like knight g6 is kind of interesting to me.
Knight
Because I want to
g6.
control those important squares. And the interesting thing here is, like, when you look at this position, right, you want to activate the bishop on g7, right? And the bishop and the knight, they seem to be competing for the same square. Like, the knight looks excellent there, but the bishop would be very happy on that square as well. You know, so maybe what you need to do is find one square for the knight and then give up that square to the bishop. So knight g6, if you can put the bishop on e5.
Looks like a good
and
move. I like that move,
F4,
actually. Yeah, you can plonk
then
these
you get
pieces in these good
you know,
squares.
your dark square control established, and it's starting to look
Yeah,
better.
it's looking good. Do I have some dirty tactic? You know this expression? Naughty tactic, like knight takes b5.
It looks a
No?
little bit annoying.
I like my naughty tactics. That's naughty try a tactic. I don't know if it works, but it's a naughty try. So, well,
Well, I can ignore it. I can take on
Okay.
e4 for now.
okay, nice and calm.
All right.
Calm for now. This is looking,
What, is it so bad?
I don't know, but it's looking interesting.
D7?
Okay, let's
Maybe,
try.
Hold on. I can
So, you can also take on h1. It's getting a rather random
I
position.
cannot take on h1. You take on d8, you take on
Okay,
d6.
d6, and that's horrible. And maybe I'll just go bishop d3 actually, next move. Bishop,
Let's go
something
rook
nice.
d7.
Solid defense. Solid defense for now. What about something like even queen a5 I'm tempted to play? It looks very ropey, this position for black. Ropey means suspect.
Queen
English
queen
expression.
a5, you know, I can take an h1 already. And then I may be
Thing.
able to castle someday, Simon.
Okay, let's
I
have a
don't
look. Let's have a look at
know,
this
that'll take
crazy
you by
line.
surprise if I do that.
Okay, here we go. Definitely don't want to use castle. So queen takes a6. Let's just not worry about a whole rook. I probably should be worried about whole rook, to be honest, but
Okay, bishop d7. You see that?
nice
You
and
move
calm
backwards.
defense. And now queen a7. This is looking more like rubbish by the minute. So
Yeah, you don't think this is going to work, do you, Simon?
I don't think it's
Knight
going to
F4,
work, no.
after knight F4.
Knight to f4 and I resign. But I had a little bit of fun during that process.
You see, black's
So-
minor pieces, even this line, they do a good job.
Yeah, that's
Okay, but
something
knight
looked very
F4,
suspect
I
there.
blundered knight takes b5. I'm not sure, you know,
Yeah.
if that really, bishop e4, if it's enough.
I don't know, it looks very dangerous, this position. Maybe you can play bishop takes e4. I'm just thinking if I can play bishop to d3 here. I guess you can take and go knight to e5 in that position. It's just, I don't know, it's just something looks suspicious here. Anyone see a tactic in the audience? Anyone see a nice idea here? I mean, I could even consider queen a5 immediately. Is that so silly? The idea of going knight to c7 check? Maybe, I don't know. Might be able to play this as black. Yeah, I mean, can't find a way to refute this line so far.
I think
but
the idea is interesting for black with the trading of the bishop and the knight. But yeah, we got to be careful not to blunder any tactics. And I wasn't sure about the c6 square because I didn't want to close up the bishop on b7. And bishop c6 is a bit slow, isn't it?
maybe. I
And
really
knight
like...
f7 is not the right square either. So like knight to g6, is the right
Knight to
idea.
g6 is a really nice positional move because if you can just
Yeah.
go bishop to e5 and plonk something on f4, then black's clearly better then. If you can imagine just transferring the knight on e5 to f4, bishop to e5, black's got to be... Yeah, so it's a really nice positional idea. I'm just wondering if white can somehow stop that plan. But yeah, it's a very dynamic
Can we
position.
ask you
It's-
something? Let's ask.
Okay.
Knight g6, knight b5. Like, how bad is it if I just take the knight?
Okay, so
Yes.
let's have a look at this variation. Bishop
is it
takes.
just absolutely losing after rook
I
d7?
don't know, might not be so bad because you still got good compensation with your dark squares.
I've got good minor pieces.
And yeah, of course, if your king, I can only really attack my bishops. Maybe this is actually completely fine for black. Even if white's material up, I think black could be better actually.
Black needs to play bishop b5, knight f4, and castles like urgently.
Definitely.
And then,
yeah,
go on the attack on the b file.
Okay, I mean the only thing I could try to do here maybe is something like queen to a5 and queen to c7, just to try to hold things up on the queen side. You could even consider knight to f4 now and give up another pawn, maybe at some stage. I don't know.
Right.
Bishop takes e4 as well, could just be a good move here. I don't really have a lot of respect for my pawn on e4. It seems to get taken far too often.
Bishop b4, queen c7, I mean, it's dangerous.
It's dangerous.
But my feeling is black is doing fine in this position.
Yeah, I think so. So I guess that's why.
And I think he's done well, to get something like this against Michael Adams.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, when you're playing Mickey, you certainly don't want to be defending a passive position where you're slightly worse. This is the kind of position you want against Mickey. You want to have some position where you've got some dynamic possibilities, some attacking possibilities, quite messy position. I mean, Mickey can obviously play these positions incredibly well, but he's a bit more uncomfortable in this type of position than he is in a grinding position. So yeah, black can be very happy with this position. How about we go on to Glenn Fleer's game on board 2 now against Maxime?
Seen it yet, have we?
We haven't looked at this game. Okay. So this is Glenn Fleer is on board 2, and he's playing Maxime. And okay, well Glenn now lives in France. But as I mentioned, very strong grandmaster. I mean, his rating might be a bit low, but he's got a lot of experience, and he tends to be very good with the white pieces. So we probably won't spend too much time. Wow, Maxime. Okay, it's worth noting that Maxime played this last year, this e6 move, in the playoff.
Vitukov in the last round.
Was it last round? That's right. Yeah. Very exciting. Very exciting draw. Yeah. So this move e6 looks really strange with his dark square weaknesses, but he's gone for it again. And it's a very interesting opening. So, okay, and I don't know, we won't spend too much time in the opening. Looks like a very open, dynamic position though. Mm-hmm. This is very, there's a lot of open lines, open files, so, okay. So white's going for white's kind of playing like Morphy here. He's just developing quickly, opening up lines, and just going for quick initiative. So, quite interesting, but black's probably got 2 bishops, quite comfortable position as well, I guess.
I glimpsed the final position, and I, for some reason, had a feeling like it was better for white.
Okay, well, let's quickly go forward to the final position, and these 2 pawns in the centre are very useful positionally as well. I mean,
does the centre count for anything?
I think Glenn is one of these players. Like I say, he's only rated 2471, but he's a kind of player who actually excels when he plays high-rated opposition. And as I mentioned before, he had this brilliant result once in England where he was playing some of the best players in the world, I think, and he managed to win the tournament, and he was reserved for that tournament. So he's very good.
I once managed to win a tournament when I was the lowest-rated player, Simon.
What tournament was that?
It was a tournament where I made my first GM norm.
Okay, good stuff.
In 2001, and I came into that tournament. I was rated 2354. And wow. It was a round robin, and I tied for first, so I did have that experience. But in this position, the question is why white didn't play rook takes f7.
That's a good point. Yeah. Where was the tournament? Where was the tournament you played?
New York.
New York. Okay. Yeah. Your hometown. So.
My hometown. Yes, my parents came to my rounds every day. It was actually pretty nice, an unusual experience. Yeah.
So you found it nice playing in your hometown?
I did.
You enjoy?
I did. We don't, actually don't get to play in New York very often. So we hardly have any big tournaments there.
Yeah.
I've played maybe just a couple of tournaments in my life in New York, like serious tournaments, not rapid. And the other one that I played in, I was very close to a GM norm. Just 2 years later, I was playing in the New York City Generation Chess Tournament, and it was held at the Marshall Chess Club, and I came up short by half a point.
Right.
I needed to win my last round for the norm, but I drew.
It's horrible when that happens. I've had to draw so many last rounds.
About that anymore.
You're Grandmaster now. It's brilliant. So anyone who doesn't know, Irina got a Grandmaster title this year in Baku. So brilliant result. So you now that join the ranks of us great ones. and me. So yeah, and so brilliant to be a Grandmaster. And I expect your rating's much higher than mine anyway.
I don't think it's much higher.
Mine's plummeting like a rocket out of the sky. So, a very bad rocket. A broken rocket. So, yeah, why not rook takes f7? Takes the pawn and attacks the queen. Queen to g5, is that maybe black's idea? Just to try to annoy white with queen e3 and knight to e5? I don't know. Maybe queen to g5.
I mean, there's some pressure on against the d4 pawn, right? So if you play queen e2, there's bishop b6.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Queen to g5. Yeah. So king to h1, can I just play that? Some move where I just tuck the king in the corner.
Okay.
And even bishop to e6 was quite interesting as well, but I don't know, it's strange. I mean, I guess black can get quite active with something like rook to f8. Could be a possibility. So, I don't know, some activity. Maybe Glenn's just thinking, well, you know, this might be okay, rook takes f7, but I'm playing Maxime, and the last thing I want to do is allow him to get active against me. If I've got a small edge anyway, why don't I just...
Grandmaster thinking, Simon?
That's the way
that doesn't sound like the way any grandmaster thinks.
Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. So, I don't know, sometimes the way I think, I'm like, just stop him playing.
That's so general, you know, grandmaster's supposed to calculate something, you know, when you got that pawn sitting
I
at
really know.
7.
Grandmasters can be lazy as well. Trust me. Not all grandmasters, but I could certainly be lazy.
He just made an evaluation, the position is unclear. Let me make something simpler.
Well, maybe queen g4 you thought was a better move as well.
Simon?
Yeah,
we were talking earlier about the book evaluations.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Rook f7. If it works, you should play it, obviously. So, I don't know. Maybe can anyone here see why rook takes f7 is not necessarily working? It doesn't.
Maybe queen d6. Let's try queen d6.
Okay, so rook takes f7.
Right, so we're controlling the e6 square here.
I certainly like Glenn's position though, anyway. I'm really quite a fan of Glenn's position.
Let's try to see if he can hold his center together after queen d6.
Okay, it's queen d6.
The threat is bishop c3, bc, knight e5. So you need to get rid of the knight that's protecting the queen on d1 so that you can utilize the pin on the d file. Does that make sense?
Yep. So some trick with knight to e5.
The second threat somewhere is maybe knight b6, queen d4.
Yeah. Okay, so how do we deal with that threat? Yeah, this looks like a good option. So take it on c3 and then go knight to e5 is the idea.
Right, so you don't have a move like knight e2, for example, because of knight e5.
And something like queen, I'm just wondering if I can sacrifice some material back here with queen to b3. But I think you take on d4, so let's just show that. It's check, yeah. So if I go here, it's check, and then you've got time to go knight c5, which is going to be very good for black.
B6 also.
Yeah, bishop b6.
Knight c5 is a good move, of course.
So after queen d6, unless white can stop this plan, then this is not looking so good.
Maybe you should be moving your rook from f7, but then there's also...
I mean, what about rook back to f1? Because then I cover my queen if you try to go knight to e5 at any point. Right. I'm just going to grab this pawn, try to go e5, and just play quite sensible like this. So I've won a pawn.
Yeah, and the funny thing is at knight b6, you might have a problem with your bishop getting trapped in a5. So if you play knight b6, and let's say I play bishop f7.
Also attacking g6, which is quite useful.
It might come in handy. Yeah, the problem is that you can't recapture the pawn on d4 because of b4 at the end. So
let's just show that variation. So queen takes queen. If black tries to get his pawn back, then white can just go b4. And this looks very good. And so
we still haven't found exactly what was wrong with rook takes f7.
Okay, what about bishop b6 instead of knight b6? That looks like a like a good move. So I'm just going to go here and try to win the pawn on d4 because opposite colour bishops doesn't matter so much if you're material down. Also, bishop c7 at some point is worth considering, threatening checkmate on h2. So bishop b6, and if knight to e2 does defend the pawn,
but not for long,
because of knight to e5, and black's piece is starting to come to life. This is starting to look better and better for black, yeah. So maybe Glenn just didn't guess.
Maybe Glenn calculated a few moves instead
he might have calculated, yeah.
Maxime, you know, it's too dangerous to take a free pawn.
Yeah, I think he might have calculated. Glenn can calculate as well, so.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
So there's too much pressure against the d4 pawn.
So queen to g4. And what do we think about this position? Queen to g4. So let's get to current position anyway. h5, queen h3. Rook on h to f8.
rook on a to d1, king b8, king h1, bishop c7. Yeah, and
It's a sharp position. I mean, black's dark squared bishop is very good, and I kind of feel that white's king might be in more trouble here in the long run than black's king. But on the other hand, white has the spatial advantage in the center. The f7 pawn requires some protection, and it's not clear how to activate the knight on d7.
I mean, I would say white is probably better here, unless black can play some move with c5. I think, you know, if you can play c5 at the right moment.
And you really probably can't.
Yeah, I really don't think you play c5 now, but at some point if black can, let's just hypothetically look at position with rook e1, c5, d5, you know, and then d5 is a horrible move, but this is the kind of thing black's aiming for positionally, to try to lock the pawn structure like this, go knight to e5. But the problem with c5 always is knight d5, and this is a very strong move. So actually, I mean, I really think white's got a nice position here. I mean, black is okay, but white has these strong central pawns, pressure on the f-file, and a pleasant position.
How do you think white is going to play? What do you think about the move e5 here?
e5 is interesting,
I think it makes sense, because what else are you going to do with those pawns? You can never put that pawn on d5.
I really like white's position. I really like white's position.
Knight e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also, what I really like about the move e5 is that it closes down the bishop on c7.
Yeah.
Like the enemy number one.
Yeah. Black really has to try to play c5, I think, otherwise this is
c5,
a very
knight
tough
d5,
position.
I think you're going to have problems. No, I like white's position.
Very good position, yeah.
So,
I mean, nothing. I suppose another idea we could play after bishop c7, if we want to stop c5, let's just go b4. And also after b4, we can now potentially play b5 and just start an attack. Whereas black's attack against white's king is non-existent at the moment. So,
well, you need to get your knight to g4, but the problem is that when you play knight f6, there's always queen h4.
Okay, that's a nice point. So knight to f6, queen to h4 is a nice move, very nice move. And even if the queens come off, any queen exchange is going to help white. I mean, just say
you can win a pawn.
Yeah, you can win a pawn, and positionally, again, the f7 pawn is very weak here. I really like white's position. I mean, this could be a major upset. Glenn must be happy with the way this has gone. Time situation's pretty okay, nothing serious for either player. So yeah, I like this position. I like the way Glenn's played this game. Do you reckon this will be an upset, Irina?
Well, I know Maxime is a very resourceful player. You know, as soon as things get tactical, obviously he's going to have the advantage. But do I think white's going to win this game? I wouldn't be surprised if white won.
Do you think white will get a result? Is this a pound bet? Should we have a pound bet?
Well, get a result in, like, what do you mean, a decisive result?
A draw? No, draw.
I think of course. I think minimum draw. But the question is, you know, is his realization technique going to be good enough to win?
Yeah.
You know, can he like put him away without giving him counterplay? Actually, I'll make a bet with you. I'll say he'll win.
You'll say Glenn will win?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to back Maxime. I'm going to say that was a bit crafty way to get in bed, wasn't it? So good technique.
Well, you know,
good betting technique there.
Glenn's your friend. You know.
Yeah. Actually, what was the other bet? We did have one more bet. I bet on my friend Luis Galego to get a result, and you took that bet. So that's only fair.
Yeah.
So I bet on Luis Galego. So we have 2 bets running so far.
Well, let's make a bet about the women's games.
Okay, so should we dive into a women's game?
Yes, let's see. I'm actually curious to see what is going on in Guoqi versus Kamsky.
Okay, so let's go back to that game. So this is...
I mean, it looks very boring, so we're not going to be on it for long.
Yeah, I mean, this is the position we had last was when white played bishop to e2. And this is quite a sort of passive way to play it. And indeed, black did just take on c4. So knight to e4 was another possibility. But this looked like a very sensible way to play. And okay, so lots of pieces come off, and generally, I mean, white is very slightly better because of the bishop on f4. So it's a very symmetrical position. The only difference is the placement of the bishops. White's got this bishop on f4, which is very good because it's developed. Black's got the bishop on c8. So white is very slightly better. Can you remember this exact thing that happened last year in Ivanchuk's first round game?
Oh no, it was
in the first round where he drew against someone much lower rated.
But his game against Zhao Shui was a very similar structure as well.
Right, yeah.
In the last round.
In the last round. So, okay, a6. I mean, Kamsky likes his quiet positions, doesn't he, really? I mean, he's very good.
I don't know what they're like about this position.
Well,
you can be quiet, but in a different way. Like
it's quite boring, isn't it, to be honest? It's not the kind of position I like to play.
You can say Rapport versus Tanya is quiet, you know, or Glenn versus Maxime is still quiet, but it's not boring here. It just looks like a lot of things are getting traded off.
Sure.
Okay, he has some squares here. So the question is, so knight e4, bishop takes e4. Let's look at that because he might have this move knight e5. There's no bishop b7 because of rook d7.
Yeah, this is a good point, rook d7. And now white is probably actually winning this position now.
Yes, white seems to be winning a piece.
Yeah, I mean, if black can just kind of stop the initiative, then black will be absolutely fine because the pawn formation is just, very symmetrical. But
the thing is on bishop b7, okay, there might be some moves here. Candidate moves, for example, knight d5.
Yeah, so this is the position. Knight e4 has been played.
Knight d5, yeah, I think is probably a decent idea for black.
Now, do I go to d6 maybe, or do I avoid a d6 square?
You can go to d6.
So bishop d6.
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7. And
you do get those dark squares. And, you know, white has delayed castling, but white actually might be better off with his king on e2. So maybe that makes sense, keeping the king close to the center.
Could be slightly better for white after knight to e4.
Yes.
Okay, knight d5 has been played. So we expect bishop d6. And now, what if
That's not the only move, but...
What if I go rook d8 here to try to stop your knight coming into c5? Does that help, or does it not help? So
you can trade.
Trade, and then
I still have all the dark.
You still have c5 square, so it doesn't really help. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe white can sort of claim to have some slight advantage, but this is pretty boring. So let's move on, shall we?
Okay.
So,
what result do you predict for this game?
Kamsky will win because he's a stronger player. Is that fair?
I predict draw.
You predict draw. I'm going to win. I'm going to win loads of money today. So okay.
I didn't say I was putting a pound on it. I was
really got to put a pound on it. So okay, it could be a draw. Yeah, it could be a draw. But okay, I don't think black's going to struggle to win just because white is slightly better. I mean, there is one game we haven't looked at. This is Navarra's game. Do you want to just should we get up to date with the current position?
That. Yeah.
Because this does
definitely let's not go through that because that was clearly some long Catalan theory that we maybe don't know anything about. So.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. And it looks pretty boring the start to this game. So, or pretty quiet, should I say?
Yeah,
maybe boring as well.
This is just a theoretical line where white wins a pawn.
Yeah, and
well, you know, they're bishops of opposite color. Black definitely has compensation.
Okay, and we should note that white, it's Natalia Gristrik's wife. Am I right in thinking, or have I got the wrong person?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm glad I got the right person. Otherwise, it'd be quite embarrassing. So, another contender for the big money prize. We should note actually today that we have a masterclass tonight at 9 o'clock with Nigel Shorts and Elizabeth Patz. So you can tune in. It's probably 8 o'clock English time, I think. And that's going to be recorded.
And
so
3 p.m. Eastern time, if you're watching us from New York.
Okay, so it could be quite interesting if you want to look at their games. So rook on a to c1. So this is the current position in this game, and well, okay. So Navarra is black. Navarra's obviously got compensation for this pawn. Navarra is a pawn down, and opposite colour bishops is always going to make it very hard for white to win, even if white can consolidate the advantage. And the bishop on b7 is better than the bishop on e3. I mean, I'd be considering playing some idea with e4 here at some point, just to try to give this bishop more scope. But it doesn't. I don't think white's in any danger whatsoever as well. White seems to be perfectly.
This is going to be a draw.
Okay, I mean it looks very solid position at the moment. I think black's going to have to.
I think white will find a way to make a draw.
How does black even make progress here?
I think if your idea e4 is actually very interesting.
We can have a look at e4.
Play e4. You want to take on f3, and if white plays f4, then there's knight g4.
Yeah.
How exactly is black meeting that move? f5, winning the piece.
I missed that one as well. So f5. That's a nasty little move.
That's
I was going to suggest knight to g4. So yeah, f5 is a very nasty move there. So maybe e4 is not the right moment to play this move. Can you try to put rook on c4? Let's try rook to c8.
Yeah.
So the queen on h4 is a bit misplaced. So another idea might be.
I feel like the queen has exhausted its role over there. So maybe. But yeah, this e4 and knight g4 idea, it's always hanging in the air. So if you go queen a4, I would really consider e4 here.
Yeah, because now the queen's moved to the other side of the board, so e4.
Not attacking the knight at
Well,
g4.
I mean, the other problem with this for white is that after f4, black can now play queen to h3, and knight to g4 now is going to be an extremely strong idea, you know, with ideas of mate on h2 and attacking the bishop on e3. So, yeah, you have to be very careful where you move this queen for white. So there's some danger here for white after maybe
I think so.
b3,
I have a
b3.
feeling like even though white is up a pawn, white is going to be the one bailing out for a draw in this game.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I don't think anything
Yeah.
so terrible is happening that they cannot make a draw. It's actually the result that I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
But white's not going to have enough to be able to do more than that here.
No. And also you're playing Navarra, who's, you know, extremely
dynamic
tactical
player, yeah.
and can play these positions extremely well. So he's going to make it as difficult as possible for white.
Yeah.
You can guarantee
I don't
that.
think Natalia is going to be that comfortable in this position.
No.
Because this position is actually, even though it looks simple,
Yeah.
it has this hidden dynamism, and she's more of a positional player.
Sure. And one mistake in your position is just going to fall apart here.
Yeah, so white's
So-
king is already a little bit loose.
Yeah. Maybe you have to play b3 in this position. I mean, this could be the way the game goes. Okay, so Navarra has some kind of initiative, but white is a pawn up, so, you know, probably should be a draw of correct play, but white has to be very careful.
Yeah, you don't want to. I was almost thinking that maybe we're blundering rook takes c3 and knight d5 here, but not,
okay.
not yet.
It's just about okay at the moment.
Almost. You know, it's
Almost.
almost like, just
Yeah.
look at that line, rook takes c3,
So rook takes
rook
c3,
takes c3, knight d5,
and now,
rook d3. Is your, is
yeah, rook d3 I think I have to play.
right. Knight takes e3,
Oh.
rook takes... I mean, yeah, so you have bishop a6 might be just even better. I mean, on queen b6, like your only move now
Yeah.
not to lose is king f2. The queen on h4 is so terrible.
That's right, yeah, but this probably
You
holds.
know, what about like f5?
Yeah, f5, wow.
I mean, there's not, white doesn't have a great coordination yet.
No, f4
But-
is certainly a threat here. A very nasty threat. I mean, does white have to play f4, but then...
Then I thought maybe I could do something on that diagonal. Maybe not,
Sure.
but...
I mean, even if you played just rook
G5,
rookie...
G5.
Oh, g5. We like it. No messing about today.
Perhaps queen c4 first before.
Yeah, yeah.
Queen c4 looks like a good move, yeah.
Into the game first.
Yeah, because the queen on h4 is looking very silly now. So queen c4 check,
Queen h8,
king h8,
f4.
and now
Yeah.
f4. But even here, black's certainly got
There's
compensation.
some feeling like you know, with rook e8.
Yeah,
coming,
rook e8 is
you
a
know.
move I'd like to play. I mean, also I can go rook c8 maybe
Right.
and try to go rook c3. Looks quite sensible. But yeah, I mean, I think as Stuart Rubin suggested in that variation, you could go bishop a6.
That's a simple move. Yeah, and black is of course fine there after rook d5,
Yeah,
queen d5. And
yeah.
again, the queen on h4 is not in his best spot. You're attacking e2, playing rook c8, rook c2. Black doesn't have any problems. Black is maybe better.
Yeah, I suppose also the more pieces are getting exchanged, they might be easier for white to defend in some cases. Even like now, could I go king f2 because I can quickly try to get my queen to e4 and just cover
But you're,
a number of these
yeah,
squares.
I mean, but like after rook c8 and the rook comes down
Yeah.
to c2.
Yeah, so
I mean, you see like white is
yeah.
the one bailing out in a kind of in a pathetic
Yeah.
way for a draw. If you do that, there's
take a queen d1. Yeah. So yeah, there's certainly some danger here in the
So
position.
I wouldn't be surprised if black wins, but I have a feeling like Natalia should be able to kind of contain black's counterplay here.
Yeah, I think so.
And one of the things that she needs to do is to, I think, decide what she's going to be doing with the queen on h4.
Yeah. Well, we have a very interesting position on in Ivanchuk's game, which I think is on board 3. So we'll move over to that game now, and
then let's do Richard versus Tanya.
okay, we'll come back to that one very shortly. So just going to bring up Ivanchuk now, and we haven't actually looked at this game yet, so we're not going to go through all the moves. We'll get to an interesting moment, and it should be noted that Ivanchuk's opponent is David Nito Lorano, and he's very young. He's born in 1989. He's from Spain, so obviously a very talented player. And if we just go through some of the opening moves, and
It was the pawn of Botvinnik.
okay, and we won't spend long on the opening. Ivanchuk is white, so this is all common. I think
Oh, right, yes.
it's a very tactical line. I thought this was meant to be a draw, this line, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought this was some kind of weird draw, some weird theoretical draw, but I could just be making that up as well.
So we're in an end game.
We're in an end game already, yeah.
You said this was interesting, Simon. So far, it's all theory.
Well, there's a lot of checks and stuff, yeah. So, and okay, it's maybe not that interesting, but this is the position we have. So we just had to do a quick sum up then, because lots of pieces have been exchanged. King e6. This must be a theoretical position, and we've got a webcam of the players here as well.
I'm not sure that black always pushes his pawn to d4 so early. That's a little bit
so is Chucky,
for me.
Did you mention that Chucky's wearing his lucky jumper today?
You mean the one he wears every day?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got 10 jumpers and he just wears a different jumper every day.
No, I don't think so. I think
you don't think
he probably
so?
Travels light.
Well, you know.
But he does like this red jacket.
I know he's got his favourite baseball cap as well. Which he wears, and I saw him the other day just down on the seafront. He looked very happy. He was smiling, had a big smile on his face. So he looked very happy. So, and he looks very confident. If we look at the webcam as well, he looks good. He's just left the board, and you know he's obviously seen his position 100 times before. You know, in his preparation, he knows what to do. So I think White's going to win this game. Yeah. Just because he looks confident, and it's Chucky. So
well, I can't see him because he's not on the camera anymore, but...
No, I mean, that's why he's so confident, he's walked away. So anyway, I don't know, I mean, I'm sure black's also looked at this position, but the black king is in some danger. The D pawn is not so scary because it's very well, the queen in square is very well covered. Black's A pawn is very weak on A7, and I don't know. I mean, this double F pawns is not really a major problem. So I mean, I kind of prefer White's position anyway, or unless I mean, if black could somehow get a little bit better coordinated, put his bishop on F8 on F6, if you could jump over pawns with your bishop, which you can't really do in chess, then probably black would be okay. But that takes a while to play, so I don't know. Okay, I like White. I like White here.
Black spent a tempo to put the pawn on D4. Like I said, I think that's a little bit unusual. I haven't seen that so much. And he's, now he's behind in development. So the question is, how does he get the bishop on F8 into the game and the rook on H8?
Yeah.
It's not a small question. Like, why the pawn is on D4, I don't know yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's lacking some harmony, black's position, definitely. It's very unharmonious.
Rook C7 is the next move that White wants to play, right? It's a big threat.
Maybe even flicking Rook C6 check first, just to see where the black king is going to move to.
He's going to move to F5 and
moves to F5.
Maybe win a tempo on the bishop.
Okay, I'm not going to try to checkmate you all of a sudden, am I? No, I can't do that. That'd be very, very rude. Okay, yeah, Rook C7 looks much more sensible here. So we're now going to look at Richard Rapport's game.
Yes.
And this is against Tanya.
So he now has a big advantage on the clock, which is
big surprise.
Yes, what we could expect.
So people have just tuned in after yesterday's game. Richard Rapport finished the game with something like 2 hours and 25 minutes. He was moving instantaneous. We're wondering if he had something to do in the evening. I don't know, but he was actually maybe in trouble in that game, or he's certainly worse.
Well, he did go to that dinner in St. Michael's Cave.
Aha, so you reckon he's rushing to go to the dinner?
We had to leave for that around 7:45, 8 p.m.
Right, okay. So do you reckon that's why he's rushing to go to this dinner? I know it was a very nice dinner, but it was...
Yes, we will try to show pictures from that dinner to you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. And, okay, so the position we looked at last time...
Unfortunately, I see queens have been exchanged.
Yeah, it's quite a slow game. It doesn't mean it's necessarily that boring. Okay, the queens have come off, and some very weird pawn structure that White's got here, because White's got two double pawns, and, well, we know that Richard likes weird and wonderful positions. And actually, these double pawns are not so bad here, because, as we mentioned earlier, the central pawns cover a lot of squares, and the pawns on the B file open up the A file and the C file, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. And after B4, castle's queenside. Interesting decision. Knight to C5, lovely square for the knight. King B8, H5, so pressing really on both sides of the board. B6 is the current position. And I still like White's position. I think White's got space advantage, slight initiative on both sides of the board. King side space, queen side open file. So this is kind of like, it reminds me of a game that Alekhine would play. Sort of pushing on both sides of the board, just a little bit of manoeuvring going on. So quite a mature game from Richard so far.
Yeah, I agree with you, Simon. White is just better.
Yeah, I think so. And black's very cramped.
So the funny thing is, White has more space on the king side and more space it feels like, on the queen side as well.
Definitely, yeah.
You know, c6 is now going to be a little bit weak, and the knight on e7 has not found a home yet.
Yeah, I mean,
where's she going to transfer that knight?
it hasn't really got any good squares. I mean, either the black knights don't have good squares because all these double pawns take away all the good squares to the black
I think we're going to see a trade on d7 now. What do you think? Because
I would definitely go knight b3 here.
Knight b3.
Because I think as white's got more space, maybe
Right.
avoiding the exchanges, but d7's probably a good move as well. But are you worried about e5? Oh, that's,
Well, yeah, see, the thing is,
don't see
in
this
general, it's a good policy to avoid exchanges when you have a space advantage, but here I just didn't see a good enough square for the white knight to go to.
Okay, sure.
It's not where you're going to go from b3.
Yeah, and
It's
is
going to take you many moves to maneuver to
Yeah.
any decent square.
no, yeah. I'm
But
just
that
thinking.
is what he played.
Okay,
Okay,
great minds. No, maybe not. So,
all right.
but also, what about e5 here? Is that a move? That's a move that I'd want to play as black, just to try to do something. I don't want to sit here for the rest of the game passively.
Right.
I mean, e5.
It does give up the d4 square to the knight, which is kind of
Okay.
interesting. Instead of the white pawn going to d4, which would be natural, I think we're actually going to see the white knight going
Right.
to d4.
Yeah, sure.
And the funny thing is, after knight d4, white can even further improve his pawn structure with the move knight f5.
Right. Yeah. These knights are
And
causing chaos.
change, you know, so he probably really likes to have doubled pawns, and this is an opportunity for him to get a new set of them.
Do you think this is going to be another day of the knights, like we had yesterday? We had knight magic yesterday. This Kamsky knight magic going. I told you knights are better than bishops. Do you believe me yet? They're much better than bishops. Look at them
Well,
in certain positions.
let's
So
see
not-
some more games too.
Okay, do you want to pick a game where the bishops are strong?
I'm just saying over here, Simon.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't actually kidding about the new set of doubled pawns. I do think knight f5 positionally is a good idea for white.
Yeah.
If there is a trade on f5 and white plays g takes f5.
Should we show that? So sort
Yeah,
of
just
something
for
like
example, I mean,
rook here, knight to
it's not
f5,
forced, but
and then some exchange here on f5, and this weird pawn formation, another double pawns.
the open
Very
file
good
is really
for-
what white is after, and they just have this huge space advantage the black cannot get rid of. They can't push g6 themselves, and with this move knight f5, white has succeeded in opening up the g file, getting a new part of the board to play on. So, I mean, I think that might be the drawback of this move e5, Simon, that even though it looks like it opens up some sort of counterplay for black, it gives up the d4 square to white's knight. So I think let the knight sit on b3.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
so knight b3. But then if the knight sits on b3,
Yes.
basically,
Where can black play? That's
Yeah.
the question. If I was black, actually the move I'd like to get in here is the move c5. Yes, very much I would like to play this move. Like, so maybe
immediately or
rook c8.
rook c8,
Yeah,
and then
I don't want to lose the pawn, not that much.
no. So if I go rook c1,
Yeah.
let's put this rook on c1.
Okay. Let's say rook c7.
Okay, so you're just trying to double and play c5.
Yeah. I want to at least have that hanging over you as a threat.
Is it time for me now to play e4? I don't know. E4's quite committal.
Where are you going after that? You want to go
Well, I just want to try to
c5?
put a bit of pressure on d5. If you go c5, it might be a better plan. I mean, okay, I could just go rook c2 and just stop your plan,
Rook c8.
and then rook c1.
Okay, king b7. Let's say something like that.
And now I've got to think how I make progress here.
That's the
So
question.
not entirely clear.
Or, you know, that knight on e7, not a good piece, but not a good piece. Maybe knight g8 to f6 to e8 to d6.
Okay, so the knight wants to come around the angles, the d6
Maybe
here.
it could be good on d6.
So knight g8.
I don't love the knight on b3. I mean, I understand why you wanted that exchange, but you also have to show what you're going to do with that knight.
Yeah, I think it's quite good at just stopping this c5 break. Nice on d7 is quite bad, but it's not clear how white makes progress here. I mean, I think probably white will have to play the move e4 at some stage. I mean, I'm still confident that white has an advantage in the original position. So if we just go back to the position after knight to b3, has more space. I mean, he must have an advantage. There's no reason why not. But it could. It's probably not a serious advantage. Well, it's interesting. If we just jump back very quickly.
I think maybe a plan here for white is at least try to play g5.
Okay.
Don't you think that's
Yeah, g5 is also an interesting way to play.
try to
G5
expose the
rook g1,
g7
yeah.
weakness?
Yeah, let's move on to another game now. I mean, should we go to Mickey Adams' game, because that was quite interesting.
How about we
So
take this opportunity to ask Stuart what he thinks about this position? Oh, sorry, Stuart,
No,
put you on the
Stuart.
spot. But Simon and I can't agree. What do you think about this end game between Richard Rapport and Tanya Sajdev?
this is Stuart Conquest.
So we've got the two double knight end game. White just played knight b3. Yes, White just played knight b3 from c5. He didn't want to trade on d7. He preferred to move his knight away. And Simon feels like White should be better here, to have some kind of an edge based on the space advantage. And I guess I'm feeling like Black should be okay.
You're going to play rook c8, rook c7 or something?
I wanted to do that. I want to try to play c5 and break through over there. Like, I think my pawn structure is very solid.
I think she's, yeah, I think that's okay.
Okay. So,
So far-
if you didn't hear that, Stuart thinks that Black's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, why not? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, let's move on to. I think Mickey Adams' game looks very interesting, and I think we should jump to this. The board one game, and we had this. We kind of thought that Black would be very happy with the way the opening's gone, because Mickey generally likes to play quite solid games without too much, without too much risk. And all of a sudden, this is quite a murky, messy position. This was the last position we looked at. Black's got very good positional play here with a good knight on e5, good bishop on g7, solid kind of pawn formation. White's got a weak pawn on e4, but the Black king is on e8. So positionally, Black should be doing well here, but just tactically and with the king stuck on e8, there's some problems. And let's just get forward to the current position. Mickey decided to put the h rook on f1. We were looking at rook on d to f1 to keep h4 as an option. But after this, now knight to f7 is a very interesting move, because we're looking at knight to g6. But,
Yes, well, I think the idea is
castle.
simply to, castle, but also just block the f-file so that knight takes b5 is not a threat,
Yeah.
that we kept seeing.
And maybe now this bishop can come to e5. I mean, you probably don't need to put the bishop on e5. So, okay, bishop to d4. And, well, Black does castle now. I'm a bit concerned about the Black king on the king side as well, I'll be honest. I mean, let's have a look what happens. So,
It's okay.
so now these pieces come off. Okay, the Black king probably is okay. Queen d4 check, knight jumps back to e5, now rook takes f8.
Yes.
You know what, I think Black's just better here. Is that okay? Is that a risky thing to say because Mickey's white? Am I allowed to say that? Because Mickey's white.
Say that. Black has some pretty impressive control
Right.
over the dark squares, and I think
Mickey's
king
not going to be
f8
happy.
No,
Huh?
no. The minor pieces that White is left
Yeah.
with are actually not impressive, right?
No,
We've been talking
so-
about that all
so-
along.
I
And
don't think Mickey's going to be
Trading
happy
of
at all.
pieces like the rooks,
Yeah.
that suits Black fine. Less
Yeah.
chances of an attack.
Yeah, I mean, we said earlier if Mickey can't do something quick.
And by the way,
then
yeah, I
it's,
kind of feel like that your approach to the position was probably was more what White needed.
I think White had to do something a bit more urgently, because this kind of position where they're exchanging lots of pieces. I mean, imagine now if the queens come off.
But it's going to be the king capture, right, Simon?
Oh,
With the
right.
d6 pawn.
Good point.
Or queen takes, no?
Queen takes
Or
as well.
queen takes. Yeah.
Okay, and then if something like rook to f1, do we play this?
Yeah,
And then just queen to e7, and then we want to go just rook f8 and swap lots of pieces off. I mean, if you can imagine the queens and the rooks being removed from the board here,
White would be nearly lost.
White would just be completely lost, yeah.
Completely
Because
lost, yeah.
so if we can just get the queens and the rooks off the board, yeah, there's no threat to the Black king. Knight g6, king comes to e5, and White's just lost. So yeah, I mean,
More pieces that have been traded, like the rooks have come off, the bishops have come off. White no longer has this dangerous h4 idea.
yeah, as
We're
well.
trying
Yeah,
to
they're trying to get to work.
So the king is actually very safe on g7.
Yeah. So is there any way that White can cause some problems here after Queen takes f8? Because again, I feel Mickey's got to do something quite quickly here. Otherwise, he's in danger in this position. He's in serious danger.
You play a4, Simon?
A4, okay, that's also a Mickey move, isn't it? Mickey loves like the probing moves on the queen side, get some play over there. I don't really know what a Mickey move is. It's not a Mickey Mouse move, is it? It's a Mickey move. Okay, so A4, yeah, looks like a good plan. So A4 being suggested by Stuart. So that's right, yeah, Mickey probably has to play on the queen side. You have to take, which is a pity because it does kind of break your queen side. So, okay, so we will shortly just see if there's any Twitter comments as well. So in a second or two. So in a minute, just have a look and see the Twitter, and also we're trying to get to live feed as well at some point.
Right.
So, and Yeah, well, first of all, Kevin Winter, hi Kevin, how you doing? Who's bought many of my DVDs, so he's a very kind man, and is asking, have I ever played Gibraltar? If so, what is my record? Well, I actually played the first year in Gibraltar. The first year, I think it was the first year. It was a long time ago now.
2003?
Sounds about right, yeah. But you know what my memory's like, we said, not a fisher memory, a fish memory. So I think it was 2003. I played the year actually when Danny Gomali, English player, got a Grandmaster norm, and he drew with Aronian, and he lost a spectacular game, because you're good friends with Satoshi, aren't you, Ori?
I think that game was played in 2005.
2005.
First year, it counted in the first.
Okay, so it was 2005, so there goes my fish memory. So it was 1 year around there at the start, and actually this game that Satoshi played, it was Anand's favourite game of all time.
Yeah, I know.
So,
right, he said that in his New in Chess questionnaire.
Yeah, it was an amazing game. So that was quite a great game. But yeah, I played once and I didn't do particularly well myself. I ended up actually playing Blitz with Nakamura in the bar on the last night for about 5 hours, which wasn't very successful.
Did that leave you very poor, Simon?
Reasonably poor, yeah. So £5 a game, I think. So never again. So anyway, so Irina, you've played here as well, I guess.
Yes. I've played here almost every year since 2007.
Right. Okay. So
yes, I played in Wake on Zay in 2008, and then I played all the consecutive tournaments until last year when I came as a commentator.
And what's your best result here? Did you ever?
My best result here, I've had some good games here, some memorable games, because of course in this field of strong players you get to face a lot of good players. But I never managed to win the top ladies prize. I never really walked away from here with a lot of cash. I think the most I've won is about £1,500.
Right. Okay.
It's pretty good.
It's not too bad. Yeah. So.
Not as successful as you were in the casino last year, Simon.
Yeah, that's not the same this year, unfortunately. So no comment there. So B takes A4, and yeah, so this could happen. So actually, we have Queen takes F8 in this game. And
yes,
now
A4. No, it's likely, of course, that he will try to open up the light squared bishop on E2.
Yeah.
A4 is a good move. I don't think it gives black. I mean, definitely gives white some counterplay. I don't think it's too deadly for black. So let's say I think black will take on A4
with the knight, I guess. Can we go Queen to F4 now? Is that you have Queen to
Queen B6?
Rook D7 looks a bit ropey.
There's also Queen E4 there.
Okay, let's have a look. So Queen F4. I mean,
C5, so, yeah.
Knight C5 is a nice tactic. Yeah, nice tactic. Knight C5. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that looks a bit. So there's still tactical problems actually for black here. So after knight takes
A4,
A4,
coming to F4 is not the best idea.
No.
So your threat is Knight C5.
Knight C5 is a nasty threat. Okay, so tactically as well as maybe positionally, white's position is not so bad. Not so bad at all. Actually, as soon as this knight comes to A4,
right,
I'm changing my verdict, and I like Mickey's position. So, yeah. A round of applause for being wrong. Cheers.
Let's just see. So
Yeah,
are we forced to take after A4?
You're going to try to save my dignity now. So, well, if we have to take on A4, it's not good, is it? Always go with the higher rated players. You rarely go wrong then. So,
You like my
yeah.
side, A4?
Well, I liked it, but yeah, I do like it. Yeah, it's a good move. Stuart Conquest, tournament director.
I don't play anymore. I never play.
Yeah, you don't play. When's the last tournament you played, Stuart?
In the summer, I played in South Africa in the Commonwealth Championship.
South Africa in summer. Okay, so not too bad. You should play more, Stuart. So do we have any more moves? Has A4 been played?
Your example, Stuart, in tactics books.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, like for example, your several of your games. No, winning, sacrificing something. So I know something about your style, from those examples.
Very imaginative player, Stuart. Plays lots of different openings and impossible to prepare for. You can never guess what Stuart's going to play in the opening, as I've found out. Well, I actually played Stuart Conquest, tournament director here, in the last round of the British Championships, and Stuart would have won the tournament outright if he defeated me, but we had a draw, and then Stuart went on to win the British Championships that year. So, yeah, but I was trying to predict what opening you were going to play, and I just gave up after 5 minutes. It's just impossible. Stuart plays everything, so very hard man to prepare for. A bit like a Vanchuk. Would you say, could I describe you as a poor man's Vanchuk, or is that rude? That's quite a good compliment. Yeah, so, okay, yeah. And actually, Mickey has played A4. So Mickey's played A4. So
Yeah, Mickey's played A4. Well done, Stuart, you're on fire. So, yep, Stuart's predicted A4, this has been played, and interesting to see the webcam now, because Mickey's now sort of leaning over the board, and his opponent's kind of body language, if you did this in like poker or something, arms crossed, very defensive pose. You know, but maybe, I don't know. Possibly, I'm sure he saw the move A4.
Right. It's white's only active idea.
It is. But yeah, like you say, if you have to take on A4, this is really, really uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't see any way that black can support this pawn on B5. And another thing is that not only is knight to C5 a dangerous idea, but if let's say you try to play something like rook D7 there, in order for there not to be a pin on the D pawn. Well, first of all, actually, knight C5 would still be an idea there, because you can consider.
It's even stronger.
Yeah, it's even stronger. But the other idea that white has is like knight B6 to C4, which is also pretty interesting.
Well, I mean,
yeah, the knight activation on A4 is very unpleasant. Now
you need a very good move
now
if
it looks like black is playing for a draw, and not more than that.
I mean, so I was totally wrong when I looked at this position. I've mentioned this so many times before. I can understand a lot of people's chess.
Right.
Whenever I look at Mickey Adams' games, I have no idea what's going on. Like, give me a shear-off game any day of the week, or a Tau game. At least understand what they're up to. If I look at Mickey's games, I just have no idea what he's doing, and I'm always wrong. And he's again proved me wrong. So I find it very hard to understand Mickey's games, because he just sort of plays these very and he has his opponent has taken on A4, so we could easily get this position. He sort of plays in this very I say slow way, but he always seems to get, I don't know, he always seems to win against the best players in the world. So he's obviously doing something right. And what does black play here? Is black actually just busted even? Could we say black's busted?
I'm reluctant to say that.
Magnus says black is busted.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so we have some inside information. One of Magnus's friends is in the audience, and Magnus has said that black is busted. So let's not go against Magnus. No, we'll go with Magnus.
Try to find a defense.
Okay. Well, Magnus has said black is busted. We can't go against Magnus. We can't, Irina. So okay, so is Magnus watching the commentary, or is he just watching the games?
The games.
The games. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. So Magnus is watching the games, and he says that black is busted. And right, well there we go. Black is busted. Let's move on to another game. Sure, do you want to try to find a move here? I can't find a move. It's so hard actually. It's knight c5, as Stuart pointed out, is very strong. Just a good move. And yeah, can't actually move many pieces.
Yeah, because I mean, if you go queen f6, knight c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, also you're losing your a6 pawn as well.
Yeah, it's horrible actually, yeah.
Wow, that
horrible
is unexpected
position.
How one move can turn everything around.
Very unexpected. I mean, also
Yes.
queen f6, you have to worry about queen b6, queen a7. There's a number of moves to worry about here. Really, yeah, a number of possibilities.
It's amazing that that knight was sleeping on
Strange,
c3 for
yeah,
so long.
yeah, it's just the queen and the rook, especially white's queen has proved to be a dynamic piece, and this move a4 just changed the total dynamics of the position. So yeah, okay, well let's move on to another game, and okay, we're trying to.
Richard Rapport versus Tanya Sajdev. Actually, Tanya played your move.
We do have the position
But
of reach, and knight takes d4.
That was such a good idea.
No, maybe not. What about Nigel's game? We haven't looked at Nigel's game for a while. I mean, do you want to should we, and then.
We haven't looked at Nigel's game at all today.
So okay, so Nigel, whereabouts is Nigel?
And he is playing a Canadian IM, Edward Porper.
Okay, I'm just trying to find his name on the list. If he, okay.
And
He's
he
on
does
the
not
list.
seem to be on our list.
Oh no, we got him. Yeah, okay. So, okay, we won't look at all the moves. I mean, we could have a quick look at, oh no, we won't have a look at everything.
Let's
so,
go to the final position.
yeah.
Let's see what's going on.
Sure, so Nigel is black today. Nigel often has a very good tournament in Gibraltar. And his opponent is from Canada. I think he's an older player from Canada. He's not a youngster. I mean, generally, I know this is a bit of a stereotype, but if like I'm playing a youngster, if I had a choice of playing a 2400 youngster or a 2400 50-year-old, well, I think you'd probably know who I'd pick. I'd always pick the 50-year-old, every single time.
Nigel, castled the wrong way in this game.
In this game?
Yeah.
Oh, he's castled kingside,
well,
right?
It looks like the rook landed on g8 and the king on h8.
Oh, right, yeah, he's yeah.
King on g8.
Yeah, maybe you forgot. Yeah, he sneaked that win in sometimes. So yeah. I mean, just looking at the position here, I mean, black's certainly doing fine here. Yeah.
I think black is better.
Black is better, yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think I don't know what White did in the beginning of this game, but
Yeah.
he's got a pretty passive position. The pawn structure is not perfect either. You know, you're having that pawn in f4. You'd much rather have it back on f2 somewhere. The knight's not very good. Black has a strong square, f5 for the knight.
It's very pleasant for...
Yeah, I mean, all of Black's pieces are just better than White's pieces, and his pawn structure is preferable.
Yeah, I mean, Black's doing very well here.
So, I mean, I'm not saying White can't make a draw. White obviously needs to start trading pieces as quickly as possible. So, for example, rook fd1, I'm pretty sure is going to be the move.
And now, yeah. Okay, I mean, Black would like to keep a pair of rooks on the board to keep better winning chances.
You know what's an interesting move here? Even the move like knight f5 has some interest. I mean, I'm not saying it's so good because, okay, White can play e4, I think. But the reason I wanted to try it was because of rook d5, ed. That actually looked like not a bad change of pawn structure. Although you can play e4 here, and maybe not be that much worse.
But then I think the rook comes to c2, and
c2,
it's pretty horrible. But
yeah, even in this simple position,
yeah,
Black is better.
Okay. So we do have let's just keep in touch with some of the people we can see on Twitter. So we have a comment from Andrew back, and we will come to this comment in a second. So this is quite interesting because I've been watching a lot of Richard Rapport's games, and basically Richard Rapport does play a lot of crazy stuff. He plays a lot of weird openings, and Andrew's question was something to do with these openings, you know, on Twitter, and his question was along the lines of, well, do you think Rapport can be successful playing silly openings like he did at Wake and now here? I mean, I was actually surprised. I mean, I was watching him at Wake and Z, and he got a bit of a battering on Twitter from some strong GMs about his choice of playing free g4. And I thought this was very peculiar because, you know, you're allowed to play whatever you want in chess, and he's very imaginative, and sometimes his ideas work brilliantly. He's still young, so why not experiment? I mean, why be the same as everyone else and play the same openings everyone else plays? He's experimented, he's a young player, he's trying out new stuff, he's trying to find the kind of stuff he wants to play, and I think this is great. It's great to watch, it's great for spectators, it's great for a number of reasons. So a lot of actual strong GMs said he's got no respect for these other GMs by playing this rubbish. And I thought, hello.
What everyone says every time someone plays something unusual.
Exactly, I mean, I think it's just not the right attitude.
They're not completely wrong.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think players should be able to play whatever they want.
I mean, I'm pretty sure people said the same thing when Nakamura was playing e4, e5,
Queen h5.
h5, right?
Yeah, but that was rubbish.
He did,
so yeah,
he did drop that.
So,
you know.
He did drop it. Yeah,
and
but
I think his results have not gotten worse.
But do you say the same thing about Michael Basman, who used to play 1g4, 1a6? Tony Miles, who beat Karpov when he's world champion.
Right.
Is that ridiculous? Because Tony Miles beat Karpov when Karpov was world champion by playing 1a6, and he actually beat him. And he wasn't trying to be ridiculous or insulting. He just played this move.
Well, I'm sure that's how they interpreted it, though.
That's probably how. So maybe a bit of mind games going on, but that's part of the chess as well. You can play whatever you want. I mean, I play stupid stuff.
I'm sure actually Miles, when he played a6, would know that it'd be insulting to Karpov, or that it.
Probably. But I mean, Karpov's just got to deal with it. I mean, he's a chess player. Chess is a mind sport. So if he can't deal with it, then he's got to learn to deal with it. And I don't know. I think it's bad to say it's insulting that people play moves that are not being tried before, and even the move that Richard Rapport played, free g4, was not even that ridiculous.
Right.
It was actually not such a silly move. It was kind of, it was a bit unique, but it wasn't completely mad. But I don't know. Can he be successful?
Actually, Karpov took it very well. Because he annotated that game in one of his books.
So Karpov apparently took the
He actually put that game in one of his books, and he explained that he did have the advantage.
He did have an advantage, yeah.
Went wrong,
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
Treated it normally.
Yeah, so it's not so bad at all. And Karpov didn't take it so badly, apparently, according to Dave in the audience. And yeah, as Kevin Winter said in the tweeting, that Rapport did play the Budapest gambit, which has got a bad reputation, but this actually worked perfectly against Gelfand.
Right. Well, Ivanchuk has also played it in the candidates.
Right. Okay.
Against Aronian.
Nigel Short as well. Right. I don't think I can really say what Nigel said about the Budapest gambit in live. Maybe you can look this up. He basically said it's an opening you use once and throw away. So,
Right.
okay, and he did an analogy to something else, but okay, I won't say what he said. But yeah, the Budapest, I don't know, I don't think it's particularly sound, but it's a great surprise weapon. And yeah, I mean, I think Richard will probably settle down at some stage in his career and start playing sensible openings.
Right.
But, you know, why not experiment for the time being? It's not such a crazy thing to do. Okay, so let's move on.
So I played rook c1.
Ah, rook c1.
Not attempting to trade rooks on the d file.
Okay, and this looks like the rook's trying to get to c7. Okay, I mean, black's got a much nicer structure, more active pieces. The black is slightly
What about
better.
rook d2 here?
Rook d2. So let's, and then you want to go knight d5, if I go rook c7.
Yep.
Okay.
And the e3 pawn.
Yeah, and if the e3 pawn goes, then the position could easily fall apart.
I predict that black will win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go
Punish
against
white
that, yeah.
for this sort of insipid play.
Okay. I think black will win this as well.
Look at the game. I'm sorry, can we just go to Rapport versus
Oh, wow.
Because it's like,
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
happy when I get to be a
Okay.
fortune teller and
Wow.
like everything. Like,
God, why aren't you playing? You are the new Rapport. So, yeah, unbelievably, in this game, the last position we had was after knight to b3. And it looks like in the game has continued e5, as I said, well, maybe black can go e5.
Big mistake.
And then Irina said, big mistake, because you go d takes e5, knight takes e5, put your knight on d4. Well, you don't actually have the moves on this board, but I can see it on the other board. So,
On the live board.
so knight to d4, king to b7, and then Irina said, well, good move here, be knight to f5. So very well predicted there. Amazing prediction. And it just proves you should be playing this tournament sometimes, but don't leave the commentary as well, because the commentary is very good. But yeah, I mean, knight to f5. And yeah, this position. I think also e5 might have been a bit impatient from black.
Yes.
Slightly impatient move, this knight to e5, because this looks pretty bad.
You know, a full activation. You know, it looks like you've activated the knight, but actually you've activated white's knight from b3 so much more effectively. Like the knight
yeah,
just
of
got
course.
the beautiful square on d4
Well,
and then an f5.
I think-
What did that knight ever do to deserve, you know, such a happy life?
Yeah, it's a very happy knight. And I think black has to take this knight as well. This is a problem because g7 will drop. And if you have to take this knight, as you pointed out, this is exactly what you predicted, Irina, that after g takes f5, that white's just going to go rook g1, and there's no way that black's going to be a defended g7 pawn in the long run. This pawn is dropping. And just one more thing I mentioned about Twitter, that Kay mentioned that Rapport has said that while his style is exciting, it's not winning. So that might be an indication that he's going to change his style. So, but okay, yeah, this position is just looking much better
for. It's also a question of winning against whom. You know, when you try that in the Weikanze A group,
you're going to struggle.
Yes, it tends not to work so well. Maybe in the B group, you know, for Jabava for a long time, you know, it worked out fine. In the B group, he was playing very similar type of openings.
Yeah, and he played very
similar approach.
great
And by the way,
results.
I think in the end, Jabava also kind of
went back to normality.
Got punished for that.
Yeah.
You know, because he really could have won that tournament, but the games that he wound up losing, he just, you know, played them too recklessly. You know.
Yeah, sure.
If he could have played a little bit more measured, it would have been worked out better, I think.
Yes,
but of course,
indeed.
these players are very exciting.
Yeah, they're good to watch. They're very good entertainment to watch because they play in a different style. Okay, so yeah, just this game, I think Richard's got a great position and Tanya is now in serious trouble.
I think something exciting is going on in Zhukova versus Navarra. And by the way, Zhukova doesn't have a lot of time left, so...
Okay, let's dive into that game and... Okay.
Right down here. Yes.
I think after we have a look at this game, Irina, I might quickly pop upstairs and have a look at some of the games. Actually, just see the body language for 5 minutes.
All right.
If I'm allowed to.
You're allowed to.
Are you okay with that?
I have to entertain all these people by myself.
I'll be very quick. Yeah. So, and unless you want to have a look upstairs.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's
Sure.
fine.
Okay. So.
You're a better psychologist, Simon. You know,
I'm not sure about that. So, but okay. So, rook to AC1 was played as predicted. Rook to AC8, B3, and now this E4 move was played. So we thought that F4 was a move, but then we were worried about some
B3
tactics.
actually was played?
Okay.
Wait,
So
this was all played?
yeah, this is all played.
B3 and rook takes C3 was what we were looking at.
Yeah, the problem here that I think we missed, if you go E4 first, this now stops this F4 idea because
of rook C3.
Rook C3.
Right.
This is a really nice touch because black would like to keep the position closed with F4, you're right. But now rook takes C3, And after rook takes knight d5, we don't even have to worry about the possibility of rook d3. So this is a really nice touch. And now it is getting very exciting. Okay, black's pawn down, but this big initiative, very strong initiative. And bishop to d4 was played, and another black piece comes into the game. And now we have rook on fd8, bishop takes f6. Wow, this is Navarra style. There should be a new verb, Navarra style.
Yes, his idea is queen e3.
Navarra style, it's coming in. That's E takes f3. That's Navarra style. We like that move. That's a brilliant move. Yeah, I like that move definitely. So
doesn't require too much calculation. This particular move.
Does it not? Okay,
no,
maybe not. Maybe not so much.
A bishop takes d8 is not possible. Let's just show why.
Okay, it still may require. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Bishop takes d8, and then okay. Sorry, just bear with me 1 second. Bishop takes d8.
Queen e3.
Rook to f2
that's
is
a very
forced.
simple calculation to make rook to f2, queen c1.
Worth pointing out that this would be quite a entertaining finish, but only for Navarra, because you go down, you're going to checkmate with the bishop, so definitely to be avoided. And then after queen e3, rook to f2 is forced, but then, well, we start munching away.
Munching on everything, basically.
We have a happy munching day. We can even check again if we want to. But
check again.
Yeah, check again.
Rook f2 and
rook takes c3,
and let's mate on c1.
Game over. Yeah, completely game over.
So, I mean, it's a very pleasing move to be able to make ef3, and it's possible that Zhukova missed it. I'm not sure. Can we just go back a few moves?
Sure. So to e4, maybe?
Yes, to e4.
Okay.
So f4, right, wasn't possible here.
No, so rook takes c3, I think, and otherwise black is just capturing this pawn on f3. So it's a very, very dangerous position.
So bishop d4, okay, it looks like it made some sense. Rook f d8, bringing in that piece into the game. I like that move a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, tactically there's big problems there, I think, for white here, just after rook f d8.
Yeah.
Wow, it went downhill so much faster than we expected. Yeah, I think, you know, the difference is like we just missed one little detail, right? That on e4, f4, we didn't see rook c3 right away.
That's right, yeah.
We saw it in a different version, and that changes the evaluation. One move. So pawn takes, okay, e4. So what's going on here? It doesn't look like white is lost yet.
No, maybe not. There's probably some tactical issues here as well that white's got to be worried about. Just checking there's no more moves here, because their time situation is going to be quite interesting as well. So where is the time situation? Time situation is, okay, well white has 14 minutes left, black has an hour and 7 minutes left, so black has a lot of time to try to work out. I mean, I was just wondering if it's worth throwing in queen b6 and try to get, if I can open up the long diagonal. I think this is a pointless move in this position. I think you probably should just go g takes f6. Yeah, maybe keep. I just wonder if there's any tactical things we can leave this bishop here. I don't think so. Check, king h1. And then I wanted to play some crazy stuff with maybe...
Yeah, I don't think that works, because we have e4 protected.
Yeah, I wanted to... Yeah, I know. Maybe, and what about if I queen e3 is just nothing, is it? I think I'm going to have to take this bishop. Yeah, I don't really have much respect for these pieces, unfortunately. But I think I should have more respect in this position. So g takes f6. Let's respect those pieces. That's a good rule for any beginner. Respect the pieces. So this is quite a funny pawn structure as well. Do you know what this is called? This pawn structure with 3 pawns. I've heard it's called the Irish pawn structure because an Irish player first played it, or it first occurred in a game between an Irishman. But I don't know if that's true.
They're
maybe
not very positional players.
Well, I don't know about that. There's some very good Irish players. They're very good at Guinness drinking as well. I don't know what that's got to do with anything, but yeah, it's only because, you know, after this tournament, I'm actually flying straight to Bunratty. There's a great tournament in Bunratty. I'm going here to Gatwick Airport, and then I'm going straight from there to Bunratty for the weekend congress. Okay. And it's a great tournament, recommended to everyone. It's a bit smaller than this tournament, should I say, but there's a lot of Guinness and a bit of chess. So yeah. Okay,
and
so
I'm flying home through Ireland also, Simon.
You're going to Ireland as well? Oh,
yes,
right.
I'm flying home from Dublin.
Dublin, okay. Okay, so you're going to have some Guinness?
I doubt it.
You doubt it, okay. So.
Why would I drink Guinness when I can drink Coca-Cola?
That's good. Good old Coca-Cola. So yeah. Everyone loves a good can of Coke. So yeah. Okay, so after g takes, is g takes f6 the right move here? This is a bizarre position, actually. I mean, I think something's shaky about white position.
Well, rook f3, we need to recapture that pawn.
We do. Let's take that pawn.
But, you know, then you have to look at bishop e4.
Bishop e4. Cool, you're tactically sharp today,
I mean,
yeah?
I can see those pins in one move.
Well, I can't always see them.
I don't
so,
know.
yeah.
Rook f6.
Yeah.
White can take some material.
Okay. Rook takes f6.
Yeah. So there's an unfortunate pawn on h6 that's hanging.
This white king looks very exposed
Queen
to me.
e5.
Yeah, the white king looks. The white king
White's
looks
king
horrible.
looks more exposed than black's king.
Definitely, definitely. Yeah, this is a serious problem. I'm pretty sure that Queen d4 is nearly mate as well. So, yeah, this is a tough position. Very tough position, I think, for white, and especially when your time's getting short. I'm just wondering if there's any nice way Navarro can win this position, because we're always looking for a Navarro finish, and you know, like yesterday he played this very nice finish.
No, I think he needs to recapture on f6. So just start with that.
I think so.
That's basic.
Yeah.
Right now, question for white.
What is white playing?
What does white play?
Tough. I mean, should you go queen f4 here, or take queen takes h6? Is that possibility? So
how about knight? Yeah, knight d5 doesn't quite work.
Trying to simplify, or
I wanted to trade off some
Sure.
pieces, you know, before you mate me with that bishop.
Yeah, I mean, knight d5 looks like kind of move
But
I'd
the
be very
problem is that
tempted.
there's bishop d5 and queen e3 check. You throw in that check.
Right. You've also got annoying f2 check as well in some positions. You know, I think your move's much stronger, but f2 is quite a annoying flick. Yeah, so maybe after in this position you had to play something like. Well, let's see what happens if you take. Is this really bad move? It looks really bad to me. Something horrible is going to happen after queen takes h6. Because I mean, now you can even consider trying to do this double bishop checkmate. Something like here, take on c3, rook takes c3, and bishop takes e4. This is the kind of stuff I was trying to make work with. f2 is actually checkmate. It's not just check; it's checkmate here.
Yeah, you sound surprised, Simon, but
Actually, maybe queen e3 holds things together. Doesn't deserve to, but maybe it holds things together. Queen e3. Do we have some lovely? There must be a lovely finish.
Simon, just take the queen and play f2. Oh no, you lose a bishop.
Yeah, it's a little saving grace there. Do I have any rook d1 sort of weird manoeuvres here?
How about,
I don't know. There must be some tactical shot here.
Move the bishop away or protect it or something with like f5. And maybe not f5, but move it back to b7.
I think then you can take on b6.
Go to 8.
Then you can take on b6 with queen c6.
Oh, you block, yeah.
I mean, f5 is quite entertaining.
Yeah.
Should we just show this? Because f5, queen takes b6. Oh, I've lost the queen. f2, rook f3, bishop f3, mate.
Right, I was thinking it's not such a good move, you know, because there might be queen g5.
Oh, queen g5 as well, yeah.
Queen g5, king f8, actually. You escape from all of the checks. Kind of funny.
Yeah.
f5.
I mean, maybe now king comes to the square on g1 though. Let's just try to keep it safe. I don't know. I mean, this is just one sort of fancy variation, I think. I don't think this will occur in the game. But yeah, well, guess what Navarro played? Crazy minds think alike. Queen b6 check.
He threw in the check, yes.
Okay, I don't want him to take back on f6 now. So maybe this is a good check anyway.
Still will.
I think he will as well. Because the point is in these positions, the queen is well positioned on b6. So we'll probably get some moves quickly. So king h1, and I guess he's going to take back on f6. There's nothing else to play. No, okay, he's got to take back on f6. Yeah, okay. And this is very similar to what we're analysing, isn't it? Actually, nearly the same.
Right. No, the queen is well placed on that diagonal.
Very well placed, yeah.
Makes sense that black threw in that check.
And yeah, this is, after rook takes f3, there's a number of good moves here. He hasn't got bishop takes e4 anymore, but he's got stuff like rook takes e3 in some positions. Rook takes c3, sorry. Maybe. I don't know if it completely works here. It's kind
Queen
of
d4 maybe as well.
Queen d4.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, let's just identify the candidate moves here.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm looking at rook takes c3, trying to get this to work with click. I mean, what about this move, Irina? If I try rook takes c3, yeah.
Rook.
Yeah.
C. Rook C, you go rook d1 and queen g1, and you get,
I don't know if I
a couple of checks.
I get a couple of checks, yeah. And the point is, if you take with the F rook here.
Let's take with the C rook.
Okay, because F rook, I guess I go queen to D4. And this, now I don't think you can stop bishop takes C6, E4 here, check.
Right.
So we have to take with the C rook. And now the point is, if I start checking you, you go to H3 with your king. So I don't think this move here gets me anywhere, because the king seems to sit very, well, reasonably safely on H3, because you have no bishop C8 check. So I'm not going to go rook D1 check after rook takes C3. I'm going to look for another possibility. And what is that possibility here? I mean, maybe there's nothing, but I mean, I can potentially. I was thinking if I go rook check and rook G1 check and queen E6.
Queen E6, but there's still rook up. You want to attack E4 square, but there's queen G4 though.
Check. Yeah,
Yeah.
which is annoying. So if I go queen E6 check, then there's queen G4 check, which is most annoying. Because if it wasn't check, I could have some. No, I couldn't go bishop C8 anyway. I could go. No, this doesn't work.
Yeah, it's not clear exactly. I mean, it doesn't look like black can win right away.
Yeah.
That's my feeling.
Yeah. Okay, so we actually have a tweet here as well. We'll come to our Twitter and just see if there's been anything updated here. So people seem surprised, Irina, about this tweet. This position. They're saying the playing room. Oh, I thought they said the analysis room, the commentary room. The playing room is more crowded than I expected. Okay, so. Is it really? I mean, I haven't really. I'm going to pop upstairs in a second, actually, if that's okay, and just have a quick look, see what's going on up there.
Yes, the playing room is completely full.
Completely full.
The joke is, well, first of all, actually, Natalia Shukovich, she was not even playing on the main floor yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yes. So they got relegated to some lower floor of the hotel.
Patsaville.
The lower chambers of this hotel. And the joke was that soon we'll be playing in the corridors and the rooms.
Right. Okay.
So the tournament, I mean, it's basically at its maximum capacity.
Which is great. It's brilliant that you've got I mean, this tournament does grow strength to strength every year. You've got so many events going on. I mean, you've got these events in the morning, the amateurs, the challengers section, and it's at capacity, actually, the main event at the moment. So I think they're doing some refurbishment on the hotel, and they're trying to make some more room for next year. I mean, tomorrow, did you play in this thing last year? It's the Team Blitz.
I did play in it,
in the 4-player Team Blitz, and it's great fun because this is quite a social event, it's a bit of fun, it's teams of 4, and it's a blitz event where you just get to play other good players, maybe have a drink.
I thought it was a cutthroat competition, Simon.
I thought it was a chance to have a beer and relax. But, you can take it any way you want to take it. And actually, Irina, it must be said, you did win the pairs blitz last year, which was impressive. So, but there's so many good things going on. There's lots to do here. Lots of exciting things.
You're going to go take a walk.
If that's okay, I'm going to say quick walk.
See what's going on in the playing hall.
You're trying to get rid of me now?
I'm giving you your dream break for a few minutes, and I will try to take it from here.
Okay,
so
brilliant.
Back,
thanks.
I'm probably going to miss you like never before.
I'll hand you the mouse. There you go.
That's right.
And I won't be too long.
Okay, so I think I'm going to leave this game alone for now because we've talked about it for a while. And we are going to go to the game Glenn Fleer versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So the last time we saw this position was around here, move 22. I was thinking white could be playing the move e5 here to shut in the bishop on c7, but Simon suggested this move b4, and this is indeed what Glenn played. Simon liked this move because it was preventing black from ever playing the move c5. Oh, okay, so still don't know how to make those arrows. All right, to make the move c5, and also it gives white ideas of playing b5 and maybe starting an attack on the king. Black played knight b6, bishop b3, f6. F6 strikes me as a good move, removing a pawn from that diagonal, so the bishop on b3 is no longer really doing anything. You give up the e6 square, but that's not a square white can use. They can't put their knight there. White plays d5. Wow. That move strikes me as a bit positionally suspect. I mean, when we were talking about this position earlier, I said that's pretty much the one pawn move white never wants to make, because, and yeah, Simon said that as well, because it gives up all the dark squares to black. I'm actually kind of curious in this position if Glenn would have followed my prescription of the move e5 instead of b4 to play e5 right here. Seems to make some positional sense, not allowing, I mean, of course, if black ever tries to play f6, well, at least you get your pawn to e6. That could be a pretty powerful passed pawn on e6. So how would black be dealing with this move? Right, well, c5 always runs into the move knight d5, so don't think black will be wanting to do that. And there's no tactics against these pawns. You know, sometimes in this position I would look at things like knight takes e5 and, you know, to get the queen to e5, attack h2, but the queen from h3 is protecting everything. So I'm really not sure why Glenn decided not to play e5, and then you also have the opportunity to play knight e4. It's a great outpost for the knight in the center. So especially with some hindsight, the move e5 looks pretty attractive to me. Okay, white played b4, and then it was too late. So Maxime didn't give white any more chances to play the move e5. I guess at this point, white wasn't sure any longer what to do with his center. So he can't play e5, he played d5. Yeah, I mean, he can't move his knight from c3 because the e4 pawn hangs. All right, d5, giving up the strong square. My feeling is this was a big turning point, actually. The move b4, just not a big fan of it, and the game has definitely switched to black side. It's clear that white is just trying to bail out and not lose. Actually, the queen is so strong on e5. White is now trying to just trade some pieces. And yeah, this was the scenario I was worried about earlier on when I said that I was afraid that white's king was in more danger long term than black's king was, and that battery illustrates why. Now white's queen is completely tied down to defending the h2 square. So knight a4, white wants to go to c5. That would be a very good square for the knight. So of course it's not that easy for black, I think, to realize his advantage here. Let's just see if we are up to date. Now there's been a trade of rooks. That's what black has done. So he's traded rooks here. Rook takes d1. You know, it's possible that black will even offer the trade of one more set of rooks with rook d8, because it's hard to imagine why else he would trade one pair of rooks and give up control of the d file if his intention was not to play rook d8 here. And I'm guessing that the idea of this move is to try to take advantage of white's weak back rank. So for example, if white trades, still not that easy for white. Queen a1 is the threat here. How do we stop that? Maybe queen c3? White would be very happy to make this move and take the queen away from the corner to some decent square. Of course, white would be very happy with some scenario where they can trade queens and get into a bishop's opposite color endgame that they can easily draw, so black does not want that to happen. In fact, I'm just kind of wondering what is his idea after this rook trade, what he wants to do here. And what happens if he now trades knights? Maybe he should first trade them to prevent the queen from coming to c3. First of all, yeah, there are all these moves here like queen takes e4 that you can look at. It defends the c6 pawn, wins a pawn. Black should definitely consider this move. And the point is the queen can always come back to e5, or maybe better yet, even f4. That's very unpleasant attack on the h2 pawn. If white plays g3, they get mated. Reminds me a little bit of the Navarra game, the way with the bishops of opposite color and the attack on the white's king. So, do we have any more moves after rook d1? No. Vachier is still thinking. Well, I think there is a good chance that Vachier will exchange knights on a4, because I don't see that much value to keeping those knights on the board and letting white's knight come to c5. The knight coming to c5, that's a very strong piece. So if black does not trade it off and black does something like queen takes e4, knight c5, I see white getting a decent amount of counterplay from that knight. And if white manages to play knight a6 and trade off the bishop on c7, then even being down a pawn, he's going to have counterplay because black's king is also weaker. So I think the one thing that he definitely doesn't want to do is to lose that bishop on c7, not with that sort of pressure against the pawn on h2. So yeah, my prediction is knight takes a4 and yeah, queen takes e4. Why not win a pawn, protect c6? There also was this interesting idea of rook d1 and rook d8. Just to see how white is protecting their back rank. It's actually a good question. I mean, the queen can't move. So unless you move your rook away and then give up the d file, let's say you take, that's the critical move. And the question is, how are you stopping queen a1? It's a very simple position, but what do you do? Like maybe queen d3? Right, queen d3. Bishop c7 and g3. Yeah, this is something white would like to get. White would love to put that pawn on g3 and play king g2 and somehow consolidate. I think white would be, more or less okay in this position, yes. So I don't think he's going to hurry to play rook d8. And in fact, his idea turns out to have been a little bit different altogether. He plays f5. A very dynamic move. A little bit surprising. I mean, so he's going to try to activate the rook from the f file where it is, and he's not worried about knight c5. Yeah, he's a different approach to this position. I think because of simply pawn takes e4. And the idea is that if white plays knight a6, so happy to see Simon coming back.
Hi. I was just going to pop out again for 20 minutes. Is that okay?
20 minutes, yeah, Simon?
So,
I'd love to hear your updates about what's going on in the playing hall. But there are some interesting developments in this Glenn's game with Maxime, and I think they're going to be that pleased with us. Oh, wait, we have a bet on this game. Let me just tell you, I think the fact that Glenn plays d5 should just cancel our bet. No, it really should.
Really?
No,
Okay.
I think you will understand what I'm talking about when I say.
Yeah.
Remember this critical position, Simon? This was the last time we saw this.
He's played d5.
But he played b4. Remember, I wanted to play e5.
b4 looked good, yeah.
Okay, b5 looked good, but it allowed black to play this. So now white can't play e5 anymore. And apparently Glenn was not very sure about what to do, and he made this move that just looked so horrible.
Right, okay.
Right? d5, just
Yeah.
letting the queen come in.
Wow,
Now,
wow.
it's just so hard to understand.
That's a shocking move,
It
actually.
is kind of shocking. I don't know
Yeah.
what he's thinking about.
This is the kind of move we actually said that you've got to avoid playing with
that's
black.
exactly what I was telling our audience,
Yeah.
that both of us just agreed that that's the one move
Yeah.
white will never make in this game.
Sure, yeah.
Now he's just groveling for a draw.
Yeah.
And not the kind of thing you want to have against Maxime. I was looking at a couple of different lines for black here, but Maxime played this move f5. And I guess he has his own ideas about activating the rook on the f file.
Looks like I'm going to win £1, Irina.
I think we're going to cancel that bet. No, really.
Cancel a bet?
I can't take in a bet thinking that, the person I'm betting on is going to make a move like d5. I just think it's not fair.
If only I could cancel all the bad bets I made in life, I'd be so much richer. So, yeah, I mean, it's gone horribly wrong. This move is unbelievable. I think you're completely right that this move, if we go back after f6, White's position is absolutely fine here. I mean, I still think White could be better here, but all of a sudden this move d5 is
I understand he didn't really know what he was supposed to do anymore.
Yeah.
Right. He can't play e5. He can't play d5. His knight is tied down to protecting e4. His bishop on b3, no longer really doing anything.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, better to do nothing. Like better to move your queen. Play queen e6 then. Play queen e6 and trade queens. Does that make more sense?
Actually, yeah, why not? Because then there's no risk to your king whatsoever.
Right. Then if you want to play d5, it's not going to be so bad.
I like queen e6 a lot, actually. I mean, should we have a quick look at this move?
No, I don't think so.
No,
I
okay.
spent a lot of time explaining, this position. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, any move here is going to be better than this move d5.
Definitely. It looks like a horrible move, d5.
It's hard to imagine what he was thinking.
No, I mean, like, look at the comparison of the bishops now as well. I mean, White's light square bishop is pretty disgusting, and Black's bishop on c7 is a very powerful attacking piece. So, okay, I mean, he does have the knight coming to c5. I mean,
yeah,
there's some compensation.
Right. I mean, I was about to start looking at these variations. Knight c5, obviously Maxime is planning to take on e4 and just win a pawn. And he must be pretty confident in his position here that he can even afford to give up his bishop on c7. And because the bishop on b3 is not that amazing, and he's got the extra pawn on e4. I mean, I don't think this is f5 was the only move. The things that I was looking at also looked interesting for Black.
I mean, there's some problems with the back rank here as well, maybe, that White's got, because it's very hard to make a square for the White king, because if you go g3, then you've really weakened your king position. And, there's sort of tricks in this position, like queen d4 as well, that White has to watch out for. I mean, I don't know, let's say White played some silly move, like a4, then, potentially something like queen d4 could be a problem. Let's say knight to e6. I'm just going to show some.
I love it.
Yeah, thank you.
Show simple tactics.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's the only tactics I can do, but let's show it. Queen takes d1, and now, well, we can see what's going to happen here. Rook to f1 checkmate. So I got one checkmate in today. I'm happy now. So yeah, Maxime must be very happy with this change of events. It'd be very good actually if we could get Maxime, into the commentary room afterwards. One thing we will try to do during our time here in Gibraltar is to get certain players down into the commentary room. We always do it every year and try to get their thoughts on the game. They're obviously much stronger than us, or definitely much stronger than me, and we'll try to get their comments on the game. So Maxime's very friendly guy, so hopefully we can get him into the commentary room here. And also I'll be interested to see what Mickey has to say about his position. Was he always comfortable? He probably was. He'd probably just say that I was completely wrong, and I probably was completely wrong. But yeah, so a couple of people I'd like to get in the commentary room. Hopefully we will be able to do that. So
David Navarro, we'd love to have him in the commentary.
Yeah. We've got David in the room before, and he's great. We have
last year.
I think last year or 2 years ago definitely, and it's very hard to follow his analysis.
Is it?
It can be. He does explain things very well, sometimes, and like Ivanchuk, I have no idea what he's talking about because he goes down 20 move variations, and I'm stuck after about the 5th move. So, but fascinating characters though, because they just basically think from another level. They're just completely, beyond my level of analysis. So hopefully we can get these guys down. Can we have a quick look at my friend's game, Luis Gallego? Have we had a look at his game? Can we dive into that? Because this is another game we had a bet on. I bet that Luis Gallego would get a result, and this is Luis Gallego is playing against last year's winner Vichigov, and we just look at the last couple of moves. And as predicted, Lewis is doing nothing. Yeah, this is what Lewis is very good at, doing nothing. He has this he lives in Porto, in Portugal, and I think he spends most of his time on the beach, chilling out. So yeah, it's not a bad life. So he plays chess a bit like that as well. So he just chills out, plays some moves, and sees what hopefully something will happen. And okay, he's just making some maneuvers, and knight to a2.
he's very good at just chilling out and playing sort of moves like this as well. He's very, he's brilliant.
Black obviously has a comfortable position.
Yep.
Well, knight to a2 does contain an interesting idea. It's not just hanging out at the beach, but he wants to go knight b4. And if the knight gets to b4, well, if he could just move his knight there, he'd be close to winning.
Sure. Actually, how does Black stop this move, knight b4? Because if you go
can move his queen to c7.
Okay.
And be ready to play bishop b7 on knight b4.
Queen c7, knight c3 draw. Well, I don't think so, but queen c7, and now, I mean, Lewis can maybe improve his position by putting his knight on d3. I think it's better squared d3 rather than where it was the c3. So let's say...
There's also some move like c4 that you can just take a look at. That pawn on c2 is not so amazing.
c4. Well, the idea of maybe even coming back to c3, kind of Roxy buying type of position, which is perfectly comfortable for white. I mean, I'm a bit worried maybe c4 about b5 here.
Knight b4.
Knight b4 anyway, okay.
Yes, I wanted to try to win a pawn. If I can't win any pawns, I thought I might as well win
some pawns. Yeah, that's a good move. Yeah, knight b4. This actually looks quite, well, totally fine for white, and I like white's position actually, especially his combination. He's got more space, he's got battering around bishop and queen. If you look at the body language, well, Lewis looks pretty chilled out, doesn't he?
Where exactly do...
this is Lewis here. He looks
chilled
chilled out. His opponent looks a bit more worried, you know.
His opponent looks like he's lacking some space.
Exactly, yeah, he does. So, I'm happy with the way Lewis is playing so far. He's, this is good play from him, and I'm quite confident about his position at the moment. This is the current position in his game, the board 4 game, and I think Vichigrov's got a lot of hard work to do here. And the time situation, well, Lewis can't chill out too much more because he's only got 13 minutes left. So he's going to have to...
so he's down on the clock.
He's down on the clock. Yeah.
Do you want to see how Pavel Eljanov has been maneuvering against Elizabeth Patz?
Sure, let's move into that one. So...
That is a little bit higher than we are right now.
Okay, here we go. So the last position we had was after knight b6, but we probably...
Did he actually make that positional mistake at c5 that we were talking about?
Much later on. Yeah. I mean, should we just jump to the final kind of position?
Yeah, let's jump to the final position.
Okay, so this is Eljanov is white against Elizabeth Patz, and obviously white's a much higher rated player, but Elizabeth Patz a very good player. And this is where we stand now in this position. And okay, initial thoughts, Irina.
Initial thoughts. My initial thoughts. Not too bad for black. Not bad for black.
Yeah.
I think white would have liked to see more from this. I actually think black is totally okay. The maneuvering battle has gone just fine for black.
Yeah, black's position seems actually okay.
I don't see any. I mean, the knight on f5 is fantastic.
A knight
can't be captured.
Is the knight coming to f6 potentially? And
I mean, it could go to f6. Pawn on h4. You know, make sure that the knight can never be removed by the move g4.
Yep.
So I like that, the one part of the board where black has been able to take some space, but that's been pretty effective. So the question is, where does white play? It's very hard for white to achieve the e4 break because the d4 pawn becomes very weak. So that's not easy. Yeah. So then there's their standard play with a4, b5.
Yep.
And that's what I think that he's probably going to be doing.
So let's have a quick look at that possibility. So pawn to a4, trying to go b5 and gain... Yeah, I mean, this is where white's play is going to be based. I mean, is it worth pointing out, I'm assuming e4 is now the other break that white can think about playing, but I think it's a horrible mistake in most of these positions. I mean, tactically, this position, because d4, the pawn of d4 will drop. But black's got this so well covered now with a knight on f5 and a knight coming to f6 that I don't think white can ever play the move e4. So a4 is much more natural. Then we've got to ask ourselves, well, what does black actually play? Because white does have a simple, straightforward plan. Bless you.
Thank you.
So what does black play here? Okay. I mean, if I was black, do you want to know what crazy idea I come up with here? This is the way my strange brain works.
You play queen f6 and e5.
I'd play bishop f6, king g7, rook h8, rook h5, rook g5, checkmate.
That's just the one attack on the queen.
Well, I'm only looking at one area of the board here, and it takes about 10 moves to play. But let's just have a look. I mean, maybe h6 is a better square because there's some threats on e3, but I'm just going to try to get my rook around to g5. Is that absolutely ridiculous?
b5.
b5, I'll take this once, and I'll continue with my stupid plan, which probably is very stupid, but, you know, because I think your queenside play is much stronger than my play, and I'm not even sure what I'm doing.
The bishop on b2 is bad, and white needs to transfer his rook to the a file. In fact, I wonder if there's any point for white to be playing b5 before he's able to put his rook somewhere on the a file.
Because if you go rook a1, I go rook a8.
Actually, maybe we can do that.
Yeah.
Play rook a1, rook a8, rook d2 to d1.
Right, I mean, I think my plan of putting a rook on g5 is far too slow here.
It's not, I mean, you have to try to hold the queen side. The question is, I mean, does white want to play b6? Is that the most effective way to proceed, to just take more more space in that part of the board, or do we want to take on c6?
Yeah.
Do we want to have both, try to, you know, attack the c6 weakness? Not that easy.
No, I mean, I mean...
It's solid for black. I think, you know, still...
Yeah. At least white has a plan. White's got this plan of doing something on the queen side, and we haven't actually found a clear-cut plan for black yet. Even though black's position is probably absolutely fine, I'm not entirely sure what black is doing here. I mean, do you play bishop h6? I mean, okay, this sets up some one-move tricks after a4, for example. Do we go bishop h6? You know, with some ideas of take on an e3. Is this a possibility? Do we have any more moves in this game? Not that. Okay, well, a4 has been played, which is very logical. So we're just waiting on black's reply. After a4 is bishop h6. Well, I think white has to take a time out to defend e3. So how does white go about defending e3? This is the next question. If black wants to go active here, black's got to really try to get e5 or some play on the king side going. This is the only danger.
Well, it's very hard when that knight on f5 is occupying his glorious post.
Yes, very hard. And
bishop h6, you want to take on e3, so we got to defend again.
Yeah, maybe take on e3. I mean, it looks like a way to do something anyway. White probably would just defend this. Maybe, you know, I don't know. How do we defend this? Do we move the queen, or do we move our rook to e2? Let's say queen f3. I don't know if it's the best move, but we'll just go with this.
Thanks for falling for knight d4.
Okay, that's not the best move. So, yeah, as pointed out, queen f3 does fail to knight takes d4. And
I think bishop h6 is an interesting move. You know, it's not that easy for white to put all his pieces ideally to meet that threat.
I mean, maybe even black should put this knight on d7 on h5 just to get some tactical ideas. I mean, if you go rook e2, then I can think about playing knight to f6. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing on h5, but it's moving the right way. Maybe. Queen f3 is forced. And now, make sure I don't fall for any knight takes d4s again. What about knight h7? That's a much better square. Yeah, much better square. Coming into g5. I just want to try to get my pieces around this area of the board and hope that something will turn up. Not convinced something will turn up, but maybe. Okay, so
maybe rook to e1. You know, it's just like some long maneuvering thing here.
Sure, yeah.
I prefer white. I think your play on the king side is not going to get very far, but white still has a big space advantage in the play on the queen side. So
I agree. So white probably has some kind of edge.
By the way, Rapport's game against Sajdev has progressed a lot, and I'm not sure in the best way for white.
Come on.
Okay, well let's go for that game. Have a look at it. I mean, Richard's now gone into overdrive again. Can we just call him Overdrive Rapport? He's like some turbo computer, Terminator.
He's got 56 minutes. His opponent has 1 minute. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tanya definitely is
Terminator Rapport.
Serious time pressure here.
Let's jump into that game. So we have Terminator Rapport, Overdrive.
Yeah, so white has completely had dissipated his space advantage.
How did we get to this? So can we just look at the...
Yeah, how exactly did he give up everything? All of those pawns that he had in the center. What happened? I mean, he did win the G-pawn somewhere along the way.
Does he realise this is a long play tournament, do you think? He must realise...
He doesn't know the time control?
I don't know, maybe he doesn't think it's not...
understand why his opponents are not losing on time despite thinking for so long.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Okay, well, we'll just go to the final position because I've got no idea what's happened. And the final position is
well, we have knight to g6 has been played, and let's just count the bits up. Well, we count the bits up, it's equal material. And we just thought, didn't we think that black's position was kind of falling apart at some stage? I mean, if we just go back to this knight to f5.
Yeah, G5.
Well, g5 was a very clever move, I didn't consider.
Yes, that's
g5 was a very clever move.
not an easy move to see.
No, and that was a nice move, really clever move. That's actually a really good response.
You have to take it on g6, right?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, this is a very nice move that we actually both, I think we both missed this move,
Yes.
and the point being...
well, not just, you can say the three of us missed this move.
Right.
Because clearly
yeah.
white missed this move also.
Yeah, I think so.
No, I think white's position is definitely
yeah.
good here. G5, yeah, very strong move. So he wants to take the e2 pawn. It's possible, maybe like king e2.
I like king
was worth
e2.
Thinking about
To defend d3 in some variations. Yeah.
You know, something like that. Okay, but he played knight f5, logical. Very nice reply by Tanya. So the idea of this move, it's kind of twofold. On one hand, well, yeah, the main idea is you're attacking the knight. So, and you're going to be able to take the d3 pawn in all of these cases. So white has to capture that pawn, and you go here. So king e2. Yeah, he didn't quite get everything he wanted, did he?
No,
White is
certainly not.
not even able to make the trade
No.
he wants on g6, probably because of f takes g6. I'm assuming because of this move, and he didn't want to lose the d3 pawn, and then also the b4 pawn. Let's say something like that. He didn't want to just be losing a pawn like that. King e2. All right, knight takes f4, knight g6. Yeah, Tanya has done very well, actually.
She has,
This is a huge turn of events, and really just precipitated by, I think, a tactical oversight on white's part. Positionally, white had everything under control, so Tanya even won a pawn right now. It's threatening to activate pieces on the e-file. That's exactly what she did. So I think white is just playing defense. Rook a8. It's an unfortunate move to make, isn't it?
It's a pity, yeah, because you've got so many active pieces around the black king. I mean, could you go a5 as well?
The problem is your knight on f4 hangs.
Sure, yeah, I can't play that, can I? Well, I can go rook h2 at the end, but then you just take on b6. I mean, I just want to keep my rook on d8 active.
Right, of course.
I don't think I can.
The problem is you can't, it's not that amazing on d8, and you can't take its e8 yet either because of the fork.
Yeah. So, okay, rook a8 does make some sense.
Rook a8 makes sense, okay, at least you're not stepping into a fork. b5 by Richard, so what is this? A discovered attack on the knight on f4.
Yeah, rook h2.
Rook h2, Tanya indirectly protects the knight, because if white takes the knight, rook h1 skewers the rook. Why didn't black want to take
I think
that?
Is there some tactic with maybe rook c1 and then taking the knight on f4?
So, good point, Simon.
So I don't know if black takes this pawn, which obviously Tanya would have liked to play, then rook c1 check, the king moves somewhere, and then we can take on f4. And the point before is that in the position, let's say after king c7, which happened in the game, white can't really take this knight on f4 because of rook to h1 check, and we just pick up the rook on a1 with a winning position. So king c7 kind of looks forced, which is a pity, you know, for black. But now we have rook on 1 to a3, so now the knight is
defending d3 and renewing the attack on the knight.
Knight g6. I mean, okay, it's a pity that knight has to go backwards, but
yeah, black is missing a rook in the game, you know, in order to be able to keep his pieces somehow active.
Yeah, I mean, if black can get 2 more moves in, rook e8 to e2, black would be winning. Or there'd be at least some, you know, less as a perpetual check or a mating attack against your own king. Black would be doing very well.
Black wants to play a5, of course, so I think white is going to take on a7, although I think black probably has just a fine position, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, okay, interesting, we have 2 more moves here. So we have actually rook d4 was played, and then rook to d8. And well, the problem.
I don't understand a lot of this.
No, I mean the problem Tanya does have here is that, you know, she's playing overdrive Rapport. You know, this guy's gone into like super mode, and she only has a minute left, whilst Richard has 51 minutes left. So.
But it's almost like he has the same amount of time as her, because he'll just
He'll just play blitz, yeah.
He'll just keep playing at her pace.
But he has no danger of losing on time. This is it's a problem.
So this move, I mean, rook d4, let's just try to understand it. What's the idea of this? What happens on king c6? I guess just rook c3, king b7, and rook d5. And white is judging that this is better for whites because actually the threats to black's king still continue from that position. There's still rook d7 coming in, rook a3.
If I was playing this position, Irina, I'd think, well, I've got amazing, as with the black pieces, I think I've got an amazing rook on h. If we just go back to this position after rook d4, I'd think, oh, I've got amazing rook on h2. If I can get my other rook into the game, maybe e8 to e2, or get my knight into the game, I'm going to get some dangerous attack myself. So what if I play rook e... Okay, the moves are coming quick and fast, so we'll just keep up to date with them. But, I mean, just interestingly, I was thinking about rook to e8 here. Just trying to play rook to e8, and if I don't get mated myself, I'm going to have a very, very dangerous attack. I mean, I'm just going to play one more move, rook to e2, and then I should be guaranteed at least a draw by checking, but probably a lot more than a draw. So rook to e8 looks...
why not rook to e8? Is that what happened?
No, Tanya played rook to d8. It's a very passive move, unfortunately. Rook to e8 looks a lot more active and the kind of move that you'd want to play. So you can try to win this position with black. Why not,
Sure. Got a very active rook.
Yeah, so,
now a second one.
So I don't know. But rook to d8 was played. And now rook takes a7 check, king takes c6. This is the current position. And Tanya has to...
Rook on d4 is not such a super piece either. I mean, king c5 and the rook is a little bit trapped on that rank.
Isn't black just better here?
Let's see. White takes on f7.
Well, then I go rook a8, which is a really nasty move. And even if you check, I go king c5. Then you try to mate me. Do you mate me? Well, I don't think. I mean, rook to a1 is just a horrible threat here. Checkmate.
Yeah.
And white clearly has no more than a draw here, but white's probably losing here. So yeah. So
maybe not losing. I mean, because rook f6 is a very good move.
Rook f6, but are you actually? Do you have okay? So if you got b4, but I think am I not running away here somehow? I mean, king b7 should be a draw, but I'm thinking that somehow black can do a bit of manoeuvring here to avoid the perpetual, but I'm just trying to work out how. I might be completely wrong.
I don't think it's that easy to avoid the perpetual.
Yeah, if I try too much, I'm going to get mated here. Let's just be very accurate here. The problem with king c5 is b4 check, I'm assuming, and now king to b5, rook takes here check.
Right, I mean, you don't get the mate, you can go to a4 if you want, but this is not. King c3? King
c3, rook c6 check, and white's got at least a draw. But maybe no more, so there's no way to avoid but okay, I mean, obviously white's not going to be happy with a draw, which you think, because Richard's up on the time, Richard's much higher rated. Maybe he should be happy with a draw, but even...
Yeah, he's thinking now about taking that f7 pawn.
Okay. I mean, even something like knight to e5. Is knight to e5 a possibility? Rook to f6 check, king c5, and we get the same thing, do we? But the rook's on d8 then. Knight to e5 might be okay. I like rook to a8 and then...
No, I think, I think rook to 8 is most likely going to be a draw.
Yeah.
But knight to e5 is interesting.
Yeah. But there's no way black can avoid a draw here. I really can't see any way.
Position start.
Yeah.
King c7, rook f7, king b8.
King b8.
King b8. There was no rook f8.
Oh, nice. Yeah, nice point. I forgot about rook. There's no rook f8. So, as Lawrence Cooper, international master, fighting force in the British chess world. After rook f7 check, nice manoeuvring by Lawrence is after king to b8. Maybe white is completely lost here because there's no more checks because the knight on g6 covers the f8 square. And how do you stop rook to a1 checkmate? I don't think there's any way. So would this lose? This could possibly even lose.
Right.
Yeah.
It looks like it's very dangerous. You had to take that pawn.
So that's a nice combination pointed out by Lawrence, and a nice little bit of king manoeuvring there. So taking on f7 looks just to be wrong. And if you can't take on f7, then black's plan here is simply either to go rook e8, rook e2, or maybe first just move your knight in.
Yeah, the knight has been taking that much of a part.
Yeah, knight to e5, take f3.
Yeah.
This could be very difficult, actually. This could be a major upset. And I have no idea why, well, Richard fell for this kind of trap. Maybe.
It's possible. You know, you miss an intermediate move like G5.
Yeah.
I mean,
G5 is a very good move.
Yeah, G5 was a really, really nice intermezzo by Tanya.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen Ivanchuk's game for a while. Do you want to take a look at that?
Sure. Let's dive into Ivanchuk. And his opponent is the young player from Spain, David, who was born in 1989, so very young. And I kind of really liked Ivanchuk's position after something like, I think we had King E6, Rook A C1. So let's just go through the next moves very quickly. G5, okay, that's interesting. You take that pawn, then you're going to run into Rook G8, losing a piece. So, okay, we'll very quickly just show that. And after Rook to G8, White can resign, but Ivanchuk's not going to fall for some stuff like that. Okay, so this is a nice way that Black's got his bishop in the game, Bishop G7. And I was wondering, we're wondering how the bishop could get into the game after Bishop G7.
That's a nice way.
Bishop takes G5. Okay.
He sacked the pawn.
Black has sacked pawn, but he's starting to get very coordinated now. Rook G8, King F1, Bishop E5, and actually Black's pieces are just starting to come to life a bit. Bishop H2. He's trying to checkmate Ivanchuk with Rook E5 and Rook G1 checkmate. Cool, the cheek of the young man. So you should have more respect for these 2,700 players. I mean, look at this. If White suddenly plays some ridiculous move like, okay, I don't know, Rook C4, then all of a sudden, Black plays Rook to E5 and Rook to G1 is going to be checkmate.
Right.
But, okay, obviously that's not going to happen. Rook to E1 check, King F5, the marching king, King to E2. That's a nice square for the king on D3. Ivanchuk is a pawn up, D3, King to D1. Wow.
Yeah. It looks quite unusual.
Very unusual.
Go back there.
Yeah.
I guess hopefully he feels snug there between the two rooks.
And again, Ivanchuk is short of time, 12 minutes. He's got to remember about his clock. I like
Black's position here. For example, like Rook G2.
Okay, Rook to G2. Very natural move. And do I have to go?
You don't have Rook C7, so.
No, Bishop E3, you go D2, do you?
D2, that's.
This is a nice tactic.
D2, Bishop D2.
Maybe Bishop F4.
And Bishop F4, well.
I think so, this should be very good for Black somehow. Bishop takes D2. You've got Rook takes F2 as well, and Rook takes F3.
Right, so at the very least, you've got Rook D2 here.
Very
and
least.
Bishop F4.
I think you're probably winning after Bishop F4 and Rook G1.
What about Bishop F4, Rook C2?
Yeah.
Is that winning?
So Rook takes Bishop F4.
Yeah, Rook C2.
And if Rook E2?
Rook E2.
Can I hold on with this? I mean, okay, Ivanchuk's not going to play this.
Well, the problem is, there's Rook G1 here.
And I'm losing, I'll tell you.
C5.
Okay, nice. Rook C5, I forgot about this Rook C5 move, and then...
that's why I think Rook C2 not relinquishing control of the first rank.
Yeah, okay, so we go back here, Rook C2, but Black is completely tied down here. And then, can we not, this must be winning. I mean, even if we just take on F2.
Take an F3.
And then, do we go check first, maybe, just to force the Rook back to E1? And now we go to take here, and White's been pinned all over the shop. The H pawn's dropping, Rook D3 is coming, White's you can't move. So actually, good point. Rook G2, what does... Wow, if Ivanchuk loses, that'd be a complete and utter shock. I mean, can he lose this position?
His opponent looks pretty happy.
Yeah, body language. Ivanchuk, it's very hard to tell Ivanchuk.
Yeah, but Ivanchuk looks the way he usually looks.
Yeah.
His opponent looks pretty
confident. And
yes.
Well, his opponent, like I said, very young opponent. Have you ever heard of Ivanchuk's opponent? I've never heard of him. A Spanish player, and obviously a young player, and seems to be playing a great game here. So I think Ivanchuk just made a move. So let's see what he's played. So okay, we're trying to just get on the board. Okay, doesn't seem to be coming up here. So bear with me 1 second. So many games we've got to look at. Okay, well he's played Rook to F1. And that looks like it has to be forced because of the variation we just demonstrated. Rook G2 happened, Rook to F1's happened.
And I was thinking here, I mean, there is a move like Bishop G1. I mean, but Bishop G1 allows Rook C7, right? It's a little bit too greedy. It allows Rook C7, and the 7th rank is more valuable than the F2 pawn.
Sure. Okay, so that's...
Forget that move. No, we're not going to see that.
I mean, bishop f4 is not ridiculous, maybe. I don't know if I want to be playing that move.
Bishop f4. Also, there's that problem after bishop takes f4, king f4, that there's rook c7.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I mean...
Maybe then you play f5.
f5, yeah, the pieces are so active. I guess after this move, white will just try to maybe go rook c4 here and try to force exchange, so then the king comes out, and this has greatly improved white's position. So we're not quite finding the correct way for black to proceed here, but he's got very active pieces, very active. Vanchuk, amazing at calculations. So has he just calculated this position, and has he calculated and he knows that he's okay here? Type of a position which a lot of players would be very scared to enter of white. We have another move, so bishop to e5. Okay, that's a move, good move. Trying to force maybe b3 or b4, which creates more holes on the queen side. The bishop wasn't doing anything on h2 anymore, so this bishop...
It's possible maybe black will even want to play rook h2 and win the h3 pawn.
Yeah, bishop e5.
The bishop is, it's very good on that diagonal covering the c7 square.
Yeah.
I think basically all of black's pieces are doing their maximum, except maybe the rook on g2 could do even more on h2.
And the problem, I guess, if white tries something like bishop c3 at some point, then you always have to consider just the king comes to f4, and after king f4, the black king is just going to start munching these pawns up. I mean, bishop takes e5, something like rook takes e5, probably rook takes e5, and black's very active here. I mean, maybe king d2 now is okay for white, but black should be okay. Black should be totally okay.
I mean, okay, from the point of view of making a draw, I think black could allow the trade of bishops. Probably they don't actually want to do it. They can play for more than that.
Okay. So we will keep an eye on the moves, and okay, we have a new tweet coming up.
Is it something funny, Simon?
I don't know. I'm just following the tweets at the moment. So number of tweets.
Has the commentary disappeared? Is that like what happened when you left?
No. So yep. But yeah, we keep an eye on the tweets anyway. Any interesting tweets come up, we'll try to put them up.
What happened with our live stream, Simon?
I'll just try to have a look. Do you want to suggest some variations, and I'll go into live stream to see if I can get that up on the board, see what comments are coming in, and what to do a bit refreshing.
Well, maybe we can go on to another game, actually. I think we've covered this end game pretty well. Let's see how Nigel is doing in his end game. So the last time we saw it was around this point, right? Rook d2, that's the move we were thinking was going to happen, exactly this line with knight d5 and the activation of the knight. Rook c8. So black has won a pawn, puts the rook behind the passed pawn, and it looks like he just has a winning endgame here, Simon.
Yeah, this looks very good for black.
Doesn't look like white has any good way of blockading that pawn, because rook b5 can be met with knight c3.
Yeah.
And the pawn just advances to b5 and b4. And not to mention that white's f5 pawn is a little bit far extended, so it can also be a weakness. Sure.
I mean, Nigel obviously a very good technical player, so he's got a wealth of experience playing every type of position, but endings he's extremely strong in as well. And I expect him to win this position.
I had to suffer in a worst rook endgame against Nigel.
How did you get on?
I suffered.
You suffered, okay.
But I got the result I wanted.
Yeah. I think I can remember one comment that Nigel once made, and after playing the Russians so much when he was a youngster, because he used to be a complete hacker, Nigel. I don't know if you've seen the Master Game series on which the new DVD sets come out, and Nigel was a young kid on this Master Game series, very young kid actually. It's quite funny seeing him when he's like 12 years old and beating all these top grandmasters, but he used to be a complete hacker. So he just used to throw all his pieces at his opponent's king, but then he lost to so many Russians in these long technical games. He said, well, now I've changed. Now I just like torturing my opponents. And the longer the game, the better, So a little bit sadistic, but okay, I suppose you have to be a good chess player. So yeah, I think Nigel's just going to win this game. Rook behind the passed pawn as well. This is the best place for a rook
If you can get your rook
Maybe
behind a
white
pass
is going
pawn.
to have to try to bring his king in, you know, king f2, king e3.
Yeah, so king f2 here, and yeah, it's horrible, isn't it? I mean, even if black swaps a pair of knights off, then it's probably going to be winning for black because of the position of the rook. Let's just push this pawn. I'm just going to keep pushing the b pawn. And
King e3.
King e3, okay. I mean, I got knight c3 at some point if I need it, but I'm just going to keep pushing. King d4.
Yeah, okay. Since we're on that path, knight c3, I think it's time.
Knight c3 now. I mean, yeah,
You don't
okay.
want to leave the knight there for too long on e2,
Yeah.
I think.
But now king c4, I'm slightly concerned about here. I actually got some really weird rook check, haven't I?
Rook check, yeah.
And then if you can't take the pawn because I go back again, but I don't know if I'm making the right kind of progress here after rook c8.
And maybe king b3.
King b3, and this actually manoeuvring only seems to have helped, really helped white. So
Oh, the rook is hanging on b1, Simon.
oh, so it definitely helped black.
So-
Okay, so is that my first major blunder? I'm sure it's not my first major blunder, so it can't be. Otherwise, I've done pretty well. So okay, the rook's been hanging, but yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that this is a winning position for black, and you just keep pushing the pawn, use the knight, use the rook. Combination of these two pieces actually should be fairly straightforward, I think.
Okay, so while you can take a look at the live stream, Simon, I'm going to take a look at a game that is very interesting to me. All right. So this is the game between Natalia Zhukova and David Navarra. So Navarra was playing his trademark brand of attractive attacking chess. Queen b6, rook f2, rook d2. Yeah, this was a moment we weren't expecting the move rook f2. We were actually thinking king h1. Rook f2, so it allows this pin, and white defended like that. Wow, so black just... Simon, you were predicting that black could avoid capturing that bishop on f6.
And Navarra has so far.
That's
Okay.
exactly what's happened. So he has just left it there. He's threatening
Wow.
to win with bishop takes f1.
Okay.
Yeah, queen f4. Rook just moved over. Queen takes, bishop takes. And let's see, now if king would have taken, let's see what happens. Oh, well, we have an extra exchange, I guess, at the very least, if
Yes.
we want, right?
And we can swap the queens off as well if we
Swap
want
the
to.
queens
So
off. I think what we got is
Yeah.
actually pretty similar to this.
yeah, this is horrible. It seems like another very good game from Navarra so far. I mean, he's played Navarra style chess. This new verb I was talking about, Navarra chess. You know, he's just played in this kind of really aggressive. But well, he starts playing positionally. You know, he gets a nice position, but then all the tactics suddenly arise from nowhere. And again, this position we have here is just a technical win
Yeah.
for black. It's fairly straightforward, actually.
And now it's not so exciting, it's too bad, but the way he reached this position was very exciting.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, just the middle game, the way he
So,
played a pawn down.
Yeah, beautiful.
Very, very nice play. This is, again, a very good game. A contender, I think, for game of the day, I'd say. Just the way he's played this. Definitely one of the best games we had. So Navarra
Do you think
be great
he'll visit us today, Simon?
Be great if we could get David down here. So I'm sure we'll get someone down. But David, it would be great to see his thoughts on this game. And yeah, because this is a very impressive game. And okay, I mean, just to have one last look at this final position. I guess this is the current position at the moment. And oh no, there's been plenty more moves, so we'll get up to date. Okay, so we had something similar, tactical exchange, and we're going to.
White is trying to make the time control.
White's trying to make time control. Okay, I mean, there's.
They've lost that pawn.
This is completely winning, I think, for black.
Yeah.
It's
At some point he'll trade off the f6 pawn for the
Yeah.
e4 pawn, and you know that's an exchange and an extra pawn. So
yeah.
it'll be easy.
And also the black king sits very happily on g5 in a lot of positions. I mean, often when you get this kind of thing, you might have an extra white pawn on h2, and then the win's a lot more difficult because the black king can't get in as easily. But here, the black king has a number of ways to infiltrate into white's king side. So I think this is quite straightforward.
Yeah, and there'll be even, I'm sure, scenarios where white will be able to, just give up the rook for the knight and go into a winning king and pawn endgame with that one pawn advantage.
Okay,
That's something I always like to do, actually.
Yeah,
I like,
sure,
I like the
just
transition where, you give back some material and make it really simple and technical.
Yeah, it's a nice touch when you do that, actually, in a lot of games. You just, finishing it. That's how Rapport actually set up to finish yesterday. I think we're going to go back to Luis Gallego's game now, if that's okay. We'll jump into that because, and then we'll go to, just very quickly, we'll look at his final position and the current position. So it's my friend from Portugal playing last year's winner, and this is the current position. And so Luis Gallego for Portugal playing white against Vichigov. And what do we think of this position? Well, like I said, Lewis is one of these creepy crawly players. You know, he doesn't really play much, but when he gets you, he gets you. And this position here, I think White can be happy with this position, surely. I mean, if the White Knight can get into a good position, White should be very happy with this position. What do you think, Irina? Is that fair to say, or am I talking rubbish?
No, that's fair to say, Simon. I don't think White is doing that well. I mean, I think White is worse.
Okay.
Yes, obviously a major culprit in that evaluation is the knight on a2. And
we have one more move.
Yeah, I would consider, I don't know, bishop f6, rook a b8, yeah. Those would be my main candidate moves.
So these moves have been played now.
Bishop f6, I'm guessing.
Bishop f6 has not been played
No?
yet, so knight c1 is the current position.
Okay.
And, okay, bishop f6. Well,
I think it might even be a little bit better if he plays rook f d8 here.
And what if I play just rook d2?
You don't want to fall into my...
No. No. We're not allowing... No more fun. Well, I mean, if all the pieces... But all the rooks come off, White's just winning. If you can imagine all the rooks off the board, I think White's got very good winning chances.
I don't think White's winning even if you take all the rooks off the board, just because the unfortunate pawn structure on the queen side, because the a4 pawn is fixed there, so you can't move your pawn so easily. I don't know, I mean...
Maybe. I don't
have that one weakness on c5, but you'll need to create another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you can start pushing your pawns.
You're not able to get to the a6 pawn at all. So I think, of course, it would help White a lot to get the rooks off the board, but I'm not sure if that would actually make his position.
Okay. Well, I mean, I personally don't think White's worse here, and it'd be interesting to see. I don't think White's in any danger. I think Black's pawn structure on the queen side is horrible. We're going to now move on to a very exciting game, apparently. We just had some news that the game we were looking at just a second ago, Eljanov versus Elizabeth Patz, on this quite solid game we had. It's kind of gone out of control, so let's just jump into that one. Okay.
Yeah, that game did not look like it was on its way to becoming very exciting. So a4 happened.
Actually, I think we said, the last thing we said, this position will be a long manoeuvring game, probably be another 40 moves until anything happens. Then all of a sudden, absolute chaos has erupted.
Well, yeah, Elizabeth chose this plan of pushing e5, and for that she needed to remove the knight from f5. So she played knight h6.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. We didn't look at that. It was hard psychologically for us to move
that knight away. Yeah.
It's like we knew the problem, that we wanted to play e5 and it could never work, but we didn't think of knight h6. So queen e2 and e5.
Okay, makes sense to push through in the center.
e4.
E4, so White probably had to play something like this. Otherwise, if White doesn't play e4, then Black is just doing well. I think e4 from Black will be the next move.
Right.
And if you have to take on e5, knight takes e5. Black's pieces are starting to jump into the position. So e4, and okay.
Pawn d4.
Okay, and now just complete mayhem erupts here. So we have captures in the center. Look at this. And now, wow, what a move. What a move. God.
Oh.
And we got information that Navarro's just won, and we're going to try to see if we can get him into the commentary room. So hopefully we'll be able to catch him and get Navarro into the commentary room, which would be great. So we'll keep you updated with that. I can have a change from our faces. Okay, so D takes c3. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a move. D takes c3. This is quite unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, what on earth is going on here?
Getting a lot of material.
D takes c3.
She's getting like a rook and two pieces.
Yeah.
For the queen.
And now, okay. So
I wonder what Eljanov missed here. It's possible that he actually missed the move D takes c3, right? It's quite possible. D c3 takes, you take that, and then you take this, right? So you got a rook and two pieces.
Yep.
You're going to lose the d2 pawn. I'm assuming White is going to play rook takes d2.
So this is the current position, I think. This just okay, yeah.
So, well, you have to get rid of this d2 pawn, unless you can flick in some. Yeah, I think. Okay, let's have a look at rook takes d2. Rook takes
Unless you
d2.
can play something like DC or
DC. Well, this is a commentator's nightmare. I think it's so complicated, and these guys have had a bit more time to look at this position. DC is a possibility. Well, I mean, it's quite.
I'm just thinking in case you might want to win the a6 pawn. That was the idea.
At some point. Okay, let's have a look at D.
Well, let's look at rook d2.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take
That pawn's so dangerous. Let's get rid of that pawn.
Yeah.
And now we can force the queen away.
Because,
Bishop f6.
There was rook e8 and rook e1, so I think we should get rid of that pawn.
This looks very dangerous for white. I mean, there's now the move bishop f6 I was considering, but then queen e3 attacking the knight. So I was considering just trying to kick this queen away, but then queen e3 does gain a very useful tempo. So maybe not bishop f6. And do we?
Bishop c3 is good enough, I think.
Bishop c3. And now the problem with this is if rook. Okay, bishop c3. If I go.
Maybe go rook e2.
Rook e2.
Sometimes there's this bishop takes g6 sacrifice, followed by, well, either rook e6 or queen e6. And rook e6, there's always knight f8. Try bishop b4. Let's be greedy and see if white has something punishing here.
Yeah, I mean, bishop f6 is sort of springing, is coming to mind as an option here. It's kind
Bishop
of thing.
g6. There's also rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6 is very interesting as well.
Rook e6, there might just be knight f8.
Knight f8 is very.
It's a good defensive move. I mean, we could, of course, examine taking the rook, but let's first examine the safer option.
Yeah, and now I think white's gone a bit over the top here because black's knight's doing a very good defensive job.
Yeah, white did, by the way, play rook takes d2.
Okay, rook takes d2. I was just wondering, I don't think it works, but is there any way we could... I want to get super active with the black pieces here. I know bishop to c3 looks like a very good move. The kind of move that I'd try to be, if I was playing this, I'd be trying to get something like knight to e5 work, and just try to get my pieces in, but I don't think they're working here. Okay, I mean, knight to e5. Bishop to c3 is a good move.
Right.
This is one idea with the idea of taking on d3 and going rook e8, rook to e1 check.
And knight f2 and rook h1 mate.
This kind of stuff, yeah, if I can, just to try to mate white. I don't know.
Or maybe sometimes like knight g4, you have a couple
Actually,
of
knight
those
g4,
knights.
yeah, there's interesting possibilities.
Well, let's play rook b2 because it seems like a critical move.
Okay, rook b2, knight takes.
d3.
Yeah.
And
I mean, even if I just go rook takes d5 next move, I'm going to be very happy in my position with my knight f5 first, rook takes d5.
Turnaround.
Could be. I mean, what about this knight to e5 move? Let's try to get our knights as active as possible.
I think the girls are doing well tactically today.
Doing very well. Yeah, very impressive.
Positionally, there have been some problems, but
yeah.
I think tactically they've managed to outwit their opponents.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, this is very interesting. I mean, knight to e5. I'm just seeing if we've got any more moves in this game because
bishop c3 was played.
Bishop to c3.
Yeah, so
okay.
Elizabeth didn't go for this.
Okay, which can't be a bad move anyway.
Yeah.
Bishop to c3.
So, I mean, you want to take on b4 if you destroy all those pawns. Obviously, you have no danger of ever losing. I think, yeah, rook e2 makes sense.
Okay, rook e2.
Well, white needs to make a draw, doesn't he? It's time for white. I mean, really, white is playing for a draw.
I think so. White's got to be very careful in this position. Very careful. There's a lot of danger for white. I mean, knight f6.
Even if you take on d5, even that. Bishop b4 or just pawn takes d5.
Knight f6 as well is something I'm considering, trying to go rook e8 and rook takes d5. I mean, knight d6, knight f6, there's so many interesting moves, but black is doing well, I think.
Yeah, the
black
queen sacrifice,
very good.
A lot of material.
Let's just see that one more time, because it was quite interesting, just a very quick sequence there. So this is where Elizabeth played e5, and now white played e4, and then all of a sudden...
Not the best idea, I guess. e4 was probably based on some sort of miscalculation.
Yeah, and now this great sequence where this rampaging e-pawn starts to do a Pac-Man job, starts gobbling up all these things on the way. It'd be good if we could add sound effects to this. It keeps going. It's just eating everything in its path.
And, well, and the position we currently have is after rook takes d2.
Bishop c3.
Bishop c3. And black must be doing well. Can white hold this position? Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, bit of a turnaround to what we thought was going to happen when we left the position previously. Knight to h6 then has proved to be a very good move.
I don't really see how after like rook e2, pawn takes d5, where is your compensation? Like, I guess maybe queen h4, maybe you should take that pawn. And in fact, we were sort of blundering that because I think we were looking at the move bishop takes b4.
Okay.
The bishop b4 might have the queen takes h4 as a problem.
That's a problem. Yeah, sure. So you have to avoid this.
Yeah, the one thing is that the knight on h6 is a pretty good defender, but it's not very.
Wow. Now white's going Pac-Man style.
Oh, okay.
So
white not to lose that.
White's
pawn.
been inspired by Elizabeth's Pac-Man pawn, and now he's thinking, right, hang on a minute, I can have a go at that as well. D takes c6. Well, I mean, maybe white is doing well. I don't know. I can't understand this game. I'll just be obvious. I'll just be honest.
You know what's interesting is that I don't think he's even going for the knight on d7. I think he's going for the pawn on b7.
Yeah. So let's have a look. Bishop takes d2.
Right. Pawn takes b7.
Pawn takes b7. And what on earth is this? There was a great game I saw recently. Have you heard this player Tiger Hillip-Person?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows Tiger. He's a great, entertaining player. And so there was a game between Tiger and Johnny Hector. And Johnny Hector was also a brilliant tactician player. And they had this, you should see this game. If you've got a chance to look at this game, search this game. It's an unbelievable game where they both had something like 3 pawns or something on the 7th rank. I can't really remember. It's an unbelievable game. So really, really amazing game. And okay, so what's going on in the other game? So Vashir Lagrave, let's jump into his game, shall we?
So we're going to leave.
Well, unfortunately, we'll leave this game quickly. It's a pity because there's so much going on here. I mean, we don't really want to leave this game quickly. We'll jump back to this game in a second. And Vashir Lagrave has won. Okay, so maybe we'll just have a look at the final part of that game. Because we don't really want to leave this game, this amazing game between that Elizabeth Patz is playing at the moment, and this could be the Pac-Man game. I mean, it's unbelievable. Position so far after D takes C6 is where we're currently at, and I don't know. This is a tough one to work out. I mean, black's got so many pieces, but white does have a queen.
The knight on h6 is still out of the game. He can never really get into it.
Problem is, it's one of the number of many extra pieces that black has. So, I don't know. Okay, well, Vashir Lagrave, let's quickly look at the finish.
Navarra is going to be joining us about 5 minutes.
Brilliant, brilliant. Okay, well, that'd be a real treat for everyone here. Navarra is going to come down and join us and look at the game. Maybe we can check, see if Navarra's about, and that'd be great to have a look at that. So
I'll make sure he comes.
Okay, brilliant. So I'm afraid you've just got to deal with me now. Okay, until Navarra turns up.
It's okay, Simon. The last time you left, half the room left.
I'm not sure about that. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. So, okay, I'm sure. Okay, so, well, let's stick with this game because this game is quite fascinating. Okay, we'll have a look at Vashir's game very soon. But this game is... Okay, well, let's have a vote in the room. We've got about 10 people in the commentary room here. So all-time record. And who thinks that black's going to win this position? No one? No one thinks black's going to win. Okay, good. We have 2 votes from black. Who thinks it's going to be a boring draw? Or a draw. Certainly not a boring draw, but a draw. Okay, who thinks white's going to win with this? Okay, so more people think white's going to win this position. And this could well be possible. Do we have any more moves? D takes C6 seems to have taken Elizabeth by surprise. And that's really... understandable, I think it's fair to say. Well, let's have some fun. Let's take this rook on d2. Bishop takes d2, and now pawn takes c7. Is that really the idea? I think you probably do want to take this pawn on d7, surely. Because you can't go rook c7 because the rook on d8 does fall. So after c takes d7, let's say we move the rook to b8. And what's the material count? Well, the material count is extremely promising for black. Black has, in this position, 2 rooks and a knight for the queen, which is normally enough to win the game. But white does have these worrying pawns here and some initiative. So maybe white just goes b5
and just tries to roll with these pawns down the board. Fascinating game here. I mean, they're giving us a lot of entertainment. And actually, when I looked at this position earlier on, it kind of looked like really it was going to be quite a boring, long-winded game. But it's certainly fired up. But it's both players using their, not really worrying about their material, just using their pawns. And what on earth is going on in this position? Are these pawns dangerous or are they not? Well, black's coordination is very bad. Black can't really move any piece. I actually think white's probably doing okay here. But again, I can't say that for sure because it's just too complicated. So we're still waiting on a move in this game. We're still going to wait and see what Elizabeth's going to come up with. And the other interesting thing to note is they made 34 moves, but they've only got 8 minutes left each. And in a position like this, you want a bit more than 8 minutes left, clearly. I mean, the other option here, what if white just takes back on c6? And I want to now play knight to e5 and just get my rook around. So what if just b takes c6? Because the problem that black had before was that the white d pawn on d5 was blocking the rook on d8's entrance into the game. So if I try to be sensible, which is a bit boring, but sometimes it has to be done. So it's a bit boring, I'm sorry. But yeah, maybe it's a good move. What does white play here? It's a pity we haven't got the webcam. I don't know if we can get the webcam of these guys up, but I'd love to see their body language at this moment in time. It'd be fascinating. So after the simple b takes c6, what could white continue with now? Well, white either has to go rook d1 or rook e2, I guess. I mean, well, if rook to e2. Why not rook to c2? Well, that's another option, yeah. I'm a bit worried about this knight coming to e5, so I can try to now do a bit of, I can take on b4, which looks very natural, just grab a pawn. But I can also now try bishop to f6, forcing your queen to go away somewhere, and then queen to e3 again. I keep forgetting about this queen. Oh, then knight to e5. This is one idea I had. Knight to e5. And there's a nice trick here. After bishop to e4, we go rook to d1 check, king to h2, knight to g4 check. And that's something which I'm sure will not happen in the game. But if you just look at this position now, which is, I know, it's probably unlikely to happen on the board, but after knight to e5, surely black's doing well, because if black can coordinate the pieces, black is material up, then black's piece is going to start working very well and black should be dominating this position. And, you know, after rook to c2, I think this just shows the danger of the position. So, yeah, I think this position we have here is winning for black. And after d takes c6, okay, Elizabeth's still thinking about what to play. She hasn't got much time left. b takes c6. So rook to c2 doesn't look correct. And if we go rook to e2, so let me just bring up this position on the board. So we'll try to get to the bottom of this position. If rook to e2 here, bishop takes a6. Wow, another. This is like you're going to just leave every piece on pre and play a good move. So bishop to a6. Well, fascinating, really. Fascinating position. Now, I think we're very honoured to have David Navarra join us in the commentary room. So I'd like to welcome David Navarra into the room. Hello, David. So,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And
may I sit here?
Yeah, if you sit here, and that'd be great. And congratulations on your game today. Looked very interesting.
Yes, it was interesting. We succeeded in analyzing the game a bit, and I have some suggestions, some improvements for white, but I don't pretend to understand the game. It was complex.
It looked like you played a very nice game there. So the game's here. So yeah,
yes.
Very interesting game. Anyway.
So already the first move was a kind of surprise for me because I expected Grandmaster Zhukova to play d4 on the first move, but okay, I have some repertoire, even though sometimes it doesn't look so. So I opted for Catalan defense, and knight e5 was a pleasant surprise for me because it's everything but easy to play for the win after moves like queen a4. So now I sacrificed a pawn, but black gets a decent compensation because white is missing his light squared bishop. And if white had taken on c6 with a knight, I would have obtained a good counterplay along the b file. I'm sorry for my English, for my accent. I'm
So
never.
your English is very good. It's great. No.
No, I'm pretending it's good, but
Yeah.
it's worse than it looks. Okay, and here it's still a theoretical line. Black has a decent compensation. I already once played something like this in a rapid game and played a move like rook b8. And after knight e4, I emerged the pawn down in an endgame. I exchanged queens and duly lost. So now I was not going to repeat it. I opted for bishop b7, bishop e3, queen e6. And black has a decent compensation as white's king is a bit weak, and the queen on h4 is a bit out of play. I wanted, if I could make two more moves, I would have preferred to play rook c8, rook c4 here. Unfortunately, the rules are a bit different and don't allow me to do this, but okay, still black has decent compensation. So white played f3, and now I was not certain about, I was uncertain about rook ac8 because white can take another pawn and play e2, e4 if I play rook c4. And if I put the other rook on c8, it's not so clear because white can start with rook d1, and after rook c4 there is a reply rook d6.
It's a nice variation.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can prepare this with king h7, and it might be worth it sometimes, but okay, I don't know. Maybe white can play bishop g5. By the way, I will show the threat now. If white plays some neutral move, I want to play rook c4, and now the difference is that I can play queen c6, winning material. So I played a5 in order to deprive white's queen of the b4 square, and then play rook ac8 without being afraid of queen b4. And then happened rook ac1, rook ac8, b3. It's not forced, but the move looks logical enough. And now I spent some 22 minutes or so. I considered rook fd8, which looks like a decent option, but I was a bit afraid of knight a4, because if I play aggressively here, I need to sacrifice exchange to keep the attack going, if I have any attack at all. So I looked at lines like this, I'm sorry, but in the end I rejected it because of queen f4, and now if I take on e2, there is a check on b8, and after king h7, white is in time to defend. Rook f2, and the f3 pawn is protected. Okay, it's not forced at all. Black has several other options here. I'm not even completely sure about e takes f3 opening the diagonal at any cost, but perhaps it's not so good. And it looked too speculative to me, so I played e4. And my intention was to meet bishop d4 with rook fd8. And the point is that if it takes on f6, which is the best move, I can take on f3 first, and now it's impossible to capture on d8 because of queen e3 check. And white's king is in dire straits here, so I take everything with checks and deliver mate later on. So e4 is probably the best move as well. And now I spent some time because I hoped I could attack somehow. I considered rook d2 and some crazy lines based on the back rank weakness here. Something like rook e1, queen b6 check. Well, white cannot take on e4 because I would have taken, and the rook would be hanging on c1, as well as white's bishop. So rook e1, I can give a check, but I could not even find a draw after a stupid move like king h1. So maybe it's winning for white, and maybe it's not, but even king f1 is not easy to refute, and I'm a piece down here. So I was everything but impressed by this variation, and therefore checked on b6. And my intention was to meet king h1 with queen takes f6. And now white's king might be a bit vulnerable, because after knight d5 I might play, or I might consider f5 at some occasion. But okay, I missed f2. I saw the move, but somehow haven't realized that it was possible. And now, if I would have taken on f6, my position would surely not be better, because white is a pawn up here, and she threatens to play rook e1, unpinning the knight. So I guess I would need to play very accurately to force a draw here. And that was not my intention. And as my opponent had only 10 minutes left, I decided to gamble a bit and go for a risky continuation. I saw no direct refutation. I saw how white could have equalized, but maybe white can win somehow. I don't know really. But it's tricky, and white can easily go astray. For example, if she plays knight d5 here, I can deliver mate in 3. And there are many similar tricky options. Okay, the most obvious move in this position is queen g4. And I wanted to meet it with queen takes f6. And now rook takes c3. And I believe black has a decent compensation for a missing exchange, but not more. White can play rook d1, for example. I have bishop e2, threatening f2, among other moves. And white can take, and now she is a pawn up, but her king is weak, and my pieces are active enough to reach a draw, but not more than a draw. So, okay, it was probably a good option for white, but the Grandmaster Zhukova chose queen f4. This move looks very strong, but I'm afraid it's not. Oh, well, if black would have taken on f1, white could have replied with queen takes d2, queen takes f6, knight d5, winning material. Unless I'm mistaken. And the problem is that black can continue rook c2. And now the rook on f1 is hanging, and knight d5 is not possible in view of queen takes f2 check and rook c1 check. And neither is possible, neither is queen g4, because I can take on f2 as well. So I guess that in this position bishop takes g7 was the best move. We briefly analyzed the position, and the main idea is to play bishop d4 here. The bishop on f1 is hanging sometimes, so black is probably obliged to take the bishop. And now a check follows. And to my mind, black is unable to avoid perpetual here, as king f6 runs into queen takes f3, or maybe even knight d5 or something similar. But it doesn't look like a winning option, the opposite. So then I proposed king takes g7, but Grandmaster Zhukova rightly pointed out that white can also give a check on g4 in similar positions. Namely after queen takes f3, bishop takes f1, queen g4 check. And now black cannot avoid perpetual, as he cannot go to the back rank because of queen takes c8 check. And queen g6 is not good in view of queen takes c8. So in this position, Black can try rook takes c3. And now black has a piece for 3 pawns. And white has some problems with the hanging rook on f1. So black is definitely not worse here, and maybe he is better, but I don't know if he really is. I have no idea really. I can consider rook c1, but I am afraid it's nothing or less than nothing, because white can simply take and withdraw the king. And now black's king might become very, very weak. So after bishop takes f1, I would conclude the position might still be. I would conclude that the position might still be equal.
So very complicated, David.
Yes.
And how did it finish in the end?
Yes, white chose queen takes f3.
Yeah.
She was already in a time trouble here. And then I took on f1, knight d5. If white simply takes on f1, I can exchange everything on f2 and take on f6.
Okay.
And penetrate with the rook on c2.
Okay, with a winning ending. So
Yes.
this was similar to the game as well.
Yes, and now white threatens to give a fork, but I can escape it and put my rook on the second rank. And I guess this position is winning. White would like to exchange her 2 pawns for my a5 pawn and keep the h2 pawn at the same time, but I think it's impossible to achieve this. So a3, maybe white can take on f6 and play knight d7, knight c5 on some occasion, but I think that with such a bad king, it should be lost anyway. So a3, and now I decided to take a pawn. As I realized after knight takes f6, I can simply activate my king, and sooner or later attack the g3 pawn, apart from those 2 pawns on the queen side. So white played b4. I played king g7 because I wanted to protect the f6 pawn and activate my king at the same time. So now b5 runs into rook a2, and white is not in time, as I succeed in taking the pawn and stopping the white passer. So b takes a5, rook a2, a6, rook takes a3, and now after knight c7 I can probably follow up with king g6 anyway, but I intended to play rook a2, which is winning but not forced. Okay, the line is forced, but black has also other options. So you can see that sometimes chess players really calculate 15 moves long variations, but it's not even necessary here because black is spoiled for choice already. Okay, and white is not in time to catch the pawn, to stop the pawn. So
Well.
she played king f2, and now I decided to activate my king first. And now white resigned as she cannot protect the g3 pawn. So it was an interesting game, and I'm happy that after 7 consecutive draws against female players in classical chess, I managed to win once.
Well, thank you very much, David. That was a great game. Thank you for coming in and saying. So it's great. So I'll just take your mic off there.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you very much. That's very privileged to have David come in here, and actually I think we're also very privileged to have Maxime join us as well. So Maxime, hi, how you doing? And interesting game from Maxime today, and we're going to have a look at his game against Glenn Fleer on board 2. And I wasn't totally sure what was going on in your game. I thought you might have been worse even, Maxime. So I'm sure Maxime will tell me otherwise and talk through the game now. So what was going on in your game?
Well, to be honest, I don't really know, but I think I was all the time more or less fine.
Okay, so this is the same opening you played last year, is that right, against
Vityugov.
Vityugov, yeah, which was a very exciting game. I'll give you the mouse there. And right, so Maxime was black against Glenn Fleer here.
Yeah, so Glenn decided to surprise me because normally always welcomes Quenfeld in its purest fashion, and now he plays several moves, several lines, so I was prepared against all of them, but F3 didn't play for like 20 years already, so
Okay.
I have to suppose it was because recently I've been playing this E6 line and it looks quite interesting for white, with quite interesting play, and probably decided to go for it. I was not so sure to go for E6, but as I didn't recheck this line at all in the morning, I decided to go for what I've studied the most and know the best, because I've not only played this with Vityugov, but maybe 4 or 5 times in the last year, because it happens that F3 is extremely fashionable at the moment. So I've played it a lot of times and it has not been refuted yet. So
Does anyone else play this opening? E6? Other people have started to play it as well? Or?
yeah, some players actually started to play it. I can remember again Korobov Le Kwang, also Nakamura Safari.
Can I ask, were you the first person to play E6? Is this your idea?
After I played it, you mean?
Yeah, were you the first person ever to play the move E6?
No, I
in the
was
game?
not actually, because there was 3 earlier games, but not in this fashion, because after E4 they were not playing D5, probably some C5,
Okay.
which might be playable as well, but
Yeah.
okay, the idea of E6, of course, because I have to admit it's a very committal move. Normally G6 and D6 you don't mix those two guys. But my point is, after F3, basically I mean this is the main reason it's viable, more or less. But here you get a Queen's Gambit with 2 very dubious adapts, F3 and G6. But it happens that anytime white takes on D5, then G6 is often a very useful move for black. After bishop F5, when you exchange the bishops, and you go for bishop E7, knight H5, knight G7, some stuff like this. And this F3 is always a bit committal, especially this early. But Glenn decided to go for my game with Peter Fiedler in Alechin Memorial, so it goes like this. Here bishop b5 is designed against knight c6, which would be a bit annoying to mate. Don't remember exactly the lines, but it's absolutely alright for black, thanks to the weakness of the pawn on d4. So bishop b5 is the critical move. After bishop e2, and here Peter played queen c1. I believe it's a better move.
How was your results against Peter?
I won, but
okay.
I was in some trouble, maybe.
This is Peter Fiedler. Yeah.
It goes like this. Knight b5.
Knight b5, okay. Interesting. Yeah.
And okay, it was some tactical mess, and at some point maybe white was very slightly better. Then Peter pressed one move too much, and somehow got the upper hand. But knight d2 is also a viable option. And here, one of black's tactical points is that you can castle and give up this pawn on f7 because of queen d6. Now the point is you threaten bishop b6, among other things, so the pawn on d4 is under attack, and if you try to get out of the pin, this threat is also quite annoying. So I believe black is absolutely fine here, probably just slightly better after, say, a rook to f1, no bishop b6, and there's no way you can defend. And no, actually knight g4 might also be a threat. So queen g4, no h5. Here I didn't remember my whole analysis, but I think black is more or less fine. And here b4 is quite a good move. The idea is to go for e5.
Yeah, but we actually, to be honest, when we were looking at this position, we were kind of looking at a lot of other games, but I sort of thought white was doing well here. I'll be honest. Maybe I'm sure I am wrong, but that was just my initial thought about the position. But
Well, normally black should be absolutely fine with strong center and no real possibility to attack it. But the point is, a queen on h3 is always quite awkward.
What were you going to do on
Yeah.
e5 instead of b4?
Instead of b4? Well, against c5, I would play knight b6, then bishop, I suppose, on a2. Yeah, and c5.
c5. Yeah, c5 is a move, I guess, is very important.
I'm undermining
Yeah.
the center.
I mean, we didn't like d5 from Glenn. We thought the move d5 was maybe
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
horrible, but
I'm going to that. So b4 actually is designed against c5 and so to
Yeah.
prepare for e5.
sure.
So which is why I decided to go for f6, and here I think,
Yeah.
well, Glenn didn't really know what to do, I think, and he didn't want to just
Okay.
give me time to play rook d6 and rook ft8,
okay.
then the pawn on d4 is
Yeah.
actually starting to feel a
So.
bit weak. But after queen e6, I was not sure what to do, because say I take,
Yeah.
rook d6, no, bishop comes back to b3, rook d8, d5,
Yeah.
and here I would like very much to play knight d7, to go for knight e5, and
Yeah.
normally I should be slightly better, but white is in time to play e5, with quite annoying counterplay.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's better, but
Sure.
for sure is not, Glenn is not worse here.
So basically, I guess you've always got enough counterplay against d4 in these positions to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, this is
Is,
the point. Also, I don't have so many weaknesses, because
Yeah.
the pawn on f6 might feel a bit weak, but at any time I can play f5, and then the pawn on d4
Okay.
is starting. No, also queen g7 is an interesting option. I can go for
Rook d6 anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe some a4, some b5 is possible. At least white
Yeah.
shouldn't be worse, but
Yeah.
it's still a very complicated game, and I feel I have decent chances. I mean, here I can go for f5, for instance, because I threatened some rook d8, I believe. Yes.
Hmm.
So white has to take, and then
Yeah.
it gets real messy. I don't know exactly how it goes, but of course after d5, queen e5, suddenly Glenn realized that no, the queen on h3 cannot move anymore, and
Yeah.
you'd have to go g3, and then the queen on h3
Yeah.
is also.
Were you happy to see the move d5 played?
Well, I was
Yes,
quite surprised, to be honest,
Yeah.
but of course I think I'm better. But
Yeah.
knight a4 is probably the best practical chance. I was also expecting maybe some a4, but it looks quite too slow. And no, I don't know, I thought probably I could even take and play rook d8. I'm not sure about rook d8, because I have some other interesting ideas, but I'm just slightly better. So, knight a4. Then I just take, and okay, Glenn's idea is that now if I take on a4 and take on e4, which is very natural, is just in time to play queen f3. No, if queen e5, g3, so I probably have to take, and now I was not completely sure about this line. No, h3 very, very important to give black one more, I mean to give the rook.
Put the rook on a bad square over there. Yeah.
The last decent square, I mean I probably will have to
Yeah.
do one template simply. Now rook d7, and you in time to get some counterplay. I'm not sure it's enough
Sure.
for a draw, but say I go for this, bishop b6 check, g2, rook g3,
Yeah.
h2, I'm still not
Yeah.
sure how to promote my pawns.
Sure.
But I saw this f5 move, which looks,
Looks very interesting here because it's back rank
Yeah.
as well. So
yeah,
yeah.
and here I couldn't find a defense for him.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
say you play knight c5,
Yeah.
I don't really care.
Yeah.
Now if you go to c5, then I go
Go
back
to
to
a8.
a8, and if you take,
Yeah.
it takes, okay, you've solved the problem of h2 pawn, so you can bring your queen to e3, but black is just getting a much better endgame anyway, because the back rank is still not
Yeah.
covered. So e takes f5 looks very logical also.
Yeah.
The point is, maybe knight b6 is also playable, because the bishop on b3 might be in a better square, but also you're getting much less counterplay, and every endgame is already very unpleasant because black has no more weakness. So and it's not clear that white has a better move than bishop c2 here anyway. So
Okay.
e takes f5 is logical. Yeah. Also, I mean, no. The main point is if bishop c6, I play queen d2.
Yep.
Now if bishop f3, queen d1, bishop d1.
Okay.
rook f1.
I think I set up a cheap trick like that when you were looking at the game as well. So, you know,
Yeah.
not like that, but even cheaper. So, yeah.
Yeah, and
But,
G1, rook F1 simply, and
Okay.
bishop B6 is coming with
And your king's always safe as well.
quite,
So, it's,
quite devastating.
yeah.
So bishop
Okay.
C6 is losing, and so bishop C2 is the only move. Here, to be honest, I was first considering rook F2.
Yeah.
But I mean, if bishop D3, rook F2, rook D2, rook F1, rook D3 is winning.
Okay.
But
Nice tactics.
bishop G6.
Yeah.
And here, I couldn't find the win. Also after rook f4, it was the same all again. I mean, always bishop g6.
Okay.
And it's not so easy for black. So
Yeah.
I thought for a long time, I decided,
Okay.
protecting the g6 pawn.
Yeah.
And anyway, bishop d3 is not possible because of rook d6. This is,
Rook takes d3 is the threat, yeah?
yeah, rook
So-
d3 is
Yeah.
threatened.
Yeah.
If queen g3, rook d3 anyway.
Rook d3 anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you go here.
That's nice, yeah.
And so white has no defense.
No defense at all.
And so
Yeah.
I thought maybe a4 is the only move. I mean, otherwise you're just in Zugzwang maybe.
Yeah.
But of course a4 is not.
No.
So then decided to exchange queens
And this is just
this
lost, you
again-
think, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
technically lost because the king is
Too
is
bad.
not getting out.
Yeah.
And maybe white has some chance to hold if black cannot go g5. But
Okay.
here I can.
You can play g5 anyway.
Yeah,
Right.
and once I get g5, g4,
Yeah.
simply, I mean, say, I don't know which move you should play.
Yeah.
No, rook f1 is not so good. Let's say rook d3, then I just play h4, bishop f3, rook, for instance, to a6, rook d1, rook d3.
Yeah.
I'm threatening the a3 pawn. It's
Yeah.
far too much.
Yeah, sure.
But after rook c1, this was a blunder because of the bishop
Ah,
f2.
okay.
Now you cannot go to f1 because of bishop e3. And if you play king h2, rook f4, say
Yeah.
rook 6 check, but it doesn't matter because now I have threat of
Yeah.
the bishop on e4 and also rook h4 mate. So.
Sure. Well, nice game, Maxine. Before you go, can I get your opinion on one position that's going on? Is that okay?
Yes, sure.
If I just show you one position. Should we give Maxine a round of applause for that very nice game? Thanks, Maxine. And I'm just going to bring up one game
Yeah, sure.
over here, which is very interesting. This is Eljanov's game.
Yeah.
First, you seen this?
It was looking quite good for Elizabeth. I have to say.
Yeah, I think so. It's, okay, well, actually,
But no, because I saw maybe after, say,
around here, or is
yeah,
this
after rook takes d2.
after rook takes d2? Yeah.
Here, but bishop f6, queen e3 was the idea.
Yeah.
But still, it looks quite good for black.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how she should play. Maybe she plays quite well actually because it looks very decent for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop c3 is a good move actually.
And then
of course
White
the
played
king
this move as well, took on c6, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's the only chance for white.
Yeah, and the final position, if let's just jump forward. So this
Yeah.
is Eljanov versus Elizabeth Patz, the game we're looking at earlier. So the current position is this position here after king to h1, where black has 3 pieces for the queen. And how do you think this should end?
Well, I'm not sure because it all depends if black can manage some decisive attack. Because otherwise, with the pawn on c5, probably white would get enough counterplay. But given the position of the white king on h1, I think black is in time to.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
To go for some decisive attack. I don't know. Say I take on g3.
Yeah.
It looks quite natural.
Yep.
Here I'm not sure you should take on a6, but the more pawns you take, the better
Yep.
chances you have to make a draw. So
Yep.
this move should be considered first, and then after knight e5, for instance, I don't see a real defense for white. I mean, I'm threatening mate in 3 with rook h2. And
Rook h2, king g1, knight g3.
Knight f3,
So we'll just
yeah.
show that, for example. I mean, just the mate threatened is just this rook f2 mate. So after knight to e5, white has some serious problems because all the black pieces are working very well here as well. Yeah,
you're
so it's
probably
difficult.
forced simply to play queen a8, but then I just play rook h2, king g1, rook f2. and
Okay.
It's the same all over again. So here actually Queen A6 would be losing. But
Yeah.
if Queen A6 is losing, it means you probably have to go for Queen F3, just to cover a bit some more squares, but simply Bishop C7 looks extremely good. I mean, for black with knight e5 coming, you have enough pawns, so it should be a technical queen here. I think she's winning. So.
Okay, so it's looking good for Elizabeth then. So
yeah, and that was also interesting in this game actually.
so I'll just bring the board up. It's all right.
Yeah.
So, no, it's okay. It's all right. So this is a Vanchuk's game, yeah, and the final position here against the young Spanish player. Vanchuk was white, and
because how did it go? Because it looks like Ivanchuk was worse here.
okay. So,
Rook A1 was played.
right.
Because I was considering A5 here for a brief moment. Oh.
That's right. I'll just make that so. So this is Vanchuk's game. Maybe, possibly Vanchuk could have been worse at one stage if Maxime was suggesting.
I'm not sure, but I think black should have at least enough to make a draw with this poking on D1, and
Yeah.
here actually I don't see how. I was not seeing how it would make a draw.
It's a very tough position. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
because now actually I think it's just better, because you have you're getting this position, and black has it's 2 pawns against 2 pawns, but white's past pawns extremely dangerous. Probably it's still a draw actually, but because probably David's point is now rook a3 check, king e2, and somehow you play h5 and h4, and you
Can
intend to
exchange.
make a draw. But
Okay.
when I left, it looks like you could try for more. That's why. I was
Some danger.
yeah.
So Maxime, thank you very much for your help, and you enjoyed Gibraltar, I guess, the Gibraltar tournament, because you've done very well here in the past, and
Well, in the recent past.
the recent past, so
last year, but it's a very nice tournament to play.
Yeah.
It's a very nice atmosphere, so that's why I look forward to it.
good. And I saw your great result at the World Cup. I was supporting you, following your games there, so it was you did very well. I mean, obviously, maybe not quite as well as would have been nice, but I mean, still got to be quite happy of the tournament.
I was very happy with my tournament in general. Of course, once you go there, I mean, you always want to get more, but it was a nice tournament. Just because I lost the match against Vladimir, and didn't spoil my mood too much.
Good. So you still enjoyed it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see you again down here. So, okay.
Sure.
All right. Cheers. Okay. Just be careful of the mic. Yeah. Right, so welcome back, Irina. We've done an exchange of commentators there. Don't know what the exchange, okay, well, good exchange, I think. And very nice to have two top GMs come down and join us to look at their games. Like I say, we'll be bringing other people down at certain stages for the tournament. Quite unbelievable to see how Navarra thinks.
Yes, I think he managed to show you every single line that he saw in the game.
Yeah, I know. It's just
very nice of him.
It was, he went through a number of variations there, and Maxime, surprised me because it showed my lack of understanding from that position. Basically, that I thought white was better, but he was also.
He revealed a big hole in my analysis, which is like, I was a big supporter of this move e5, but I was missing the.
Right, the c5
move, knight b6, which cover the d5 square and allow black to play c5, break up white center. So that was a big point. So b4, I guess, was not such a bad move.
No, probably not. So
black had an adequate game after knight b6 and f6.
Yeah, so it didn't look like. I mean, I assumed that white was just better there, but Maxime's now just basically said that wasn't the case at all. So quite interesting, though, that. So he also thinks that Elizabeth Pat should win this position. I mean, if we just check the time situation in that game before we move on to any other games, it's quite interesting. So Elizabeth Pats has 43 minutes left, so plenty of time to try to, put the win into motion there as well. So that's very promising. Mickey Adams won his game. As we thought at some point. We didn't originally think that, or I certainly didn't, so another misassessment, a day of misassessments maybe for me. But that's because Stuart Conquest, who's now joined us in the room, pointed out this great move that Mickey played, so I'm just going to try to find his game now.
So you're saying that Elizabeth
He's winning against Eljanov.
Yeah. We just had a look. We think Elizabeth was winning. So, just to recap that position, the final position we had in Elizabeth Patz's game. So Elizabeth is black, and Stuart, I don't know if you saw this. I'll just quickly.
It's pets, not Pats.
Pets. Okay. Pets. Okay. Pets. So, Stuart, you saw this combination that happened. Did you in the game? It was quite amazing. Any people who've just basically logged in, we're just going to show you just a very interesting couple of moves in the middle of the game, where Elizabeth played knight to h6, queen to e2 was played, now e5, and Stuart, look at this. This is a exciting start, e4, and now the black e-pawn starts munching everything in its path, leaving the queen on pre, starts going on a rampage, and then after some craziness, white's pawn tries to go on a rampage, and very complicated game, which must suit Elizabeth's style. And
but he must have seen that Eljanov, surely.
No, I don't
think he did, because he went into a very bad position. I mean, maybe after e5 he's just worse anyway, or he's worried about something. Sorry?
There's a result.
Let's not say a draw. I really hope it's not a draw. I'd be most upset. There's a result in this game? We've heard that there's a result in this game. If the draw has been agreed, then, well...
Then h takes g3 is a funny moment to offer a draw, right?
I mean, I think if I comment any more on a draw being agreed there, it's just going to be bad things that come out my mouth. So,
have you played more than 30 moves?
This is the current position. It's 45. 45 moves, but a draw here. I mean, black's a piece up. Kind of. It's a draw.
Oh.
Would you agree a draw in this position, Stuart?
No.
No? Would you agree a draw in this position, Irina?
No.
Would anyone agree a draw in this position? Upsetting. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't think it's easy to win for black.
Well, Maxine just came in and demonstrated a win very easily.
After you've seen Maxime's analysis of this position, it's easy.
I mean, not everyone can think like Maxine, but let's just say the line that Maxine demonstrated as well. Basically, white has to capture on g3, and Maxine just says black takes this and goes knight to e5, rook to f2, and checkmate basically. So literally the simple winning idea here, pretty much no matter what white plays, you can set some. So the line that Maxine demonstrated was queen takes a6, but there might be better defensive moves, but then knight to e5. Yeah. And your king's always safe on h6 if any checks, and you're threatening mating free. You're threatening rook h2, knight f3, rook f2, checkmate. So we demonstrate.
So he pinned the knight instead of queen takes a6.
Okay, so let's have a look. So instead of queen takes a6, you go queen d7. Okay, so now I'm thinking about rook f2 at some stage. To go king h6 and knight e5. Okay, rook queen d7 is a much better move, obviously. So, well, let's try this.
Let's try rook f2.
Do we go check first? I don't know.
Go check first.
Maybe.
It doesn't hurt.
But then there's this check on d4 is going to be good. Okay, so rook f2, and I don't know. I mean, do you get some strange position with c6? Is this possible? And now we go king h6. I don't know, c7, knight e5. It's getting very messy. So it's not completely straightforward then. And this position, I don't know, could be still okay for white after something like queen d5. Well, you know why Elizabeth took the draw, don't you, Irina?
I think so, Simon, because she has a masterclass tonight.
Exactly. Elizabeth has the masterclass at 9 o'clock tonight, and she clearly had more important things to do than beat Eljanov, and because she wanted to prepare for the masterclass, get things ready for the masterclass. So
showing this game, yeah.
It'd be great to see this game. Yeah, I mean, okay, maybe I'm being a bit too hard on Elizabeth there, because obviously she's outgunned. It's a great result and a great game from her. Very messy position.
So far, it's the only woman on the top boards who's scored any points today, right?
Yeah, I think so. So it's so far, and
although Tanya has a good chance to do that also.
Should we have a look at Tanya's game, because we haven't looked at Tanya's game for a while, and we thought Tanya was actually doing very well. So still a good result for Elizabeth. Maybe we'd still like to see the game played on, but obviously masterclass comes first. And just to remind you, that's 9 o'clock here, 8 o'clock English time, 3 o'clock American time. And that will be recorded, going out live. So that will be Elizabeth and Nigel if he finishes in time. So you have the dream team, or that's maybe some other words to be used, but the dream team is a good word. So, and yeah, so that should be interesting. So tune into that. I'm sure it'll be most entertaining. Okay, so now we're going to have a look, at this game of Richard Rapport. So Richard Rapport, we say he's been on hyper turbo drive, because he's playing his moves at 200 miles per hour. And now he's slowed down. Wow, look at the time now. He's actually nearly caught up Tanya, which is quite surprising. And okay, maybe we just have a look at the last couple of moves, because we're around this point previously. Actually, it's Lawrence Cooper.
Right, Black did play knight e5 here.
Yeah, who pointed out actually in this position, wasn't it, that rook takes f7 fails to rook a8. And okay, so
White was actually bringing his king to safety on b1.
That makes a lot of sense. Put the king on b3 maybe in some variations. So, but now Black is a pawn up currently, and is g5 the most active square? Well, okay, it defends the f7 pawn, so it just tries to hold on to the pawn advantage. I guess there's no. I mean, knight d2 looks very interesting as well here. I don't know. Does knight d2, king a2? I'm just wondering if you can never take on f7 there because of rook a8 checkmates. Knight d2 looks like a possibility.
I don't know what the knight's doing there.
Maybe not. So knight g5.
Because then there's going to be knight d4.
Yeah. Yeah, the knight this way can also come back around to maybe e6 or some potential. And you still got it. Maybe rook e8's coming. So rook f1, and the knight does come to e6. Okay, so this gives up the pawn on f7. And now king b5. So it's an interesting way to play for Black. Black's trying to get very active with the pieces.
Right.
Quite risky because you're giving up material. Rook g8. And now knight c5. This is the current position between Richard Rapport and Tanya Sachdev. So knight to c5 has been played. And well, this is a very risky way to play for White because your king's only got one square after something like knight d4 check.
Well, it's going to go to b4 as well.
Isn't this White can get a draw immediately? Yeah.
How's that, Simon?
c6 or
okay, knight
so
d4.
I think yeah. After knight d4, you can go knight c6 check, and then it's just a draw with knight.
There's no checkmate there, Simon?
Might well be actually. Oh yeah, rook c3. Sorry,
rook c3 or rook a3.
Rook a3. Yeah, sorry. If the king goes back to, so it has to go to b5 here. So knight d4 has been played. So obviously there's only one move here, which is king b4, and after knight c6, well, it's a draw immediately. So White does have a draw. I'm sure that White will be trying for more here.
Do you think he has anything more? The knight on c5 does a pretty good defensive job.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Black has some threats like rook takes g4 or knight takes d3. Yeah.
I think he'll take the draw.
Do you reckon? I'll be surprised if he takes the draw. I mean, there's no way you can do anything here. Obviously,
we can put a pound on that.
Have we already got a pound on this game? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay, let's put a pound on it. We'll put £1 on this game. So, there's no way White can play on. Obviously, White being a higher rated player will try, if he finds any way to play on, he will definitely go for it. There's no strange mating nets. I'm wondering if you could create something rook c3 here, and some. I don't think any. I don't think there is a mating net, but you know, this Black king on b4 does look rather exposed.
Unless you try to go for the b6 pawn somehow. So maybe like rook f1.
Yeah, rook f1 to f6. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it also gives ideas of knight d3.
Okay, so let's
Black
try that.
can also attack.
Rook f1.
And after rook takes g4, rook f6.
Right, yeah, the idea is that rook d4, rook b6 is mate. Yeah, that was the point.
Okay, we've got some news on Ivanchuk's game. It was actually a draw. So that was a draw, as again Maxime said it would be. Maxime was actually thinking Ivanchuk could have been in trouble at one stage during that game if his opponent had played a5. Actually, very good game by his young Spanish opponent who is just drawn with the black pieces against Ivanchuk, and I think he's, how old is he? He only needs 20s, I think. So incredibly impressive result there. So yeah, very good there for his opponent. And actually, if we look at the results now, the draws are starting to come in. I mean, there's a number of wins, some draws. Okay, Mickey Adams won.
Most of the games have been decisive today.
Most of the games, a couple of upsets. So we have Tomaszewski drew with Stefan Dox from Belgium, so that's quite surprising. Even actually White was probably better in the final position in that game. I'll just quickly bring that game up. So this is Tomaszewski, very strong Russian player, and we'll just have a quick look at the final position against Belgium international master Stefan Dox, and the final position was after bishop d7, Tomaszewski was black. So if anyone is better here, it's probably White, but okay, it's not too serious, I guess, because the d pawn is also quite weak. But I don't know, maybe Tomaszewski would have played on if he was White in this position, but probably nothing to do. Probably nothing to do there. So that was a bit of that's one sort of upset. Most other games actually sort of, there's been a number of wins. So should we just see the end of Adam's game maybe? We'll see what happened in Mickey's game?
Sure.
So we'll move on to Mickey, and Mickey played this a4 move earlier on, which kind of was a very strong move. This is kind of the turning point well, certainly when I realised that White was doing well here, is after Mickey played a4 and the pawn took and the knight takes a4, and it suddenly dawned on me, and that basically White's got a very good position here.
It was really interesting that he chose not to go to the c5 square after king g8.
Yeah, king g8 was played, and now why not knight c5? I mean, was he right about bishop c8?
Because of knight c6.
Oh, okay,
That
nice
was a tricky tactic.
Tricky tactic, knight c6. Okay, nice tactic. Because now if the queen moves, you go just take the knight on c5.
Right. So knight c6 protects the rook on c8.
I mean,
also guards the b4 square.
What about knight takes e6 here?
We take on e2 also, Simon.
And then on piece down, so that's not good, is it? So okay, so he went knight b6. Yeah, but you went for this. You mentioned this maneuver.
I was saying, I was just saying that even if White doesn't have the knight c5 idea, knight b6 to c4 is also pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Is that what happened? Did he manage to trade off the knight on e5?
He did. He went knight c4. Okay, well, Black decided he had to keep the knight, so he went knight to f7 here. And now, okay, Black's king is a bit more open, so White decides to keep the queens on the board. His queen's a lot more active. And we can actually see, that this position is clearly favouring White, and this queen now shows how powerful it can be. And
d6, no, queen a6.
You just grab the pawns. White's won a pawn, and now there's probably some tactical solution here. Well, okay, the pieces are going horribly wrong. Okay, this isn't the end of the game, but now the black king is really sorry. Right. Nice move, rook f1. Yeah. Point being, if queen takes e2, then we go just queen takes c7 check.
But I think the point is that actually Black cannot move anything.
Yeah, after rook f1.
After rook f1. Yeah, and actually, rook f7 is a threat.
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, and it's a horrible. It's quite an embarrassing position actually for Black here. Black can maybe go king g7, but then queen f8, bishop d3 is going to be mate.
All right, bishop d3.
Yeah. Yep. So simply just queen f8 and bishop
very
d3.
Nice game by Adams.
Very nice game. Typical Mickey game, which I never understand, but he always wins until he wins. Yeah, it's just quite unbelievable. Right, Louis Galego, is that okay? Can we dive in, see Louis, or have you got? Would you like to pick?
Let's see Louis.
Let's see how Louis, because we've got a bet on this game. Remember, we have a bet on this game, so we've got to go for the bets. So my good friend Louis Galego is playing with the white pieces, and we kind of differed on this position, didn't we? I mean, I think you commented that you thought Black was maybe slightly better, and I thought I was very happy with White's position. And well, I still think White's absolutely fine here. I don't see any advantage to Black. I mean, rook d3. I mean, how can White is in absolutely no danger of losing? Surely, if rook d3. I mean, any ending is going to be absolutely fine for White.
Yeah, well, Black definitely doesn't want to trade rooks here. That's for sure.
And if you go rook h8,
you go rook h3.
I can get at least a draw. But I'll probably play on. You know what? If you go rook h8, I'm going to try to win this position.
You're going to try to win?
I'm going to try to put my. Why not? I mean, maybe put my knight on e5. Your rook gets very active then.
Yeah.
So maybe it should be a draw.
But you do realize, Simon, that if you play, like, for example, knight f3. Let's just put that line.
Yeah.
Rook h1, let's say knight e5 would carry out your plan. Bishop takes e5.
Yeah.
You want to take with the king to keep your pawn structure good. Right, Simon?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll take the king, keep my
Okay.
pawn structure very solid.
Now,
So-
you might be a little bit surprised when rook e1 happens and you realize that your active king is trapped in the middle of the board.
Not so active. Not so active, yeah. Well, it's active, but it's active in a very bad way. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't see why in this position. So we
It's
have.
already on the right square, though. You know, Simon, when you
Yeah.
made it on e5, you don't actually have to put the.
Oh, right,
king,
yeah,
one
that's
of the,
right.
One of the
Yeah.
kings is already on the square, though, so
You-
we'll know the proper result on
you-
the GG2 boards.
You don't have to set the board up here afterwards. So. Okay, well, just have, what do you think, then, Irina? Is you think black's better here?
No, I don't think the black is better here, Simon. Yeah, it seems like white should play rook d3, try to trade rooks. If black tries to avoid it, the knight comes back into the game with knight f3, knight to e5, and...
I really don't think white can lose this. I mean, it looks just to be a draw.
I mean, okay, let's say rook b8. Let's say play rook b8 just so that if you move your knight, then I go rook h8.
Okay, I mean, I'm going to definitely try to win this with white.
I mean, of course, I would take black, but
You take black?
I would take black. I mean, I know black has nothing to lose here, but if you go knight f3, I go rook h8.
Okay, I mean, I can...
Then if you go knight e5,
Maybe I can
I
go,
take.
but maybe I can go rook d1 and stop your rook coming in. I mean, let's try.
Knight h3 to block them.
I mean, I can always... I'm just thinking where the best square for my knight is. Probably knight to f3 is best, so let's try this. So rook h8 is
Yep.
Irina's idea, because now I can't go rook h3. And, okay, after this, I've got a number of ideas. I mean, one idea was just to try to go rook d1, then your only way in is right h3. And,
right.
but that's a bit passive. I don't really
Rook
want to play
d1
that.
is okay. I like
Rook
rook d1.
d1's okay. Do I have anything? But I'm just wondering if knight e5, pawn takes rook d6 is going to be a very bad ending for me. Let's have a look. I'll try knight e5, which I think might. Oh, you got check.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to like that move, Simon.
Check and this. Let's try. I mean, this might
Okay, bishop takes.
probably not the best way for white
Right.
to play.
Right, so I can check, and then you play king f3.
Yeah, king f3.
So now the king and pawn end game is not good for black.
Probably just it's a draw, I guess, after a5. Black has to play a5 at some stage. So that was with this position here.
Yeah, oh, it's a funny symmetry.
It's very weird.
Black has to play a5, right?
Maybe black can draw
before-
anyway, but
Before
yeah.
white has a chance to play king c3 and b4.
Yeah. So a5 here is just dead
Yes,
draw.
dead draw.
Dead draw. So it's
It's kind of pretty.
it's
Total
kind of pretty.
symmetry
Yeah.
On both sides
Definitely.
of the board.
Yeah. Nice, pretty draw. And
But let's say, okay, black doesn't have to go for this move. Was it worth it for us to throw in that check? Maybe I should have just played rook h5. Rook h5 can go king f4.
yeah, I mean, I wanted to play rook to d6 here. I mean, this is my only idea,
Right.
playing knight to e5.
Right.
So I want to go rook d6 and just try to take on a6 and activate my rook and try to get an easy draw that way.
Right.
But I mean, I even if I don't play this way, which
But yeah,
could
I
be
mean, certainly,
potentially...
like, you know, black is not the one risking anything.
No. So I don't think white's really got much to
Yeah.
risk here either,
Yeah.
to be honest.
So this is going to be another pound for you, Simon.
Could be another pound for me. Yeah, wow. Could get my lunch money tomorrow. So it's looking good. Yeah, so I think we're going to sum up very soon because we're going to just probably spend another 10 minutes, 15 minutes on this, maybe just 10 minutes to look at the final games because we've got to get ready for the masterclass. So we'll probably just do a sum up on the remaining games and we'll see what's happening. So we've looked at most games already now. I mean, we have Tanya versus Richard's game still going on and Nigel looks like he's going to win eventually.
Are they repeating moves over there, Simon, in Richard versus Tanya?
Okay, let's just see if Richard and Tanya are repeating. So let's bring these boards down. No real repeating yet. So Richard's having a long think here, seeing if there's any way he can make progress. And
Well, let's go to Nigel's game because something interesting has happened there and I'm not sure he's winning anymore.
okay, so this is Nigel Short's game against.
In fact, I think he might not be winning.
And this is he's playing. Isn't this a Canadian
Edward
chap?
Crawford.
Is
Yeah.
it a Canadian chap? Yeah.
Mhm.
And Nigel is black in this position. And Well, it looked like he was winning very easily earlier, so it'd be amazing if
his
he's...
opponent put up a good defense, and yeah, we wrote it off as an easy technical win because we had more interesting games to look
That's
at.
right. So
But that's often what happens, you know. Their opponents stick around.
Yeah, they keep fighting. Very resilient. And yeah, well, I suppose the point is White's plan is just to keep the rook on the h file.
On h6 is a good square.
Yeah, and Black's got
What can Black do?
Black's got to do something.
As soon as their king moves away, White can start trading pawns with h4.
Sure. Or even keeping the rook active, checking, and then coming back, I guess.
I just, I don't really see White losing this position.
Very hard. So something's gone seriously wrong for Nigel then if he manages to draw this position, because it looked like he was just a pawn up with a reasonably easy technical win. Maybe, but he was definitely doing well.
Yeah.
So after rook to h7, how can he make progress? Because if he ever tries to activate his rook on b6, then... Well, I wanted to go rook h2, but this is never going to work because...
Anytime you do that, I mean...
You just tap my h-pawn, f-pawn.
I take the f-pawn, yeah.
And this is clearly not going to work. It doesn't make any... So, yeah.
You could play that. You could play that like rook h2, rook takes f6, rook takes h3.
Okay.
You could actually play that because White's king is so far away.
Yeah, this is a problem. This might be a major problem with this position. I don't know. This is coming to very close to a draw. But obviously the king on b3 is a serious issue because...
Okay, try king c2.
Oops, like so, yeah. King c2.
Yeah.
Okay, so we take on g4.
Let's go rook f6.
Rook.
f6. Oh, sorry, f8.
f8, right, okay. Maybe also rook a6 is good enough to draw. Looks like a draw to me. I mean,
let's say rook f3, right? So you're going to have to...
Okay, so I'll try to keep this pawn for a bit.
Right. Let's say king g3.
Let's bring my king over, king d2.
I was kind of curious. Oh, we can't do that, right? Okay.
Oops.
What happened to our line? It disappeared.
Well, okay, let's look at that one more time. So maybe the only way that Black can try to win this is by moving his rook around to take the h-pawn. But I think it looks like a technical draw to me. I mean, let's say rook b8 is actually what he played. I mean, is there any point to that move? I mean, okay, I go rook h6 here, and is that rook going anywhere useful? I can't see how that's going to help Nigel. Really.
I don't think it's doing anything major.
No. So let's say rook h6, and now at some point you can try to come around with the rook and take the h-pawn. So rook b6.
So rook h7. The rook off the
and now we maybe have to try this to win. So
you know what's interesting here? You cannot play rook f7 yet. You could play rook h6. Why don't you throw in that move?
Okay.
It doesn't change very much, does it? You can play rook d2.
Yeah.
Yeah, king b3, rook h2,
takes
rook f6, rook h3.
And I think you're right. I think if I just go king c2, I'm pretty sure this should be a draw.
King g4.
King g4, and even now, I mean, I can go rook f8. I mean, also king d2. Can't I get some king and pawn ending if you try to take my pawn? If you go rook f3, then I think I just go king e2.
But yeah.
And obviously this is an easy draw, but you're not going to play that, so maybe king d2. Just try to get that king across.
Rook f3.
So rook f3, and now I go king e2.
Rook f4.
Rook f4.
Or maybe just king g3. King g3.
Okay, so king g3. And here, I guess I probably should go rook f8 now. Try to keep that pawn for a little bit. Is there an easier way to draw? Let's try rook f8.
g4.
g4.
f6.
f6.
King g2.
And then, yeah, because rook g8, you go g3, yeah? So f7.
But g3.
Okay. Yeah, I got my king on the wrong square, haven't I?
What does white do? I mean, what does white do?
Well, I have to pass my king now. So let's say I go king e1.
But that allows me to play rook e3 and rook e7 and game
You're
over.
making progress, yeah. So
show that to our audience when the king is cut.
Okay, so g3, king here.
Yeah, white was in
check.
6-1.
King has to go away, then rook
And the rook
e7.
goes there to target the f7 pawn, so white's rook can't move.
Yeah.
And the next move is king f2 and g2 and promote. It's kind of nice. You know, you can win even such simple rook endgames.
Yeah, still a bit of work to do. So
it's not going to be that easy
No.
for white.
I guess that's White's.
Yeah.
Nigel's only chances to try that, and you know,
No, I'm sure
there's
it's
some
a
danger.
draw, but
There's some danger
you
there,
got to
definitely.
play the rook endgame well.
Yeah. So we'll just have a look at the end of the other games now. And
What's going on in Rajteen versus Kohlweier?
Okay, I'll quickly get this.
We
going
haven't
on.
seen any of his games yet.
So we'll just look at the end of this game so far. Okay, well,
White is
Rodstein
winning.
won. Yeah, very positional player, I think Rodstein. And okay, the end of this game finished with basically.
Thank you.
Bless you. Sorry. And yeah, okay. So I don't know what
Yeah.
happened before this, but
How about Li Chao, who is black against Moon Kuntu? These were on the lower end of our 15 boards.
okay.
And Li
Yeah,
Chao,
looks like we have some
talented
action.
player from China.
So let's look how this game ended. So black was the favourite, and it looked like there's some tactics at the end. So we'll just jump to the end where the tactics start.
Yeah, here at
Rolling.
this point it already looks winning, doesn't it?
Looks very strong, so something's gone wrong earlier. But these bishops again, maybe it's day of bishops today. It was a day of knights.
Have we seen a lot of them only, I think, in this game, right?
Navarra kind of had that very
Navarra.
strong bishop as
Yeah.
well, I guess. And well, let's see how these bishops coordinated. Now this is nice. This is a nice touch. Rook to d2. So that's a nice
It's
little.
very pretty ending with a maiden
Very
f3.
pretty. Yeah, really nice.
Can you show that?
Yeah, sure. So
We
if
go to receiving moves, we take. Yeah, we don't have
Yeah.
to click on anything. Everything's good.
yeah, okay. So takes here, and now
Rook takes.
yeah, it's a king here. No, okay. So if you take, then sorry, yeah. It's not mate,
Oh,
it's
it's
queen
not mate.
g2. Yeah, so, but I,
Show how it's
yeah.
not made, Simon.
well, I'm not sure how we win this position, actually. This is a bizarre thing. Because the point is, if queen f3, then queen g2.
Maybe bishop c5 somewhere.
Yeah, bishop c5, I have to go queen g2. And, okay, it's probably winning because you get some kind of weird position. You go queen b1, and then
You
you
can go e4, e3.
e4,
Or
e3.
b4 here.
b4, I guess I move this bishop back to somewhere like,
Yeah, also I think you're winning even if you go bishop g1, Simon, queen g1, queen e4, queen
Okay.
g2, queen e1, and you pick up the c3 pawn.
right, so let's have a look
There's
at
a
that.
good chance that that's winning, right?
So that's forcing if you take here,
Mm-hmm.
queen takes, queen check here,
Mm-hmm.
and then eventually we'll win the c pawn. Yeah, and the white king's very weak, but I suppose this outside pass pawn gives some chance of queen b1, for example. It should be probably winning for black here because the king position.
Queen on b5.
Yeah, yeah. So okay, but the game finished there anyway. Rook d2. Now queen to a8 check. King g7. Black's pieces obviously dominating white's. This rook moved to e1, and now a bit like Navarro's game, bishop came in, and this is very sort of strong piece.
So whatever went wrong for white in this game happened much earlier than what we've
Sure.
been seeing, because when we started looking at it, it's already quite bad here.
Yeah.
So this seems like a convincing win by black.
Definitely, and it's a nice finish here, Irene, after b3, rook on f2. So that's quite a nice
Yeah, I mean,
touch. You know,
You
just
don't get such rooks every
no.
day.
So it's a day of the rooks maybe here. Well, a game of the rooks. And the point being, if you take the queen, rook takes h2 is checkmate.
And by the way, we have similar rooks in the game Movsesian versus Javahishvili.
Is that game finished yet?
Yes,
It
that
has.
game is done, and it did not end in black's favor.
It was very pretty for. I'll just find this
Yeah,
game.
right there.
Very pretty for white. Well, the last position we had a look at here, we won't go through all the moves again, but we basically thought white was in a very pleasant position after king h2, and indeed white did advance immediately with f4. And actually, this is a clever point because we're worried about
yes.
c takes d3, queen takes c3, but the point being bishop to d4 avoids all that, and that's a nice little.
He got into just a good end game.
Yeah.
Bishop's opposite color, but his
It's a-
bishop on d4 is really strong.
Yeah,
It's a
and
massive center also.
very big advantage here for white, even because of the bishop opposite colours.
Wow.
Infiltrating into the position, and here they come. Here come the rooks. You cannot ask for a better position than that, can you? Really? That's and black still fought on here with one move, g5, bishop c5, and yeah, this is a pretty horrible position. Well, it's game over. There's a number of ways that white can win here, and black's going to be in a position.
One more interesting game, Simon. Gatakomsky versus Guoqi.
Okay, so let's move on to Gatakomsky.
Was a quiet endgame for most of the way, and let's see what's going on here. It looks like white. Let's just go to the final position.
Sure. So this is the final position, and Gatakomsky is white.
He's pressing.
Yeah, quite seriously, I guess, because 2 bishops, open position,
Yep.
nice pass, d pawn.
Yeah, there are lots of ways that he could win this position.
There are.
I could even see some king and pawn endgames where he could win. Like for example, if black plays, let's say, bishop d7, and we trade bishops, take on e4. When black takes on d6, well, first of all, yeah, let's say you take, you play king d4. You take on d6. Oh, king takes. You're close, I think, to winning.
Close to winning, yeah.
Just this king and pawn endgame, because on king c6 you shoulder the king away with king e5,
sure,
and you win like that. And so the only chance for black is to go the other way to e6.
Yeah. Okay. So and this is a race now situation.
It's a race, yeah.
So
white's a little bit ahead, isn't it? Aren't they? So king c5.
I think white's got this one.
King here. White, I think, should be winning, right? And it's a b pawn as well. King c.
Yeah. So actually, I've just put. It doesn't matter if I put it on the queening square. So this is the forced variation from Gatakomsky's game. Everything is forced.
Yeah.
And then this is a technical win. Actually, in this position, it's particularly easy technical win because of queen h2. But Gatakomsky, I think, is winning this position quite simply.
So? Well, bishop d7 was just a move that I made.
Yeah, I think the knight's so bad on
that's
b7.
That's actually what was played.
Bishop d7 was played. Okay.
Wow. What?
So
I just suggested it because I saw a forcing line that led to a pawn endgame that I thought would be instructive to show. Well, so it turns out what we were looking at was relevant. So bishop d7, what's the plan here, Simon?
Well, bishop d7 is certainly critical. Bishop e2 is probably enough to win, I'd imagine, as well. But this is critical variation. And now, well, if black doesn't take this d6 pawn, you're going to go king d5, and I think there's going to be some kind of zhushwang.
Well, I think, your other winning plan is probably king f4, king g5.
So you have to take this pawn, I imagine.
Right, got to take it.
And now we get this position here, pretty much by force, and white's got the opposition. So quite thematic endgame here.
Yep.
And I think this should be winning, as we've shown already, because we've shown the line if the king goes to e6, the king goes to c6, we just use this shouldering technique. And at some point we're going to win, well, the g6 pawn, or even the b pawn might be a better pawn to win. You do have this outside pawn. Maybe black has to stick. How does black try to draw this? I don't think he can.
Yeah, I don't think so, because he couldn't get a better version of it than what we already have seen.
So I think Kamsky will win that game. So knight d8. Knight d8's been suggested here. Okay, and
black is trying to set up a blockade.
So I can maybe come in with my pawn towards
How about king d5? We can probably put black into some kind of zugzwang.
Knight c6.
And let's say bishop c3.
Now you have to go knight d8 again, I guess. And now we just have to.
Wait, but we have the c5 square here. You have knight e6. Okay.
Not so straightforward. And what about if I just go here, bishop s6? Isn't this quite? Then I just come back to c5 now. And this looks pretty.
You cannot move anything.
Knight d8 to just
and
take it.
Also, nice point that there is no knight takes b4, Simon.
Right.
Because white's h pawn happens to be the right color square as the bishop.
Yeah, which makes a lot of difference.
Just take the pawn.
Yeah.
The knight on b4, and after king d6, just take on b5.
Yeah.
And the h8 square is a dark square, so white will eventually win the g6 pawn in the game.
I think there's some endings as well. Even if this was a light squared, you can sometimes try to force black to play g5 with the use of zhushwang, and then take that pawn with the h pawn. I've seen happen before, and actually even win those positions. So it's not entirely straightforward. And I think we'll finish off now with the last two games we're going to look at, which is, well, we'll look at Vichigov. Well, let's finish off just by looking at Vichigov against Luis Gallego. So I know Luis had a very long game yesterday as well because he was going to go to the dinner, but he tends to play very long games because he, as we said, he's so relaxed. He just chills out and takes his time, doesn't know much theory. So let's have a look how this game is going. Obviously, Vichigov's going to be pushing hard to try to win this game. And wow, we have entered an ending. How did this come about then?
Yeah, I thought this was maybe Black's, one chance is to try to play this move e5 and get the g5 pawn to be weak, but I didn't see how he was actually doing that.
Okay, so what happened?
Okay.
He did it immediately, took and went e5. Right. So, yeah, okay, this is. So
he's going to be able to get himself an outside passed pawn.
Bishop takes e5, king e4.
Right. So he's going to be able to play
f6 at some point,
or f5 and force them to take. So I guess Black will play king e6 here. King e6,
and now
threatens f5.
Yeah, but no, actually now Black does have winning chances, certainly.
Some winning chances, yep.
Knight to f3.
I don't think he's going to win. Do you know why, Simon?
Where's that?
I think you can establish a blockade. Let's say you go knight f3.
Okay.
So of course what you really want is to get your knight to g4.
But then bishop c1 is always going to be. Is it a problem?
You want it to get to g4 after you've traded the g for the f pawn.
Let's try bishop b2, because I might just try to zhushwang you by playing bishop c1, and then if you move
that's very unpleasant.
Yeah, this is the problem. The idea here, for example, I don't know, if it was Black to move, you can just imagine Black playing bishop to c1, then White can't move the knights because you lose the g5 pawn. If you move your king, Black's king comes in.
Knight e1.
Knight
e1.
e1.
It's going to d3, and we're going to try to attack c5. And maybe go to e5 if you play king d6.
Okay, so king d6.
Knight d3.
And I've got to think where my bishop is best placed. Maybe bishop c3, and I want to try to play f6 and win like this now, I guess.
So maybe my knight, I just noticed, is on a pretty good square, not letting your king in. So I can even afford to take my king off of e4. For example, king f4.
Yeah.
Knight is actually perfect on d3.
Yeah, I can just try to.
And king can be on g4. That's actually the ideal setup. Knight on d3, king on g4.
This should be fine for White, this particular position.
Right.
So yeah, I mean.
Can he get that? I think White should be able to get that. It's,
Any more moves? Okay, but we're still waiting for Vichigov's move here. Okay, well, king to e4 has been played, and now Black is having a long think. So probably the only person who can win this position, let's just get to the right position, is Black. Well, certainly Black's the only person pushing for a win, but White's got extremely good drawing chances here if he plays very careful. I mean, okay, if the pawn was on g4, I'd probably be a lot more confident.
Simon, maybe put the bishop on c3, king e6, knight f3, bishop c3.
I mean, do we have? Oh, we have to go king e6, I think, because the king d5.
Yeah, you got
I think this king has to come to e6. So king to e6. Let's try knight to f3 again. And now you want to go bishop c3. So this stops the white knight from moving to many squares. And if maybe I'll just give it a kick, so king to d3, and just try to annoy this bishop, and come back to e4, something along these lines.
Yeah, I think it's still within the realm of a draw.
Yeah, I think so. So I know Luis Gallego is very good at endings. Okay, I mean obviously so is Vichigov, but he's very happy playing endings. So it could be a draw. So there's been a fair few draws. So
it's been a very good day for you personally, Simon.
I feel like a rich man. So yeah, with my pounds.
How many pounds have you won today?
I don't even know. So yeah, maybe 2, something like that. So possibly.
I think you're going to win on this game because I said Vichigov was going to
win. Yeah.
To win.
Well, let's see. We might be surprised tomorrow. We never know. So
we could be.
Could be surprised. So, and I mean, sum up today's events.
Was there anything like? We didn't bet on Tanya's game.
No.
Oh, we did bet on Tanya's game. Oh, and you just won that because he's not repeating moves.
Well, okay. I was wondering about this rook a3 if there's any weird mating it. Before we finish, we'll have one final look at one of the most interesting games that are remaining. So Richard's games versus Tanya, and We'll just bring this game up. Thank you. And actually, instead of repeating, so
By the way, Nigel drew.
Nigel's what? Sorry?
Yeah, he's
Drew.
probably not going to be so happy having let out, a very significant
Sure.
advantage.
Yeah, it's a bad result for Nigel. So hopefully we'll still see him doing the masterclass. So in this position, Richard's gone rook a3.
Now,
So
what's the idea of this move?
I'm wondering if there's any strange mating nets you can somehow weave here. I don't know. The king has no squares to move to, so let's say black plays
Rook g4.
rook g4 looks best, because the knight on c5 is doing a good defensive job. So rook g4. And can we go to a7 with our knight? Does that help somehow? No. Again, the draw's still available because you can go knight c6 and
a7.
and knight to a7, yeah, and the draw's still there.
The funny thing is, you could also throw in the move rook c4 here, and I wonder if maybe
right.
he wants to make the draw in that attractive way.
That'd be like Richard.
I think so.
That'd be like Richard, yeah.
To do that, what do you
Yeah,
think, Simon?
that'd be a nice touch. Yeah, I'd like to see that. A bit
I
of,
feel like it could finish that way.
definitely, I like seeing a bit of art on the board, and Richard's a very artistic player. And the point being, yeah, nice touch. I like that. After pawn takes, I'm just wondering if we can give up the other rook. I think that's a bit too much. Where you get a draw, even though we're rook down, by this very peculiar perpetual check. So maybe that's your idea. Is there no mating net? There's nothing. There's nothing else here. No way he can try to push.
Black is so active. Black's like more active than white.
Yeah, it's just his king. I wonder if I can get d4 in somehow, push that knight away, and knight f3 and d4. I think this is just far too much to ask out of the position.
Yeah.
I don't think. Well, okay. What about if I go here, 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 and now d4? How about this for an idea?
Wow.
And the point is, if you go rook takes d4, knight c6, and if you go, rook g2 looks very critical.
Is the interesting move. Yeah.
Because if you move your knight away, then, is there even a mate after knight d3?
Well, after knight d3,
I
you don't
take
need
it.
a mate. Because,
No, I take the knight. So, but what about knight e4? Rook g2 looks critical, but knight e4, is there a mate here?
There very well might be after rook c6.
Rook c6.
Are we threatening mates? Well, or is it just a pawn that we want to take?
I don't think there's even mate there.
It's not even mate.
No.
It actually lets the king escape to c4.
Yeah, sure. So, I think black should be okay. I can't see a mate, but there might be one there.
That's actually probably his idea.
Yeah.
What do you think about the move rook g2?
Rook g2 is also interesting. And yeah, very interesting move. Should be.
It forces something like rook a2, but that makes the rook very passive, and then knight d3 is possible.
Yeah, this is going to be fine for black unless we're missing something very clever. Okay, so let's have a round up today's events, because we've got to get ready for the masterclass, which is in an hour's time if you want to tune into that. So the upsets today have been Ivanchuk drew against his young opponent from Spain, David Lorano, and we have a couple other draws and quite an exciting day today. So very interesting games, and there's going to be some real big clashes tomorrow. So going to be a fascinating day of chess tomorrow, and we'll be back at the same time, so 3 o'clock Gibraltar time, 2 o'clock GMT. And yeah, do you want to finish by saying anything, Irina?
Do you have any favorite games of the day, Simon? Let's do a vote like we did yesterday.
Well, I do like Eljanov's game, but it kind of really spoilt it that I didn't play on in the final position. I would have said that's game of the day, Elizabeth's game against Eljanov, but that was kind of spoilt by the fact they didn't play on. Because
it was exciting, but I think it was just an accident, Simon. I think he just
made a mistake.
Blundered something, and all she did is really just take some pieces that were hanging there. It was not even a combination or anything like that. So it wasn't like she doesn't know that 3 pieces is worth more than a queen. It wasn't that difficult. I really like Navarro's game today.
Navarro's game was really good,
and I also liked all the variations that he showed. Like he explained this move a5, not obvious, taking away the b4 square from the queen, just the way he prepared the attack that he got.
Yeah.
It's really calculated really well,
Yeah.
and typical game from him.
Yeah, definitely. So that's probably the best game we've seen. I think Navarro's game, and he's obviously on very good form here. So I think we're finished now. So thank you for tuning in, and we're back again tomorrow. So cheers for now from both of us, and see you tomorrow. Bye.